Hi, hello, everybody. How are you doing? How are you feeling? Hopefully, everybody's doing well. Feeling well. Ryan, what's going on? Logan, GarageBand, no name at all. Flash Monkey, what's going on? I hope everybody's doing okay. I hope you're feeling good. Sean, in the hunt with a tier 1 sub, subscribe for 98 months. You will have been streaming for 99 months. So close to that big hundo. Alas, it's not accurate anymore. Well, I mean, it's Sean, because I think and thank you so much, Sean, for the tier 1 sub, in the hunt with a tier 1 sub, subscribe for 98 months. Sean, while it's true that I haven't been streaming for 99 months consecutively, it's 99 months ago I started streaming, so I think that's fair enough to say, even though it's like 100 actually or something. But yeah, maybe we'll Sean, maybe next month we'll try to figure out something to do. I always want to do fun stuff for whenever there's events, but maybe next month we'll try and do something for that. But thank you so much. I appreciate it. Dragon, what's going on? All right, hold on. We're going back up. What if I have resist bio on? Bioga. Is that the what's the third tier bio spell? Is that, it's not Bioga, is it? Headphones cold. My headphones were cold. It's cold in my house. It's been kind of warm, so I turned the heat off, just save money. But it's still kind of chilly in the house. It took me way too long to figure out that maybe I don't need to drink coffee anymore if I get a good sleep. Coffee's been making me eepier. It's tricky. Like, if you overdo coffee, it can become a problem if you drink it at the wrong times. Like, there's people that drink it at night and they wonder why they don't get a good night's sleep. But yeah, if you get a good night's sleep, you probably don't need something like coffee to wake you up in the morning. But it's still nice. I like the ritual of it, you know. And I would tell people, you know, try not to drink too much coffee. So many months of fun. That was for 98. But like you said, we've been streaming for 99 months. So still in recovery from surgery last week, but every day is an improvement. That's good. I'm glad. I hope the surgery wasn't too serious. Travion, what's going on? Poison? No, isn't it bio? Weren't poison spells still? Are they still called bio? Lilac in the hunt with a tier 1 sub, subscribe for 83 months. Here is $6 towards that Eevee Lego set. You are 1/10 there. And Lilac, as we know, $6 is basically $5, and $5 is basically $3, and $3 is basically $2, and $2 is basically free. So enjoy your free subscription. Poison Naga. Yes, yeah. Poizanga? That sounds like, okay. My parents drink it in the evening sometimes, and they sleep just fine. So maybe it is something else. You weaklings in your caffeine, get on my level. 0 caffeine. Is Sean 0 caffeine? Yes, but how much cocaine is it? Fun fact: caffeine doesn't actually give you energy. It turns off the part of your brain that says you're tired. Ooh, that kind of makes sense then. Sorry about your ego. Yeah, we'll talk about it, Ryan. Ryan, I am kind of sad that they lost, because if they had won, then that would have meant that they played the Bears. And I would have liked that. I would have liked to have a little Ryan. I was actually, it's funny, Ryan, because I was actually going to ask you, like, I'm not the biggest football person, but I do enjoy a good sport from now and again. And I was actually gonna ask you, like, if it was the Bears versus the Eagles, I was gonna say, like, do you want to put up a little bet, and then one of us has to play, like, one of us has to try a different game or try a show. I was gonna say that, and I'm like, oh well, they friggin' lost, so what's the point there? Oh, we got a hype train going. So if you got Prime subs or bits or something, feel free to donate those. Coffee only works for me while I'm drinking it. Once the cup is empty, my brain goes, that was fun, time to sleep again. I'm upset the Bears and Rams play. I like both of those teams. Oh, so you gotta pick between them now. 7 had bio 1, 2, and 3. Most games don't upgrade poison. Oh, it's for hernia. So yeah, not the most serious, but still sucks that I'm out of work. I mean, hernia can be very serious. I mean, the fact that you had it taken care of means that it's not serious now, but hernia could get very serious. So I'm glad you're okay. Bears would have beat the Eagles. I mean, in that state, yeah. Bears probably would have beat the Eagles. None, and with diabetes, low sugar. I think we play each other again next year as division winners, so we can. Yeah, we'll always do that next season. What's this? Loser of bet has to play Final Fantasy 11. Wait, how? So you saw that price discussion by the Peak Devs. I have it brought up here because I think I understand what they're saying, but I was going to ask you guys because I need more context. But, so I hope you all had a good weekend. I hope everybody had some fun, got to play some games, watch some videos. I ended up watching a few different Batman things. I had a what's his name? Robert Pattinson double feature. I did watch Mickey 17. I finished Mickey 17, and then I went and watched The Batman. And then of course YouTube starts recommending me things. I ended up watching Batman Year One again. I've seen that before. The Dark Knight Continues. It's like a two-parter, and the first part is Bruce coming back into the fold. It's the big old man Bruce, the one where he meets Carrie Kelly, and then he fights the mutants. And remember, there was an episode of TAS where they did like the theoretical what would the future be like. So then there was an episode of that. It was the fight. And then there was the actual, I think it's called The Dark Knight Continues. I watched the first part again. I didn't realize that I never actually watched the second part where with the stuff with Superman. So I finally watched that. Yeah. Dark Knight Returns, based off of the Batman story of the 80s, that brought, because the Dark Knight Returns, was that Frank Miller's first Batman, which was basically the resurgence of Batman, that brought Batman into the darker tone of the stories from his camp. Yeah. I was salty yesterday in my attempt to set up a mini PC I ordered just for RetroArch to run poorly, but turns out my HDTV cache refresh rate at 50. Oh no, the refresh rate's going to be the problem there. Dark Knight Returns, one of the best and worst things to happen to Batman. Like, I know tonally it changed everything. Tonally it turned Batman into the Dark Knight, because when you watch those 60s episodes, he was not the Dark Knight by any stretch of the imagination. So it did turn him into that, but I realized I had never watched the second part of it. So I watched that. I was kind of I'm in this weird Saving Throws, thank you so much. Right as the hype train was about to end, Saving Throws, thank you so much for the 150 bits. I very, very much appreciate that. That'll go towards the EV Lego set. So I ended up watching that. That was good. I liked the first part a lot more than I liked the second part. And the one thing that always kind of happens in those situations, and I guess it's a little bit of nostalgia bias, but talk about a saving throw. It's a little bit of nostalgia bias, but the actual fight scene, the scene where he fights them in the mud hole and stuff, I do prefer the TAS episode. I did like the way they did some of that stuff better. The tone, the way they were talking, and in the TAS episode, that's the animated series for anybody that doesn't know. In the TAS episode, he, forgive me if I'm wrong because it was late at night. He knew her. He knew Carrie Kelly was Robin in that episode. She was already Robin. But in the Dark Knight Returns movie that I watched, that was the first time he really saw her, right? She got inspired to become Robin after seeing the return of him, and then she knew that he was going to be there to go and fight the mutants, so she showed up. Like, she wasn't officially Robin yet, I believe. So I'm like, oh, that's kind of that's an interesting change. I thought she was already Robin by that point. Missed it by a hair. Well, Saving, you got it in the time of the hype train, but the only time it resets the timer on the hype train is if you hit another level. But thank you. I appreciate it no matter what. I like Batman when he does more detective work and has more heart. Less of the wanton violence he sometimes indulges in to vent his anger and rage. Sean, I'm kind of the same way. I don't really care too much about the detective work because I think he does detective work anyway. My issue is, and I said this about the Batman, the Robert Pattinson movie, which I'll talk about, but I am not a fan of the Dark Knight without Bruce Wayne. I like when Bruce Wayne plays a part in everything. I like when Bruce Wayne is nicer, when he, we've said it before about the hanging out with Harley Quinn and paying for what's his face is Harvey Dent's like paying for his medical attention. There's the one episode of TAS where they do that. This stuff with Baby Doll, obviously. He still pays attention to the Wayne Foundation. I also one of my problems with Batman without Bruce Wayne also is that I feel like obviously everybody kind of knows the idea that Batman is Batman and then Bruce Wayne is the mask. It's the version of himself that he puts out there so that he can save face and he can protect his secret identity. The problem is his secret identity is integral to Batman. Running the company and making sure that the company is profitable that's Bruce Wayne's job, to make sure that all of that stuff is taken care of. So I never really liked the idea of Batman without an effective Bruce Wayne, because Bruce Wayne is one of the tools in Batman's kit to make sure that he gets to stay Batman. So he wouldn't just let that go. You know, the Nolan stuff was fine, but the idea that Batman would ignore Bruce Wayne to an extent it always kind of bothered me, because it's like, but you're not going to be Batman if you don't have a multi-billion-dollar company and access to everything socially. Like Bruce Wayne is a tool that you use in order to maintain Batman. So the fact that you would be Batman and not care about Bruce Wayne, I never really liked that. I was never really a big fan of that. That being said, I thought the movie was very good. I thought as a Dark Knight Batman, it was a very good movie. Hella long. That movie was 3 hours long, and it was about 45 minutes too long because it was two separate movies. But I did really enjoy it. If it's TAS, the animated series, if it's TAS, it's Tool Assisted Speedrun. You kind of like that. Yeah, I kind of like that, actually. Also, almost sent Speed Rub. I mean, well, that is a speed run. I like the Batman who wants to make a better world with where no one has to feel what he felt the day his parents died. I always thought that was why he trusts Lucius. I mean, the Batman was trying to get Pattinson to the point where he realizes this, and the whole vengeance thing. Which I don't know. I feel like he's not gonna just be Batman and realize that. I feel like he needs to be Batman and he needs to be Bruce Wayne. And I think that when he sees the change that Bruce Wayne affects, then he would say, "All right, I need to keep doing this." It's always been one of the reasons that I really like Michael Keaton as Batman, because Michael Keaton had one of my favorite Bruce Waynes. He didn't seem like he shied away from being the rich guy. He threw the rich parties. He made the fundraisers. He did all of that stuff. He maintained not only the resource that Batman needs in order to be Batman, but he also maintained the mask. He maintained the image of Bruce Wayne. So when people met Bruce Wayne, they either thought he was a greedy, eccentric billionaire who wouldn't lift and I think that's the biggest thing about Bruce Wayne. I think that Bruce Wayne often needs to be viewed as the charming but relatively eccentric billionaire who wouldn't lift a finger to help people. Because if he very, very, very openly does everything that he possibly could to help people, I think it starts to become a situation where the public will look at him and say, "Oh, he could be Batman," right? Because what's one of the more popular possibilities of Batman? Harvey Dent. Because Harvey Dent's in the public eye, he does everything to fight crime on the streets and in front of the camera. So a lot of people just jump to the conclusion that, oh, maybe Harvey Dent is Batman. Whereas if Bruce Wayne doesn't feel like he gives a damn about people, to an extent, right? Let's not go crazy with that. But if he doesn't feel like all he does is write checks, then it does kind of make sense that nobody would say, oh, he's probably Batman. No, of course he's not. Well, that guy? Of course not. But and he would do that on purpose. He would do that on purpose to make sure that nobody. It's like Batman. It's like Superman. I mean, what did Superman do? It's why I didn't like Henry Cavill's. I keep saying Bruce Wayne. It's like why I didn't like Henry Cavill's Clark Kent, because he was big and muscular and handsome, and he had a gorgeous set of hair. Of course, anybody's going to look at him and say, "Oh, that guy could be Superman." But when he's the bumbling guy that's kind of hunched over a little bit, he's got the big thick glasses on, right? The greased down haircut. when he's got all of that, people look at him and say, there's no way. And they play that all the time. You always see it in movies where it's like, is that him? Nah, no way. Couldn't be. I like a Batman that isn't just being Batman. I like a Bruce that can hang out with Clark Kent without the costumes, like in one of the comics where they're just watching a football game. Yeah, and they're probably doing it to save face. You know, they probably enjoy each other's company to an extent, but they also save face. Given the fact that Bruce Wayne and Clark Kent are both masks, given the right that they're both the secret identities. The Batman and Superman are kind of who they are. Speaking of that, recommended video of a video game Batman revealing his identity, but the Batman model changes every shot. That's interesting. They need to stop going so long. Watching that movie made me think that he really would have been a good voice for Shadow in Sonic 3. Oh, it was great. As far as Pattinson's portrayal of Batman, that was fantastic. Spending time as Bruce Wayne allows him to connect with his humanity, and it allows him to attack the source of crime rather than fighting the symptoms. So I think that you need a good Bruce Wayne. And that was what the movie was missing. It's like, okay, I didn't mind it though. I didn't mind because I knew that's what it was. I knew that it was the Batman. It was just about him, and it wasn't really a Bruce Wayne story. So I can accept it as that. Batman is great, but I don't like what they did with Gimpler. So you didn't like the Riddler stuff. When we look at CEOs of multi-million-dollar companies, IRL who whine, looks at Epic CEO. You quoted me exactly as, yeah. The idea that billionaire would be Batman is the craziest thing to believe, and I think that he would do that on purpose. Harvey Dent is going to be Bucky Dent in the what? If Wayne Enterprises doesn't help people, then it kind of raises the question: why isn't Batman using his millions to help Gotham? Well, people are assuming that Batman has millions. In the comics, Bruce has troll social media accounts promoting crazy conspiracies like Bruce Wayne is Batman. Like, that stuff is great. That's hilarious. But Greg, hypno glasses. No. And Ryan, there was one theory that I heard that somebody tried to say that maybe he uses his laser vision to Superman. Maybe he uses his laser vision to burn the parts of the brain that remember faces. So then he surgically removes the knowledge of Superman. Like, it was some nonsense. I'm like, okay, you guys are pushing it, right? Henry Cavill stayed in front of a Superman poster and no one recognized him. No, people would not recognize him in the movies. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I still think that I think part of it, Dreketh, and maybe this is what Superman relies on so much. And I will admit to this. Superman probably relies on the fact that nobody's looking for Superman, right? Because if you tell me Henry Cavill standing in front of a poster for Superman, yeah, I'm probably not. There's a chance I don't recognize him because no part in my mind is expecting Henry Cavill to just randomly be standing there outside of a movie theater. So I will give him that it's part of it is that nobody's looking for him. So maybe. But then the parts in the movie, it's like Lois Lane would do it. Lois Lane would look at him and like if anybody knows, this is probably the biggest issue for me. If anybody's going to know Superman right from sight, it's probably going to be Lois Lane, and even she does it. Even she does could he be? Nah. It's like, what? Really? From the viewer's point of view, why isn't Batman... from the viewer's point of view, why isn't Batman using his money to fix that? Okay. I like the part where he did the riddle. I didn't like the part where he was Hush, and dressed up like a gimp. I did think the outfit was a little weird. Denton's going to flip a coin in the next Batman when we say heads, armed and dangerous, and tails again. To be fair, Batman does have a lot of computers, so I believe he'd be a troll on the internet. Just have a magic veil emanating from your suit like Sailor Moon. Definitely should. Aaron Eckhart was really good as Dent in The Dark Knight. He was a good Dent. I wish he got to be Dent longer. That was one problem that I had is that because I like Aaron Eckhart, and I kind of wish that he got to be Harvey Dent a lot longer in that movie. It was a promo for BVS, and he was wearing a Superman shirt too. Hell, one business owner told him to move on because he was making the place look messy. You see, Lois, I'm actually Superman in disguise, and I only report on the news. Oh, yeah. I only report on the news to hear about it as it comes in and squeeze you out of the byline. It's the byline line that makes it feel like a gag. I like that. Hey, General. I think Sebastian Stan is going to play a great Dead. Yes, absolutely. What's the plan for today? So I was going to ask you guys about that. I want to talk for a little bit. We have a couple of things that came up, so I want to chat so we'll be chatting for a little bit. And then I want to talk to you about what we're going to do next as a game. Cause I have a few ideas and I don't know. I'm hesitant to pull the trigger on some of them. So I wanted to talk to you guys and see what you thought about, what we could possibly start doing next. Burning their brains is a wild theory, but I could see a world where he generally protects a certain amount of light from his eyes. Projects a certain amount of light from his eyes that makes him hard to look at for extended times, thus making him harder to recognize. That's an interesting idea. That he does something that it's Doctor Who had something like that called a perception filter, where you always just kind of not pay attention to something. There's just subtle energy field that comes. I think the TARDIS does that, which is the phone box that he's in Doctor Who. It does a thing where it appears wherever it needs to, but it'll be in a crowded area. But it puts out a what's called a perception filter, which makes everybody kind of not pay attention over there. So that, like, there was one episode where that happened, and he was trying to tell the person, like, no, there's something over there, but you have to look. And they didn't want to look because it just wasn't in their mind. Like, they just assumed that nothing was over there. And then he kind of had to force them to look. It's interesting. Hey, Connie, got home from work, went to Sam's Club, got some hoodies and hot dogs, now home and about to do work. Talk for a little bit. Yeah, 50%. Yeah, there you go, Stone. You got it. At least I admit it this time. I did think Gunn did a great Clark Superman separation. Oh, the new one? Yeah, that was good. The new movie was good. Was this anti-memes in SCP? I think a crazy James Gunn movie would be an Animal Man movie, 100% comic accurate to the Grant Morrison run. Connie, thank you so much for the 5-stream streak. I appreciate that. Yeah, so the Batman was good. I do wish it was split into two things. I do wish it was all the Falcone Catwoman stuff. That was really interesting. And then the Riddler stuff was interesting. I wasn't a big fan of the I didn't like his outfit, not because I didn't think it looked like the Riddler, but I thought it made the Riddler look more like a paramilitary maniac, right? He formed an army, and so I thought it ended up kind of making him look like that, and I don't think that's him. I had the same problem in other Batman things. What was it? The Batman cartoon? The one where the Joker was like barefoot and he was like a monkey. He would do all sorts of crazy martial arts and stuff. And I was like, okay, what's happening here? I don't really understand it. And then I think the Penguin did some stuff. I mean, the Penguin's always a bit active, but it had like the Penguin still kind of jumping and flipping everywhere. And I was like, what is happening here? This is weird characterizations. And I didn't really, so I didn't like that aspect of it, but I liked him. Paul Dano, is that his name? He did a great job. The scene where he's interrogating him, a good Batman interrogation scene is always awesome. When he's interrogating him, and then what's his name? Riddler starts to realize that Batman, you can tell that he thinks Batman is on his side. He thinks that Batman is going to line up with what he's doing, and then he's going to join him. But then he basically tells him, no, that's not the case. So he starts to lose it. Like he's screaming at the beginning of his sentences. Awesome. Just great Paul Dano work right there. Fantastic. I kind of want to see more of him. If you want the chastity belt off, Batman, you need to answer my riddles. Riddle 1. How the hell did I get that on you? The Batman is still good, but yeah, it made the villains more of a physical threat, which was odd. Ryan, I wonder if it's more of a physical threat just because it was supposed to be more down to earth. You know, for as outlandish as the plan was, as outlandish as supervillain plans always feel, it was definitely a more down-to-earth movie. You know, you could see the fabric and everything that they were wearing, which always reminds me of Alex Ross. Whenever I can sort of, this might be confusing, but whenever I can see the costume, I always think of Alex Ross. Alex Ross always did this. You were talking about the animated one. Alex Ross always did this weird, not weird, but realistic looking fabric and stuff. So I always kind of like that. You were talking about the animated one. Yeah, I that's why I thought you were talking about the movie. Yeah, I didn't really. I saw like maybe half a season of that show, and I didn't really understand why they did that with all of those characters. Actually, going back to Batman and Robin, the OG live action movie that I walked out of. The reason I walked out of that movie, I didn't really like the characterizations of many of the characters. I walked out of that movie when Poison Ivy was all crazy. When in the beginning and she's like, oh, poison, she starts breaking everything. I walked out of the movie. This is not Poison Ivy. I don't like this version of her character. And sure, nowadays I've gotten more accepting of different versions of the characters, but I feel like certain characters, based on their powers and based on their motivations, they're usually going to keep the same kind of level head. You know, a Mr. Freeze, for instance. Mr. Freeze should always be a methodical, cold, no pun intended there, cold character who can fight when he needs to. But if you showed me a Mr. Freeze that was a maniac and he was crazy and unhinged, I don't feel like I would be watching the same character. I feel like I'd be watching a different character who looks like Mr. Freeze. Pun definitely intended. Thank you. I just screw up Uma Thurman as Poison Ivy. You make Poison Ivy a maniac. And Poison Ivy was never a maniac. Poison Ivy she was sure of herself. She knew exactly what she was doing, and that's why she was doing it. She had a cause, and she fought for it. And that, to me, was always Poison Ivy. And you can portray that in a bunch of different ways. But that is a fundamental to her character. It's like Joker. Like Joker is either he's unhinged or he's greedy. You know, sometimes Joker does it for the chaos. Sometimes Joker does it for the money. But he's always the Joker. He's always part of what makes him so interesting is that he doesn't have powers and that he's not martial arts flipping through the air or anything. It's that he almost feels like a regular guy, but he's so unhinged that it takes him to places that nobody goes to. And I think that that's a fundamental for the Joker. So when you make him this martial arts character or you give him superpowers or something, it just doesn't feel like the same kind of character. It's a shame BNR is so bad. I think Arnold could have done a good Mr. Freeze, considering he's supposed to be an emotionless one-track mind given villain like the Terminator. Because always Superman whose interactions with his villains devolves into who can punch the other the hardest, because that's his thing, because that's Superman's shtick. We do get another shot at what's this? I actually kind of dig the garage. What was that? It like blocked off part of it. And general blocked off. What is the Z thing? Mr. Freeze. Why did it? I wonder why it blocked that. Oh, did you put periods? Mr. Right, that might have been what it is. When you put a period, it thinks it's a link sometimes. It was Superman. Oh yeah. Yeah. No worries. I just like to figure it out. It's a fascinating discussion because we don't want to simply recreate the same character and arcs over and over, but also change too much and fans riot justifiably many times. And I think the important thing there, Dragoon, is justifiably. It's if you're not going to use Chicks Dig the Car, if you're not going to use that version of that character, again, you can change all the details you want, but if you're not going to use that version of that character, why are you even using that character? Why even if you were planning to make a maniac who wants to blow up the city, why would you use Poison Ivy? You would never use Poison Ivy for that. You would use the Joker. If you're looking for somebody who wants to rob banks with brute strength, you don't use Penguin. You use Bane. So even though you can change the details, there's a reason you use those characters for those certain things. Not when you read something. Oh, okay. And Chicks Dig the Car. I mean, Chicks Dig the Car that's even a different kind of Batman to an extent. You know, and actually, I don't really hate that Batman too much. That was Val Kilmer's Batman. I didn't hate him too much. I think that that was the version of Bruce Wayne that had, hey user, I think that was the Bruce Wayne that was starting to face his internal conflict. I feel like, I wonder if that's a good way to look at it when it comes to Bruce Wayne's, is they're probably all in different stages of what they're going through. The planned fifth movie after BNR was going to be interesting, but obviously got canned after BNR's flop. It was going to involve Harley Quinn and Scarecrow, and have Scarecrow's gas involve a Jack Nicholson cameo as Joker. That's interesting. Please don't turn Bane into a bank robber. That's the most boring version of that character. No, they've done that before though. They've done the Bane as a common criminal. I don't mind. You know what? I'll be honest, Stone. I don't really mind the occasional common criminal stuff, because sometimes they need to fund their crimes, right? If you're gonna put together a large crew and have some big thing where you're gonna take over the city, the first thing you'd probably need is money. So I do like the idea of, oh, Bane's going around robbing banks. This feels a little below him. Why is he doing that? There must be a bigger plan at stake. So, but the first part of the plan is you're going to rob banks and you're going to have more stuff. So I like that. I don't mind that too much. There is a point where you have to be careful about it. You know, oh, he's got a nuclear warhead and he's going to blow up Gotham unless we give him $500 million. How'd he get a nuclear warhead? He had $100 million already. He considered it an investment in his future. Sometimes a dramatic change is loved, like the shift to and away from Adam West Batman. Well, I mean, that's going back to The Dark Knight. That's going back to Frank Miller's Dark Knight, which very much changed that tone. And everybody kind of accepted it. And mind you, that was after a lull in Batman. I don't think that there was in the public eye, there wasn't a huge push for Batman in most capacities, I think, at that time. And I don't think, while I wasn't the most hardcore comic book fan in like the early 80s, I was 5 years old, so I wasn't going to be the biggest comic book fan, but I can tell you that Batman the 89 movie did a lot of heavy lifting when it came to bringing not only that version of Batman, but Batman himself back into the limelight. Prior to that, there were comic book movies were bad, and you knew Batman existed, but there wasn't really this oh my God, Batman's amazing. And then it wasn't until after the 89 movie where people said, oh, this is incredible. And that, I think, is really where modern Batman got off the ground. Modern Batman started with Dark Knight, but it wasn't really until that it really got off the ground. Yeah, you can't have someone like Thanos robbing banks. Counterpoint, Thanos copter. I watched the live action Joker a few nights and didn't really get into it. Having the Waynes involved at all just felt like ticking a box, and having a guy who by the sequel isn't even the canon Joker because the riot that kills Bruce's parents is so contrived hurts. I probably should watch the Joker. I have no interest in watching it though. I have absolutely no interest in watching it. Dude doesn't need to rob banks. He took over Gotham by strong-arming criminal syndicates because he already had a criminal syndicate with him. Oh, wait, you're talking about some of the other versions. My point overall, that sometimes a dramatic shift creates a new version we do love. So it's probably worth the risk of pissing some people off. Maybe. For the third Batathon 12 years from now, we can do the Genesis version of Batman Forever. Since I was there, was it true people would go to the movies just to watch the Batman 89 trailer and then leave? It wasn't on my radar until the movie was coming out, so I don't know too much about that. Ryan, I can tell you that people have done that for as long as I can remember, though. I remember people going to see Meet Joe Black because it had the episode 1 trailer in it for Star Wars. There was another movie. There was a recent one, actually. I think there was a recent one that people were going to the movie to see the trailer, and then they were leaving. So that has happened, and I believe it could. I can tell you that when we finally did go to see Batman, it was 2 or 3 weeks after the movie came out, and the line was around the theater to go and see it. It was 2. I think it was the second weekend, third weekend technically. And And the line was gigantic. Like, people turned out to see that movie because, ironically, we had never really seen anything like that. We had never seen give me a comic book movie before 89 Batman that had the kind of production value and the kind of care that went into telling the story and showing you the characters in the right way. It wasn't really there. People pay $10 to watch a trailer. Oh my Lord. Flash, you also have to remember the Meet Joe Black stuff, going to see the Star Wars thing was still kind of party to this, but you got to remember there's no YouTube. There's no video service. There's no easy way to share stuff. So when you find out that there's a trailer for the most anticipated movie probably ever, a comic book movie especially, people are going to pay $10 to go and see it. They were going to go. They did it for episode 1. I'd say Superman's original movie, but that was really it. You got to remember, Superman, Star Wars, and Jaws started the whole summer block. But yeah, you're right. Superman. Superman probably counts as one of the OGs, and even that kind of went down in quality, right? By the time we got to the fourth, by the time we got to Superman 4, we were struggling. The Dark Knight is more on point. To my point. Oh, okay. The dramatic shift is why I changed the franchise over. So wait, you think the Dark Knight was a dramatic shift in what character? Comic book Bane. He took over Gotham Underworld, just a crew of 4 dudes, and then he took over Gotham proper. Tree Fitty to go see a movie. Yeah, that's the other thing, Flash. I don't know if somebody else said that. Yeah, back then movies were a couple of bucks. I mean, there used to be the $2 Tuesday matinee. You go at like 11 in the morning on a Tuesday, and it was $2 to go and see a movie. So it was definitely a lot cheaper. People dedicate hours of our lives to each other to watch the Game Awards because it's really about trailers. So $10 for a trailer you want, and a movie isn't too. Yeah, and you get a movie, and that's the thing is that the Meet Joe Black thing. There were stories about people going and then leaving after the trailer, but there were a lot of people who ended up seeing the movie. So it kind of worked. You still get a movie out of it. It's just you're letting the trailer decide which movie you're going to see. From Adam West Batman, who was the accepted version of Batman, accepted, to the version we now recognize as the real Batman. I mean, accepted is kind of a stretch. People did like it, but they also kind of knew that it was nonsense. Like, I feel like people watched Adam West Batman, because I caught a few things of Adam West Batman as a kid. We watched it because it was nonsense, but that was fine. You know, it kind of worked. When you say it a certain way, when you look at all the wacky stuff and you say, oh, it's a guy dressed up as a bat. Like, okay, yeah, it kind of makes sense that it's a little bit ridiculous. That's why it wasn't really until Miller when Batman changed tonally. And I think it was difficult to go back. Like, has there been a wackier version of Batman since then? I mean, you could probably say Schumacher, but even Schumacher's Batman was tormented. It's just the movie was bright and aesthetic. Brave and the Bold was probably one that was like that. Okay. So you look at that. So let's say Brave and the Bold, out of how many iterations of Batman that have done the Dark Knight type thing, even if they've done it to different levels, it became clear that that's the version of Batman people wanted to see and gobbled up, like they did watch it. So that's why I say that like the Nolan Batman is not really a stretch to get there. I still show up early to see movie trailers to see if anything interesting is coming out. I do that too. Let's Play. I'm still when I go to the movies, the rare times that I go to the movies, I'm still get there early and watch the trailers. What I don't like, and I think somebody said this the other day, what I don't like is that now there are commercials before the trailers. And I don't mean more trailers. I mean like product commercials and stuff. Like, why are we watching commercials before trailers? The Long Halloween 2-parter was really good. That's my exact point, though. The dramatic shift was accepted by fans because while we liked and accepted West Batman as Batman for a long time, once we went Dark Knight, we went, oh, that's a dramatic shift that normally would have pissed people off. My logic behind it, though, Dragoon, is that I don't think people really accepted Adam West Batman. I think we accepted it as the idea of that's the version that we're getting, but no one was offering anything else. I think that one of the reasons The Dark Knight appealed to so many people was because not only did they like what it was, but it was just a different thing altogether. And I guess that's kind of what you're saying, is that like it was dramatically different. And you're right, that people did say, oh, I kind of like this, but I would argue how much they liked the one before. You know, we talk like Zelda games, for instance, right? Let's go Zelda 1 and then we go Zelda 2. Zelda 2 changed everything and people didn't like it. But if they did like it, we would all have side-scrolling Zeldas right now. We'd have a bunch of side-scrolling Zeldas. But the problem was everybody liked Zelda 1. Let's say nobody liked Zelda 1 or nobody played Zelda 1, and then the first one they played was 2. They would have liked it, and then everything we would have had was side-scrolling Zelda games. But they liked the first one. I still question whether or not people liked Batman. They liked it at the Adam West Batman. I liked Adam West Batman as a novelty. It was fun and it was silly and it was stupid, but it wasn't really the Batman that I liked. It wasn't a cool character. It was all nonsense. I would love how mad the nostalgia critic got over Bat credit card. And let's look at that now that we had like the Bat credit card and stuff and the Batmobile with lights on it. I think the Batmobile with lights on it is probably the thing that bugs me. Even though it's a super cool Batmobile, the Batman Forever Batmobile is very cool to look at, but it kind of goes against Batman to have all these bright lights and stuff. He was flexing with that credit card. Speaking as if West wasn't popular and beloved, it was. Is still called back to relatively often. I'd be interested to know. I'm kind of thinking about it from my own experience, but I'd be interested to know generally what people thought of Adam West Batman, not as a novelty, as would you want this to continue? Would you want there to be more Adam West? Would you like this to be the identity of Batman from now on? Because the identity of Batman is Dark Knight. So would people want the identity of Batman to be silly and cartoonish in a way? And I'd be curious to know what people actually thought of that, which we'll never know, because if you ask anybody now, they're probably going to say The Dark Knight. I'd be curious to have known back in like the mid 80s. Would you prefer to have more of that Adam West Batman, or would you like something different? Because I feel like people would have said, I want something different, as evidenced by the fact that when they got something different, they jumped all over it. Damn it, Alfred. I forgot my bat pin. It's bats. Right. What would the bat pin be? It would be bats, right? We're kind of looking at West Batman, via the lens of modern Batman, though. Not that it came first for many, but again, was beloved and popular. Now, once we get gritty once we went gritty Batman, we couldn't go back. And that's why I say that we'll never know, because you would have to ask people who were somewhat fans of Batman back in the day. Not to mention that in the public eye, one of the other things that I said about the 89 Batman was that in the public eye, Batman was kind of not there. There was the Adam West Batman, and then that went away, and then there was there a lot of anything in between that? Like, right? Let's shut down Adam West Batman and go from there to 89 Batman. Was there a lot of Batman in the public view? There were comics. Super Friends, yeah, which Super Friends is tonally kind of different too, but yeah, and then there was like the Scooby-Doo stuff, but not a ton of it. So there were no Batman specific properties. It was Super Friends. Bats is also a family friendly replacement for Damn. There is a thing as too gritty. Look at Thomas Wayne Batman. Yes. At least though, Logan, there's a reason for that. There's a very good reason for that. So what's my bat zip code again? There was plenty of that. Was there? Like, you can name me Batman shows and movies between Adam West and 89. I'm genuinely curious. Like, there were little things like you said. Super Friends wasn't little, but Super Friends also wasn't just Batman. That's like saying the Justice League is just Batman, and I know people like to say that as a joke, but that's not really the case. So were there Batman exclusive properties between Adam West Batman and 89 Batman? Because if there wasn't, that means there was a little more than 20 years of nothing in the public view of Batman. Again, I can't really count comics because comics on their own are a very specific thing. They're a very niche hobby for some. Not niche is probably not the right word, but they are very specific and focused. Alfred, or farming is what all the Gen Zs are saying. Here's something funny. Bruce Wayne goes to a Halloween party and he dresses up as a brand Batman. And he unmasks himself saying, "I am the Dark Knight." That's why he never killed the Joker. Just animated stuff in the 70s, voiced by West and Ward a lot of the time. So there was some of it. So then I guess the question would be, if that stuff was popular, then why change it? Why change it so drastically? I don't know. I feel like the reason you change it is because somewhere out there, and the reason it gets accepted, or the reason you change it is because somewhere out there was the desire to see something different, and the reason it gets accepted is because it was there, because that desire was there. Because if nobody wanted to see that version of the Dark Knight, then they would have said, "No, we don't like this. Let's go back to the wacky stuff. Let's go back to the Bat Y2C." But people didn't. So it's always kind of interesting to see that. I think you guys may have made that joke in Arkham Origins LP. Batman said, "No, Saber, not in Arkham Origins." We brought it up in Arkham Origins. That was in, I think it was The Adventures of Batman and Robin. I think it was the first episode. Watchmen was also something to thank for Batman being gritty. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this? All Batman series is Batman. Yeah, like this is interesting. Batman is a secret government agent in the first thing. Like, that's kind of excessive. Batman and Robin, the Batman Adventures of Batman. Oh, that was the animated one. Okay. Batman in Scooby-Doo doesn't really count. Super Friends doesn't really count, right? Because it's not. I'm looking for Batman only properties, right? Where Batman is the lead. Legends of Superheroes, which was just a reiteration of a team up of some DC Comics greatest superheroes. Okay, and that was still Adam West and what's his face? New Adventure. I didn't realize there were this many things. Oh, this is for series specifically. Yeah, and New Adventures of Batman. This is the one that looks the most interesting. New Adventures of Batman, 77 and 78. Oh, I've seen clips of this. Wait, yes, I have. Yeah, and it's all wacky. And it's all kind of wacky. Once we made that dramatic shift from campy to dark, we accepted it and embraced it. We kind of did, too. My favorite dance is the bussy. Wait, what? There was Adventures of Batman 68, 69. But then nothing until New Adventures in 77. Yeah. I stopped the cap, Alfred. I count those because they continue the version of campy Batman. No, but no, what I'm saying is that the campy Batman was the version we had until we changed it up. But we kind of accepted it. But I don't know that it was all that popular. Look at some of these here. If it was so popular, Adventures of Batman had 17 episodes. The new Scooby-Doo movies that's Scooby-Doo. That's not Batman. Super Friends is not really Batman. It had a weird run. What the hell? This one, the Super Friends went from 73 to 85 and it had 93 episodes. It's like 10 episodes a year. And then you had Legend of Superheroes, which was 2 episodes, and The Adventures of Batman, which was 16 episodes. If these were so popular, I feel like they'd be longer. That's my logic, Dragoon. Is that I feel like if the campy Batman was so popular, these shows would have been more popular. They would have generated more revenue, and they would have been a lot longer than 10 episodes, or however it is. Like, it wasn't until like Super Friends. If you want to count Super Friends, okay, but over 12 years, it had 93 episodes. That's not a huge run. That's not a big run for something that people said is very popular. And then you go to animated series, and animated series had 85 episodes across 3 years. And it was hella popular. Wasn't the comic code also a major reason why comics were always so campy? Yes, and that's a good point. There was another issue of you couldn't do a more serious, darker tone Batman because there was the comic code and everybody was still trying to follow up with it. So it wasn't until Miller said, all right, we're going to do it like this. I think they changed the code at some point. And then it was like, oh, wait, this works much better. So there was a specific reason it wasn't happening. The show that made irreparable damage to Aquaman's image. You can do the Adam West bit in The Simpsons with Tobey Maguire, change no dialogue, and it still works. Now we're in a weird phase of back then versus now. Nowadays, and when TAS ran, we love to do long runs. Wait, what? That was a shift in how we made stuff. I finally got my stencil on the fake skin. Wait, on the fake skin? It's inside chat 1. Let's see here. Oh, the stencil came out great. Ooh, Splatterhouse? That stuff is fake skin. I like that Splatterhouse. I haven't seen the 2 Joker films. Same reason as you. I have no interest. I've heard great things about the first one, and everyone completely trashing Joker 2. The code started falling out of use by the late 70s, before Miller's time. Okay, so it was starting to fall out of service, and then Miller popped up because Miller was what, 83. Miller's Dark Knight was 83, I think, right around there. Yeah, but it was interesting. It's interesting to see Batman. Miller's Dark Knight was early 80s, around the same time as Watchmen. Which Watchmen, it was funny because I know that I was never a gigantic comic book person. I've read comics and I tried to keep up with the characters and some of the stories, but I know I wasn't really big when The Watchmen came out, and they're like, it's the most celebrated graphic novel of all time. And I'm sitting there thinking, I have never heard of this. I had before the movie, I had never heard of The Watchmen. Which is not to slam The Watchmen. It's just to say that I was not nearly into comic books that much. Did they ever make the first female Robin canon, or is she only in Dark Knight? The Carrie Kelly? I think Carrie Kelly they've used a few times. But as Carrie Kelly. Or are you talking about someone else? It says they need to count those spin-off shows as cameos and cameos because they're still based on that version of the characters. And that's how many were introduced to Batman. I didn't watch West Batman, but I knew him from Scooby-Doo and Super Friends. I see what you're saying. That it's still the version that they pushed onto people. But my logic, Dragoon, is if it's the version that they were pushing on the people and it was popular, why wasn't there more of it? I feel like this Dark Knight version that we have now, I feel like every 2 or 3 years there's another version of it. I mean, how many versions of that version of Batman have we had? And they're all like that. And if the West Batman was as popular for just being popular, I'm curious to know why not go back to it. That's my only logic. That's the logic that I use to say that is, if it was that popular, we'd be doing it again, or there'd be 2 different versions of it. You know, there'd be the more serious one, and then there would be the wackier one. And I don't feel like we've ever really had the wackier one, other than Brave and the Bold, which again I don't think was as long as some of the other shows. I love Watchmen. Carrie Kelly is only ever used in spin-offs at Dark Knight. She'll cameo in a few things, but never mainline. Stephanie Brown was the first main female Robin. I don't think I've actually ever seen that. Hold on. Stephanie. I thought she was the person that wrote Twilight. Stephanie Brown. I still in many ways prefer that Batman to the Dark Knight. Dang, this character looks cool. I'm sure she didn't look like that originally, but introduction. I want to see what she looked like at first, because all I'm seeing is modern artwork. When was she first introduced? Stephanie Myers was Twilight. Oh, okay. All right. How good is Batman at sleeping, hanging upside down? Don't they do that in Batman 89? What do you think of Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Like seeing that kind of movie as a kid with a lot of cartoon characters interacting with real life. Saber. I love Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and I am annoyed that we don't have it more. I'm annoyed that there isn't another Roger Rabbit, that there isn't, obviously not another Who Framed Roger Rabbit, but the idea of, so in Roger Rabbit, they have the cartoon world that's behind the wall in the building, and you have, the rubber hose animation, the animation from that style. I wish that there was an animation world in a lot of other places, because the idea of the Roger Rabbit characters going into an anime world where they meet a bunch of anime characters is awesome to me. And I would love to see stuff like that. I would love to see different versions of that where anime exists in another place, and then we go there, and that, like, I think that there's so much you can do with a modern day Roger Rabbit, and I hate that we're not doing it. Just because what came after wasn't far more popular, it shouldn't discount the OG version's popularity. Again, West and that gen Batman fit that era, full of shows like The Munsters, Addams Family, and such. And Dragoon, and I'd be curious to know how much of that plays into the popularity. Like you said, it fit the era. So maybe when we got to Dark Knight, maybe that was the problem, is that the people that consume that type of media were just in a different mindset altogether. So I wonder if that's it. So maybe there was a popularity for that Batman. Again, I still question that popularity just because there weren't a lot of products for it. And we know how people are. Once there's money in something, they go all in. So I do question it, but that would probably have changed at some point. At some point, fans said they wanted something else and they got something else. And to be fair, we still kind of do that. There are times where we want more out of a character. There are times when we want less out of a character. There's times when we want more out of the other characters. There's times when we say, oh, we don't want any more Batman stories. We want a Joker story. We want a Penguin story. We want Harley Quinn and Poison Ivy. Like, we want that. And it does work. It does work. But it's not as popular as Batman. You know how we know? Because there's still more Batman things being made than other people things being made. They should make a Roger Rabbit come into terms with CG animation. Isn't that just the Chippendale movie? To be fair, Uncle, fans are rarely truly happy. No, I don't know. I mean, that's something that we always talk about, where we talk about fans are unhappy, and it's funny as a joke, but realistically, there are lots of fans that are happy with what they have. You know how we know? Because they don't bitch about it all the time. It's always the people, it's always the smaller group of people that have the bigger voice, that scream the loudest. So Kingdom Hearts. West versus Dark Knight Batman another way. To put the West versus Dark Knight Batman another way, it'd be like saying that Ocarina compared to Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, but one has become more popular and dramatically outperformed the other. But we wouldn't argue that Ocarina wasn't popular in the first place. But rarely, the difference, Dragoon, is that rarely have I ever heard somebody say, outside of you, somebody say that Adam West era of Batman was a fantastic version of Batman, and we need to go back to that. I've never heard anybody say that we need to go back to that. Whereas when people talk about going back to the Zelda formula, the standard Zelda formula, Ocarina is the one that they bring up. I've never heard anybody say we need to go back to Batman punching a bad guy and a big POW shows up on the screen. That's why it's a lot of that stuff. It may have been more popular than it is now, but they stopped making it. So then maybe the public changed. Maybe the viewers changed. Maybe the people that were consuming it changed. Still haven't fully watched the Chippendale movie. Yeah, that's not a terrible movie. I don't fully hate that movie. Did Judge Doom's red eyes scare me? Yes. I was uncomfortable when he screamed really high and then the knives came out of his eyes, because I don't like eye stuff. That's my thing. Is like, if you talk about pain and like the idea of a stick goes in, terrible, horrible. Or like a Wolf of Wall Street, Mad Men kind of thing with Luther. Or like a business Luther. Yeah, we punch out fans are starving. I didn't say fantastic. I said popular. I still question popular. All right. But I want to move on to a couple things. So you guys, these are probably going to be really quick tidbits because I don't have too much to say on these. But so we have in Discord, there's a stream topics thing. And what I always ask people is if you have anything that you think is worth chatting about, then please put it in there. If you're going to have an extended conversation, I would ask that you move it to one of the side chats or something. But as far as like linking stuff, I think that's the that's the place to do it. What traumatized me most was the shoe getting dipped. I always felt bad. I ended up feeling bad for that shoe later on, especially because now Saber, it means that there's another shoe somewhere that doesn't have that one. I always feel kind of bad for it. So the first quick tidbit, there's an 11.0 update coming out for Splatoon 3, and it says, what does it say? Version 11.0.0 update for Splatoon 3 arrives January 29th, which I guess is the announcement for that because we didn't know that there was something coming for Splatoon 3. As well as balance updates, there'll also be some new features added to battles. Stay tuned for more deets. Please note there will be no new weapon kits included in this update, which is great because I think there's way too many weapons in that game. That's interesting. I feel like it's going to be a performance patch. It's going to be mouse controls. New features added to battles. I'm wondering if it's going to be some customization features, some ways to change the fights, because that would actually be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind a weapon loadout for Splatoon as far as usable weapons. You know, we have the same for Mario Kart, where you choose the speed that Mario Kart happens, and then now you can custom weapons. You can decide whether you want all mushrooms or you can do something like that. So I wouldn't mind that for Splatoon, where it's like everybody has to use the same kind of weapon, or each person gets one kind of weapon. Or it's like Salmon Run, where there's a set of weapons to use, and each player has to decide which one of those that they can use. So I wouldn't mind something like that. I think that would be kind of interesting. I don't know if it's... I'm just trying to think of like other games that I want updates for, and I wouldn't mind a Metroid Dread update, but that game runs pretty well. I would just want some enhancements to the loading and stuff. There was another game that I wanted an update for, and I don't remember what it was. Splatoon 3 already looks and runs great on the 2 as it is as well. And you know what? I haven't played it on Switch 2. I haven't actually tried Splatoon on Switch 2. Just be Dread hard mode in 5 hours? Holy. Maybe a DLC. Oh, and I think they're doing Wonder. Or maybe that's the one that I'm thinking of, like a Mario Wonder update or something. Flash. What's this? I'm trying to read the start of that as the Epstein update. Okay, right. The Epstein update. We've had that as Splatoon 3 Switch 2 update has been rumored. So apparently that it's not a rumor. It arrives on January 29th. That's Nintendo of Europe, so I'm assuming it's just going to be the same for us here. I do wonder if there's any other games that I really, really want an update for, and I can't really think of any. I'm looking over, even though I don't have my glasses on. Yeah, I don't know that I can really think of anything that I'd want an update for. I repeat, I'm tired, but it's pretty late to go nap. No worries. We don't know if this is a Switch 2 update, just a version update. Oh, I'm assuming it's going to be... Yeah, you're right. It doesn't actually say it's a Switch 2 update. Maybe we can make tricolor compatibility. Yeah, you're right. It doesn't actually say that it's a Switch 2 version. I'm kind of assuming it will be, but you know what they say about assuming. At the very least, I just want, the game to function and be better, even though I haven't played it in forever. Although that might change soon. We'll see what happens. The other story was Pocket Pair and Bushiroad announced a Pal World official trading card game. So a Pal World trading card game. So first off, I think we can just assume that the whole no, it's not exactly like Pokemon. It's just a coincidence. We can all assume that's a lie, right? They're going right after a card game. Nah, I'm mostly just teasing there. Is Pal World? I don't know. Does Pal World seem like the kind of thing that lends itself well to a tabletop game? Like, I know everybody assumes that it's just another Pokemon style game, but it's basically a survival game. I assume that on frame one, but good luck in that market, Pal World. You're not beating Pokemon, but because the card market is vicious. Not because of Pokemon. Yeah. I'm curious to know how this would even work as a card game. And I say that as somebody who doesn't play a ton of tabletop games and tabletop card games. And the ones that I have played are Yu-Gi-Oh! and I've seen and a little bit of Magic, and I've seen Pokemon. They're combat games, right? I've seen the Gundam game. I've seen the Final Fantasy game. They're basically combat games. So I'm curious to know if this is going to work like, I don't know, Catan with battles. Like, I don't know how this exactly works as a game. I guess I don't know enough about Pal World, but I know that Pal World is not just a straight up Pokemon game. It's a survival type game. So I'm wondering if they're going to translate that into the game or if they're just going to go strictly battle game. Nendoroids of Pal World monsters would be cool. I mean, for that, just make little figures. It'd be better. Yeah, it'd be better. Flash, I said the same thing. It'd be better off with cheap figurines. Part of this is because Sony and some others invested a lot of money into Pal World, so they really want it to turn into a franchise rather than a game. I'm interested to see how people respond to it. I mean, with card games, there are literally two types of games. Those that try to actually be a game and those which you could remove the game part and it still would not change anything. I still bet Nintendo's fuming right now. I don't really think Nintendo cares. I saw a couple people saying that stuff. I don't think Nintendo cares. I don't think that the card market is something they particularly care about, especially since they don't have really any entrance into it. Because Nintendo doesn't really have anything to do with Pokemon TCG, right? That's all Pokemon Company. That's not actually Nintendo. So I don't really think they care. Pokemon Company's probably going to say something, but a lot of this is probably just going to come down to, because there's one big factor that we haven't had here, and that is what's the game like? Because yes, they're probably going to say something if the game plays exactly like the Pokemon trading card game. But if it's a whole different type of game, if it's more like Yu-Gi-Oh! Or if it's something completely unique, the survival aspect makes me think that it's possible that it could be a completely unique type of game, then I feel like they can't say anything. Because if the logic is, well, they're taking our ideas, or, well, they're not really. They're using their own characters, and they're making their own type of game. You know, there has to be a point where there's enough separation of the outcome for the two different things, of the product, separation of the product, where a company says, all right, well, we can't really say anything about that. We can't. So if it's a different type of card game, then yeah, but if the cards all look the same, right? They're the same colors and everything. It's like, okay, wait, you are Pal World. With the things that you survived, you probably should not be poking the Ursa. I think they don't really care more if they don't do anything earlier with the game itself, and now clearly set the ground rules for what is actually violation. They would have been legally covered. That's what I feel the lawsuit was more about. They just needed people to know that they were saying something, basically. I don't know. They care enough to try to sue the Pal World devs into oblivion, which they've been failing. Damn cards all look the same. The other thing was that there's this wave of Pokemon Legos, and you know, some of them are kind of crazy. There's little expensive ones, but there's an Eevee, so I gotta get the Pokemon. The Pokemon Lego Eevee. And now clearly set the groundwork for what is an actual violation. They would have been legal. I feel the lawsuit was more about because they didn't seem to get mad. They lost. They got Pal World to change what they wanted in the end. So they'll probably do it again. It was just to say we're looking. Would love to see them say anything about a certain ad using music related to Pokemon, but nah, it's easier to punch down. Of course it is. I mean, it's also AGM. It's also Nintendo. Most companies are down. Right? I don't think there are many companies that Nintendo can sue up to. They just really are that high up. But yeah, I don't think that they're gonna have too much of a problem with it. What I'd be curious about, going back to the Pal World game, what I'd be curious about is really what other people are gonna say. Is it gonna be something that they buy initially, or is it gonna be something that they say, all right, we don't really care. We don't care. I had asked about, we were talking with Matt when we were doing an SGB recording. This was a while back, and they were talking about the Final Fantasy cards and the Avatar cards. The Avatar cards I think had just come out, and there were Spider-Man ones. I didn't know there were Spider-Man ones, and I didn't know there were Lord of the Rings crossovers. And I had said Lord of the Rings I think would have been a great crossover, and Elliot told me, yeah, they've done that already. Apparently they did a Spider-Man one. There's a Spider-Man Magic the Gathering crossover, and it sold terribly. So what that tells me is that even the popularity of a product, of a franchise, might not translate into sales for everything. The Spider-Man FTG set was a trash fire of issues. So maybe that's not automatically going to be popular. So I wonder if this Pal World card game, if people are going to say, ooh, or they're going to collect it as a novelty, or if they're just going to say, I absolutely don't care. Absolutely don't care. You know, there's an official Nintendo Lego Game Boy. Was there really? You have a picture of it? I'd argue Nintendo didn't get nothing when they lost, because the thing they wanted changed, got changed before the lawsuit even ended. But to be fair, any money Pokemon loses to their competitors is morally correct at this point. So that's a Doctor Who, Warhammer, Sonic. Magic the Gathering's been on a path of becoming the Fortnite of card games. The Lego Game Boy came out a while ago, and it's really cool. I'm gonna have to see that. Yeah, I mean, Magic's kind of got a whole bunch of things. But my point is that they probably didn't all sell as well as Final Fantasy, for instance. I mean, some of them are not really Magic the Gathering adjacent. You know, when you talk about Final Fantasy, Magic the Gathering, that makes sense. It's gaming. So at the very least, it's going to stretch into that. And then there is the fantasy element of it. You know, when you talk about Doctor Who and Magic the Gathering, it's like, okay, Doctor Who fans are probably going to like this. Magic the Gathering fans are only going to like it if the cards are good. Otherwise, they're just not going to care. I saw it in a Lego store last month. It had a Tetris game cart with it. Oh! I'm sorry, Flash. I'm an idiot. Lego Game Boy. I'm thinking a working Game Boy that looks like Lego. Yes, the actual Lego Game Boy. Yeah, okay, I've seen this before. I have seen this before. I'm thinking a functional Game Boy that is Lego themed. Just saying, for a company that cares about the little details and patent the concept of flying, you'd think any of the organizations involved with Pokemon would complain about gotta catch them all, but that didn't get any noise. It's probably too vague, AGM. They're probably going to say it was too vague. Spider-Man sold terribly because they only paid for some of the license. So the cards could be Spider-Man, but digitally they didn't have the license, so they were turned into a generic set. And then because of that, Spider-Man became tournament illegal. You have the Lego Game Boy. Only thing read the first was this. Only thing I read was the first Heretic and played Bolt Gun. When it comes to Warhammer, Warhammer's a franchise I wouldn't mind trying out. I wouldn't mind getting into. It's a little dark for my taste. Which is funny because we had old Dark Knight conversation, but it is a little, because it's what do they call it, like dark fantasy? There's a term for not dystopian future, but it's like I think it's like dark fantasy or something that they call Warhammer. And it is a bit much, but I have seen some scenes and I watched some story videos. Grimdark, thank you. That's exactly what I was thinking of. Grimdark. I've seen some stuff from it, and it looks interesting. I like the character designs. I love the really big, large marine type characters and stuff. Kind of made me want to play the modern Wolfenstein. Was it Wolfenstein New Order that had like big characters? That's my issue with Warhammer. Cool stuff in bursts, but too dark overall for me to get into. Like, I love that. I love that as an aesthetic. Like, it's cool, but I think there's only so much I can take. And I'll never get into the game. I'll never get into the tabletop game. Unless you let me play Warhammer with cardboard cutouts that I make myself. There's no way I can pay those Warhammer prices for things. It's I look at I look at Warhammer and I think, imagine Monopoly, but each of the pieces costs $50. That's what I look at when I look at Warhammer. Here's a tip to get into Warhammer: avoid talking to any Warhammer fans online. When it comes to card games, you really shouldn't measure it on how well the initial base set sells, because most people buy boxes just in case the game blows up, and they could sell it for a massive markup. Oh, Bob, you're saying that the Spider-Man set, even if it sold well initially, a lot of it has the test of time. If you're talking 3 years later and it's still selling like hotcakes, you probably have a good thing on your hand. And if not, there's a bunch of unopened boxes in people's basements. Sell for mass market. Yeah, if your game is still selling well with an active player scene, then we can examine if your game is a success. Okay. Favorite was Wolfenstein 2 for sure. General, thank you so much for the 25 bits. I appreciate that. Heresy is expensive. The Pokemon Lego set, the gym badge bonus items only come with the Charizard. Wait, I didn't realize there were bonus things for it. Is there pictures of it all? I don't know if I have some pictures of it. Hold on, let me see the pictures of it here. So it's in Stream Topics right now. Lala, thank you so much for putting all these pictures in here. So there's the Kanto badge collection set, which looks kind of cool. Comes with a little glass case and everything. There's the Eevee. It's what is it? 500 and something pieces. There's the Eevee. Looks fantastic. You know me. I love an Eevee. There's the Pikachu. Oh, it doesn't say how much the gym badge set is. The badge collection is that's a bonus item only. That's a bonus item only. That's why it doesn't say. The Eevee is $60. There's a Pikachu with the Pokeball and a stand, and that's $200. Oh, but it looks huge. It's not actually that big, but it's complicated. It's one of these more gym badges only via the $650 one. And that's for $650 you get Charizard, Blastoise, Venusaur, and the badges. It's interesting because it doesn't look like the badges are in the box. Are they separate? Is it like you buy them and then you mail away for the other ones? Lego does list it as 25 pounds on site, but no purchase option. Yeah, and then if you look, it's not on the box. The badge is a bonus set. But how do you get it? That's what I mean. When you said bonus set, I assumed it came in the box. But if you look at the box for the 3 starters, it's not pictured on the box. At least not on the side or back. Yeah, so how do you get the bonus set? Because it doesn't seem like it's in the box here. When you order the Kanto set, if the place has it available, they give you the second box. Okay, so when you order the starters, they throw in the Kanto set, but it's a separate packaged item. So I wonder if they will just start selling it later. That 651 is 3 large Pokemon and the stand and elemental stand to display. Oh yeah, there's plenty of stuff in the box, but at the same time, it's expensive. I mean, all of Lego has been expensive. Okay, yeah. The Kanto set is 20 inches tall and 24 inches wide. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad for what you're getting there. If you're a hardcore Pokemon fan. It'd be interesting. I mean, I like that the Eevee one is the cheapest one. Lego is and isn't expensive. You get a good quality item. when you buy Lego. That's the one thing I will defend with Lego. Lego is almost always a good quality item. You are going to get something in the box, and it's going to feel like a premium quality item, and you're going to put it together, and it's going to look awesome. But it's expensive. Because Legos are still pretty dirt cheap. Lego sets with guides are what are expensive. Lego, can you even buy Legos individually? I know you can buy the sets, but even the sets they're kind of up there. It's insane what people be building with Legos. I mean, yeah, when you look at what people can do with Legos, it is kind of impressive. It's priced at 8 to 11 cents a brick, which, I mean, that is high. That is high because you rather remember you're also getting 1,000 pieces. Nah, I don't think you can. I don't think you can. Same goes with minifigs. The always price based on brick count, no license fee, but due to the license, the IP owners request higher detailing, leading to more bricks, leading to increased costs. I got my husband the Enterprise D Lego set. Ooh, that's got to be expensive, but it probably looks so good. It was expensive, but the look on his face was priceless. I mean, you can buy individual Legos for pretty cheap in boxes, buckets of Legos. That's what I'm thinking of, Dragon. I'm not thinking. I don't mean individual Legos as in individual, like I can just buy a 2x4 piece. I mean, you used to be able to buy bins of Legos or containers of Legos without a set plan. And there were no instructions. It was just a bunch of different colored pieces and a bunch of different colored shapes. You can still buy bins. How much are the bins? So like let's say 8 cents per brick. Where's my calculator? 0.08 times, let's say there's 500 pieces in it. That's 40. Would a 500 piece various Legos in a bin, would that be $40? Because I feel like they've been more. Yeah, 2 to 500 for 20. So maybe it's cheaper. Maybe I'm wrong and it is cheaper. Well, I'm not really claiming it, but yeah, I don't know. I and the one thing I will defend though is that those bins usually come with pretty plain looking pieces. And then the sets, that's the thing that I always defend it with Lego. When you buy the actual sets, they're more expensive, but there are usually a lot of custom shapes and stuff. I remember back when I was a kid, I bought it wasn't Star Wars, it was just lunar themed, and it had like a little base with a satellite dish and stuff. And I remember thinking, this is so, like, I bought the piece. I remember I wanted to buy it specifically because it had some pieces that were like this not holographic, like a fluorescent green. It had these fluorescent green pieces to it, and I couldn't get Legos like that. So I bought it for the unique pieces, and then I built the set as it was supposed to be, and then I took it apart, and then I used those pieces to make other things. So I was buying it for that. We have a 484 piece bucket for a $24.99. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, that's good. Let me take a look at this. I want to see what's in there. I kind of want one of these too. No, stop. Every website you go to has a bunch of crap on it. Yeah, that's not bad at all. All right. Better than 8 cents a piece, that's for sure. Something like, say, the Spider-Man MTG set being a failure is a separate thing. Spider-Man is not a series that is lacking in merch, so it doesn't get that buff. Apparently, most cards in Spider-Man were pretty widely available cards that were not super competitive relevant. And most of the sets were super overpriced for what you got. So it was being a failure. So it being a failure is kind of expected, unfortunately. The only thing I would say to that bot is, as far as the price goes, everybody admits that the Final Fantasy ones are kind of expensive, and which I think part of it is because there's a lot of people buying it that don't plan on playing the game. They're just buying a collectible. So as a collectible, it feels expensive. But I don't think that hurt those sales at all. Yeah, £24.99 is around $33.64. Oh, well, it does cost a little more. You can also custom request Lego parts and price from the Lego store. Lego bins also go on sale all the time and now come with a manual to build. I think they always did that. I think they always had some manual to build a bunch of small things. I always had a problem with Bionicles and Transformers as a kid. I never put them together properly. Well, I mean, Transformers you don't put together. You just transform. But Bionicles was probably a little... Bionicles, Connects. I know there were kids that were like, Connects were a little complicated. It's a rough estimate as price difference on the bricks. Like a 1/1 brick, it would be like 3 to 4 cents. But then the unique custom or printed bricks would be closer to 30 or 40 cents. Hey, Trickster! I hope you're doing all right. And many also bought the Magic Final Fantasy cards because they make for good official art pieces. Yeah, so like the Final Fantasy cards kind of count as a collectible, and you had a lot of people. I mean, I was gonna buy them, but it's just a bit too much. If I can get some cheap, I probably will. I wouldn't mind having the Final Fantasy cards. Maybe I'll even play the game. Maybe that's something that we can do one day. Okay. But yeah, that was the stuff that I had seen. There wasn't really anything else story-wise. I thought something else had come up, but I was like, man, don't worry about it. All right, so we're going to close that. We're going to close this. So, okay. So, the next thing I wanted to talk about was the stream. I want to talk about the stream here. Final Fantasy fits with Magic better than Marvel Comic Hero. Also may have factored. Then here's my question, because I had asked Elliot this, and I think that he said that they did okay. Because that was my biggest question about Spider-Man and Magic the Gathering. It's like Magic the Gathering tonally doesn't really feel like something Spider-Man fits into. How did Lord of the Rings sell? Because Lord of the Rings in the world of Magic the Gathering aesthetically fits perfectly. Final Fantasy, you've got the blend of sci-fi and fantasy when it comes to Final Fantasy, so I feel like you're going to get away with that. But again, a lot of people were just collecting it because they were Final Fantasy fans, and that's what they wanted. Lord of the Rings sold very well. See, I feel like I can't see Spider-Man fitting in Magic. It just doesn't. It just, from an aesthetic standpoint, a gameplay standpoint, it just depends on how the cards actually work. But aesthetically, I don't think it matches very well. But Lord of the Rings matches perfectly, and that sold very well. Lord of the Rings sold well, but it also had the whole, we only have one the ring card. Who will be the lucky buyer? Gilf with Stream, Blue Island. SpongeBob fits perfectly into Magic the Gathering. Wait, Gilf with Stream? What's this? Good luck, have fun? Is that what that is? Hi, Blue Island. Also, the release format was different. Magic cards were sold in marked up prices, sure, but they were still regular. There were still regular set of new usable cards. Think most Spider-Man cards were released in secret layers, which are a handful of premium reprints with Spider-Man art for about $10-ish bucks. Oh, so they weren't even unique cards? To be fair, we did have Nickelodeon's Avatar. Nickelodeon, yeah, the Avatar, I don't know. I guess they came out already. Yeah, they did come out already. They were pretty cool. I think that's another one where I'd be interested to know how much those cards are being used in actual gameplay, because I wonder if a lot of the Avatar fans bought those cards. So, there's always going to be the difference of the people who are fans of the game and bought those cards and the people who are fans of whatever property they made those cards in. Did I just hear Gilf? I don't know. That's what I thought I read. But Final Fantasy were released in regular booster packs and sets, though, right? Can't you go and buy like the Cloud set and the Sephiroth one? It's got the 2 decks with it. How do those work? Okay, that's a good question. When the ring was found, it was sold to another MGT player for a crap ton of money. I think in the millions. In the Cloud deck, right? I go and I buy the one that's got Cloud right on the front, or it's got Terra right on the front, or Sephiroth right on the front. Is that a complete deck? If I bought 5 of those, I'm going to get the same cards in every one of those decks, right? And then I think it comes with a couple of booster packs, and then the boosters might be random, but those are complete decks, right? Yeah, who's in it for the game and who's in it for collecting? You should be able to, but that's where the market itself jumps in. And that's where the market itself jumps in, and you can't. Yeah, they're starter decks. So, yeah. So I feel like if you want to play Magic the Gathering, you can do both. You can buy just the one of those starter decks, and buy the Final Fantasy thing. I'm zoning out too hard. Take a power nap about 30 minutes. No problem. We'll be here, Flash. We'll be here. Magic is a weird thing they do where they have sets and secret layers and sold in packs only as bundles. What the hell? Spider-Man secret layers they sold are 5 to 7 set cards, specifically boxes for $30 or $40. Okay, aren't not okay. Wait, what? Yeah, so that's interesting. I thought about trying Magic again. I thought about it. People told me Commander. Somebody else told me that I saw John they were doing Commander stuff. And people have told me before that I might like Commander decks and that Commander's type gameplay. I need to get more Final Fantasy cards if I can. I need to get my vanilla card to work with my Fang card. Oh, okay. And make Ragnarok. I don't know. I feel like there's so much open right now that I can do, but that stuff costs money. I'm not gonna pay like 60. It's like $60, right? It's like 60 or $80. Oh, I have Fang. I just need vanilla. That's is that 13? Are you talking about 13? Which Final Fantasy game was that? Sorry, I if it's 13, I'm not familiar. Wait, actually, I'm sorry. Fang and Vanilla. Which expansion of Final Fantasy 14 are they in? It is 13, right? I have Lightning's card in MCG. She's straight up broken and awesome. Kratos would fit. Yeah, like if you did God of War in there, I mean now we're getting into the Smash Brothers levels of who should get in. Kratos would be kind of interesting. God of War as a pantheon of cards. What's the word I'm even looking for there? When it comes to Final Fantasy cards, got a decent collection of I got a decent collection of the official Final Fantasy card game. Both cards are good, but they combine together to form Ragnarok. Lightning effect, essentially, if I deal damage to you, you're already losing. That's probably true. Right? So I do not need to get into this. Yeah, Bob, you're like, no, I'm fine. I got plenty of cards with pictures of Final Fantasy characters on them. I don't need to do it anymore. It's not incorrect. All right. So the next thing I wanted to talk about was the stream, and I wanted to. So I was going to go live today. I knew I was going to do that, but I'm not sure what I was going to play. I wasn't sure, and then it occurred to me that I have a few paths open right now, and I just wanted to talk to you guys and figure out what's going on. I'll tell you what my thought process is. I have the Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy and Final Fantasy TCG stuff. She had First Strike, Trample, and Lifelink. If she deals player damage, they take double until next turn from all sources. Oh my god. So it's not 14 days, it's 4 days. It's 96 hours. Which I am playing it, AGM. I did Final Fantasy 14 I'm talking about. I did get a little bit further. I think I'm in 4.2 now. Let me see here. Hold on. MSQ. Post. Where am I? This one? I'm looking to see where. Okay, I think that's around where I am. Hope on the waves. So I'm in 4.2 right now. I'm doing the Gosetsu stuff with Tsuyu, and I'm going through all of that. Kind of slowly, if I'm being completely honest with you. I am kind of trudging slowly through it. Trying to get my bearings, remember how to play the damn game, remember my rotation. I kind of remember my rotation, but it's one of those situations where when I use my rotation, I still feel like I'm doing something wrong. And I actually think part of it is just the way that I play the game. As I'm an arrow player, I use the arrows to move around and stuff. So that way I use my right hand to hit the arrows so that my left hand is free to hit all the buttons. And I wanted to ask you how do you play Final Fantasy 14? I know for the mouse and keyboard people, because I know the controller players play controller. Have you been hit by the daily DDoS yet? No, I haven't been hit by a daily DDoS, but I can tell you that every time I log in, there's a queue. For anybody that plays with mouse and keyboard, how do you play? How do you move your character? Do you do WASD? Do you move with the mouse somehow? Do you use the arrows? Like I feel like that's my issue, is that I need to change my control scheme because my rotation is complicated. My rotation is complicated, and there's stuff I'm not using. There's a lot of stuff I'm not using because it's just a whole bunch of buttons I gotta hit, and I like it, but it is difficult. Hybrid. Moving and rotation, controller, communications, mouse, and keyboard. Wait, moving and rotation? You're going to have to, AGM, you're going to have to send me a picture of what your hands are doing when you play the game. Are you left hand on the keyboard, right hand with a controller so that you can move the character around? That's interesting if that's the case. Controller players use controller. I have long wizard fingers, so I can reach all of the keys on WASD. Oh, Lightning card title is Army of One, which is accurate. Yeah, so I'm normally on controller. When I'm on PC, I use the mouse. I use the mouse for movement most. How do you use the mouse for movement? I literally just don't know. Because I never have. I've used the mouse to make selections or click things. There was a couple of times where I tried to use WASD, and in order to pick all the spells for what I was going to do, I was clicking them with the mouse. Do you do that? Just hold both buttons down. Wait, really? Most insane control setup. You just hold both buttons down and your character just runs? Really? And what about moving? Like if you want to turn left or right, what do you just does it move where your pointer is going? In combat, I will WASD and I'm a click for all my skills. Yeah, okay, so you click for all your skills. That's probably what I need to do. With a busy enough rotation, because I have stuff on my number keys and then my shift number keys. And I have to remember to do that. You had macros? So you had macros set up. Just turn the mouse. Oh, it locks the camera behind you, so when the camera turns, you turn. Okay. So yeah, maybe that's what I need to do. Because then that'll free my left hand up to hit all the keys. Like when actually playing the game, as in Dungeons and Fightings, I use controller. But to move inventory, chatting, and navigate through the menus, I put it down and use mouse and keyboard. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need to start playing with controller. I don't know though. I like mouse and keyboard for that stuff. It's heavily job dependent. I mean, to be completely honest, I am probably the most boring player for that stuff. I have a black mage and that's it. Preferred controller for PC? PS4 controller. I have one of those 8-bit do adapters. So it connects to Bluetooth. This is my PC controller. Yeah, I should try controller just to see how it feels. A lot of the boss fights in WoW are movement based, so you had to be able to duck, dip, dodge, dive, and dodge. It wasn't as difficult as Executor. My rotation was a lot simpler. I was a arcane mage and then a fire mage later. My rotation was a lot simpler, but I also had my favorite spell probably in any game ever, which was Blink. And Blink would basically teleport you 20 yards forward. And I love that spell. So what I would do when I was fighting bosses, when we were doing raids and stuff, because a lot of my rotation, especially as arcane, required me to stand still or because you couldn't cast on the move. So I would cast. And then when I had to move, I was already pointing in the right direction. So whenever I had to move, all I had to do was hit blink and it moved me out of whatever I was attacking. And now I don't have that as a resource. So I feel like I have to change how I do things with it. 8BitDo has a Bluetooth adapter that doesn't cost $60 compared to Sony's. Yeah. Hold on. I'll find it for you. Let me find the exact one that I'm using. 8BitDo adapter. Yeah, this thing. Copy image. I'm going to put it in follower form on Discord. Put it in follow. Blue, I don't know if you're in our Discord, but if you go to the follower forum, it's there. Hang on. Can I paste it? Can I post it here? Paste? No? No? Okay. I can't post it here. Oh wait, hold on. I can go to I'm gonna link you the Best Buy page. Hold on. Copy. Yeah, that shouldn't be too much text there. Yeah, $20. It's $20. It works really well too. I just play with a DualShock 4 wired. I like to have it non-wired. I do like to have that. On my Rogue, I had to be locked in. Oh, this is also why I want to switch to port of 14. Imagine playing via controller, but also if I want to use a mouse, I just flip the Joy-Con. Yeah, and it works, Blue. I've been using it for years, and it works terrifically. Hold on, I'm going back up. I'm a hunter. I was able to just auto attack and play something else, like Smash Bros. During raids. Now, see, Executor, I liked Mage just because in World of Warcraft. I liked Arcane Mage especially because it was a simple rotation. People used to kind of insult mages for that, where they used to joke that you would just put the drinking bird. Remember the drinking bird that would go down and then bop back up and go back down? They used to joke that you'd put one of those in front of your keyboard and that's how you played. But it was slightly more complicated than that. But I used to like it because, especially later, a lot of the bosses had mechanics. They had switches that you had to hit or things that you had to do. So I liked having a simpler rotation because that was usually my job. My job was, all right, at this point, you had to hit a switch. So that was my job because my rotation was simple and I could drop my rotation, go and hit the switch, and then pick my rotation back up and usually not lose any speed. I rarely saw arcade. After Cataclysm. Cataclysm is where it shifted over to fire, and then I think ever since then, DPS spec for mages was usually fire. But yeah, I for Final Fantasy 14, I only play Black Mage. I just have no interest in any of the other ones. They freaking hurt in PvP. Oh, in mages in PvP? See, it's funny because back then PvP spec was Frost. You were a Frost mage for PvP. Zed Ninja hit me hard on controller because some skills are much earlier to click, but for Summoner, controller is easy. Finally, Summoner was like that until recently. It was so easy you could actually macro your entire rotations to a single button. So yeah, so then what would happen was it was your job to do other things. Oh, Arcane Mages in PvP. Interesting. Okay, done with work. Maybe I can eat. I mean, you can hang out here. Or you want to EEEP? I guess so. As long as one of those middle E's isn't an R. I wish I'd been able to get the Hyperkin 360 Xbox Series controller, which is as it sounds. It's the Series controller, but the design is more like the 360 than the Xbox One. Ooh, that is kind of good. Slightly, but still possible to do one button. See, that's the one thing I never like. Macros probably make it easier, but I didn't really want to do those. Oh, so let me get to what I wanted to really talk about. Is the city doing okay after the Beagles game? I haven't heard any horrible stories, so I don't think they're destroying the city the way everybody thought. To be completely honest, I watched that Eagles game, and after watching that game and watching the last Eagles game, they probably didn't deserve to win. They were not playing to the caliber that they should have. Probably should have still beat the Beagles. Yeah, go Dogs. The Beagles. Yeah, that was a bummer. It was a bummer to see, but like I'm not a hardcore Eagles fan. I'm barely a football fan. Well, that's not true because I do like watching football, but yeah, I've never been like, put it this way, I've never done the Eagles chant, which I can't. I don't mind the Eagles chant except that they do it everywhere. You'll be at the weirdest thing, right? You'll be at a bris. At someone's bat mitzvah and they're busting out the Eagles chant. It's like, all right, guys, what are we doing here? But it was sad to see them lose. I'm definitely more of a Flyers fan. If there's any sport that I genuinely like to watch outside of football, it's hockey. And even then, I'm not knowledgeable. I'm not a sports guy. I can't tell you the whole lineup or I don't even know some of the rules. Like whenever they call icing, I'm always kind of like, I think I understand that rule, but I'm not entirely sure. Macro good, but in abuse there's double-edged sword because you're better manually rotating since sometimes the fight requires you to know when to activate what, even for summoner. I get to lie in Philly streamers chat rooms about how much I love the birds. Man, just you an indie visual novel Ace Attorney like game. Of the Devil prologue is free on Steam to check it out. I'll add it to my library just to be safe. Thank you. Only reason I like the Bengals is because association I'm forced to like them. Columbus better than Cincinnati. Yeah, this is a funeral. I mean, I'm sure it's happened. But let me go back to what I was saying. So I'm in a point right now with the stream specifically. Like you all know that I'm in whatever life situation that I'm in right now, but I'm at a point with the streaming where we finished the randomizer run and I said, all right, so what are we going to do today? And I thought, well, we're kind of open to do a lot of things. And I wanted to talk to you guys about what some of the possibilities were that I was thinking and see how you felt about some of them. The first one is the year starting strong for y'all or not? I mean, I hope it's starting strong for everybody else. It's not starting super duper strong for me, but we'll see how it goes. I'm still hopeful that it's going to be better. So is this the point where Greg does a Wawa vlog stream? Oh, Ronan, I'm glad Ronan's here. Ronan, rating with a party of 3. Thank you so much from Ronan Stream. I hope you guys are doing all right. I hope you enjoy Final Fantasy 16. It's been going good. Got over my ex. Very good. I know you said that you went on a date or something. I hope the date went well. I haven't dated. Well, I'm not even going to get into that. It's a slow burn. No worries. Kind of like innovated by the U.S. Other than that, Stone. So basically, you're anywhere except the U.S. Because I don't even know what the U.S. is capable of anymore. So what I was thinking was just beat Bahamut. Oh, you just beat Bahamut. Oh, excellent. So what I was thinking was there's a couple of different things that we can do on stream, and either we can start something like a longer play, or we can do some short format stuff. So I thought I would present you with some ideas just to sort of get a feel for what you guys want to watch, what you might want to watch. So the first is more Metroid. We just finished Super Metroid, and then I was thinking about, what if we played, just for the lulz, what if we played Metroid Prime 4? So then I thought, would I want to play Metroid Prime 4, or would I want to go back? Because originally we had done Metroid up to Prime 1, and then I never did 2 and 3. So I could set up my Wii U, have the Metroid Prime trilogy, which the only thing that sucks with that is I don't want to play with the Wiimote. So I would have to try and get the GameCube one working, which is a whole separate. The reason I didn't go to Metroid Prime 2 when we were doing them actively was because my adapter broke. So I have no way to play it on stream. I have no way to push it through an HDMI. I had asked somebody about Prime Hack. I'm not familiar with it, but I would like to get more familiar with it. There is that Dolphin mod for 3 if you're feeling adventurous, which is, if I play 3, that's what I would do. I would use that sort of mod. So Prime Hack is a thing that we could do. Prime 4 is a thing that we could. You've used it before. So Other M and Prime 3 only motion controls. No, the Other M doesn't. I think it uses some motion, but not a ton. Not like Prime 3 does. I'm still the Xbox Series, Mark, letting you. Better off going through dev mode and playing Prime Hack that way. Oh, okay. So playing it on the system. I have to get it back. So there's Prime Hack, and there's not Prime Hack, and then there's just Metroid. So I could always just start Metroid from the beginning, play Metroid 1, 2, or go all the way up. One of the other possibilities was Final Fantasy 14, and we would just go through some Final Fantasy 14. I know that that's always kind of tricky because MMOs can be kind of hard for people to follow. Yeah, I actually thought of that too when I was thinking about Metroid Executor was Dread, like doing a playthrough of Dread. I I know Final Fantasy 14 is not everybody's favorite cup of tea to watch. That's the thing, is that I think that people have a lot more fun playing that stuff than they do watching it. Some people. I know that there are a lot of people that like to play it or that like to watch it. So I thought about that, and then of course that made me think about other Final Fantasies, but I don't think I would want to do those. I've been trying to get back into the DS Castlevania. What about Dragon's Lair? I don't have a huge interest in those. What would you even call those? QTE games, right? Quick time event. We have fun watching Johnny stream. But Johnny's good at the game. Yeah, like the QTE games I was never really big into. Whether, Connie, it can be like Dragon's Lair and Space Ace and Brain Dead 13, or it can be Flashback.
We've got a friend request.
Flashback and Out of This World. I mean, they're not really the same thing, but those types of games. Tall Nerd Streams, thank you so much for the follow. Very much appreciate that. Who's a QT? One idea I had.
We've got a friend request.
Hey, definitely Def. Thank you so much for the follow. One idea that I had was there are two ways to implement this, and one of them is cheaper because I have it already, which is we play Baldur's Gate 3. I've been feeling another Baldur's Gate 3 run, which would only be my second one. Team GeoGuessr streams. I'd been feeling another Baldur's Gate run, which would only be my second one, and I would change up the team. Because so the last time I played it, it was Karlach, of course, Astarion, of course, and it wasn't really Will. Bear percent run. It was Shadowheart. And then I had Will, but I didn't use him. And then so that was also the run where I never got Lae'zel, and I didn't rescue Gale from the portal in the beginning. Just gone. So like his bloody hand was there, and then that was it, and I never had Gale. I also never got Halsin, because at the end of chapter 2, I forgot there was something I missed. I don't know what it was. I think, I didn't clear the blight. Yeah, I left Gale in the void. Karlach, of course. Yeah, I left Gale in the void, and Halsin, I didn't fix the blight, which you're supposed to do if you want to get Halsin. Yeah, Halsin's apparently hard to get. I didn't really care too much about Halsin, even though he's the bear. So I thought about that. The reason I said that one could be expensive or cheap is because you mentioned Twitch integration, which I knew about, but Twitch integration is only for the PC version of the game, right? I can't integrate Twitch on the I have it on PS5. I can't integrate Twitch on the PS5. Yeah, Minthara is now more reasonably gettable on a good run. Yeah, Minthara is one that I ended up killing. I wanted to get her, but I ended up killing her, and then I found out you have to do some other stuff in order to get her. Can you get her on a don't you need Dark Urge? Isn't it one of those Dark Urge runs in order to get Minthara? Or is it's possible to get her now normally? So I thought about that. So it was Metroid stuff, or it was Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, you need the PC version. Hey, Marcos. Or it was a Baldur's Gate 3 run. I also owe you but Resident Evil 8. I was hoping to do Resident Evil 8 for Halloween, going into Halloween season last year, and then I wasn't able to because I wasn't really streaming at the time. Yeah, any game that has Twitch integration is always the PC version. That's why I said, like, the reason I said it could be cheap or expensive is because if I wanted to do a BG3 run with Twitch integration, I would have to buy the PC version. And I don't know how much that is right now. Because it can be the Steam version, right? It can be the Steam version. That would be good. It'll get you ready for 9. I suppose so. General, the one weird thing about me, and I always bring this up, so I apologize if I'm a broken record. one of the weird things about me with Resident Evil specifically is that I have a weird relationship with that series, in that I've played a lot of that series and I am not a hardcore Resident Evil fan. I only played a lot of that series more recently. There's a couple that I've played. I played 0 back in the day, or I played 1 remake back in the day. I played 0 back in the day, and I played 4 on the Wii. But as I've been here, I've done more of them. So I have this weird relationship. So when 9 comes out, Resident Evil 9 is not a buy for me. That's not something for me to go to the store and pick it up, because I've never been a huge Resident Evil fan. But I will eventually end up playing it, because that's what constantly has ended up happening. I think they had it like 50% off. It's full price. Winter sales have officially ended. Yeah. So let me see. BG3. If I just type in BG3, does the game know what I'm doing? Or does Steam know what I'm doing? It does not. But it gave me some sort of sexy DLC. All right, hold on. Baldur's Gate 3. Yeah, $60. Yeah, so I wouldn't do that version. So I wouldn't do the Twitch integration version, but I can still play the PS5 game. And you guys I can still ask you about choices. So BG3 is not out of the question. It's just, that's how it would look. Sexy DLC. Sounds like Larian, all right. BG3 was like 40. See, even 40 is a bit much for a game that I already have. That's my issue. You don't need Dark Urge. You have to knock her out, preferably by getting her attack you first, by stealing something rather than hitting her first. Then she'll appear at Moonrise. Oh, okay. Gamers will do anything but progress the backlog. Well, Stone, it's funny you say that. So on my off time, I was planning on playing Live Alive, and I played a little bit of it, and then I stopped. And there was a question about whether or not I would play Live Alive, so I could do Live Alive. So that's something. The other option would be to dig into my backlog and then use my backlog for streaming content. But my backlog is full of long games, so I wasn't sure how well I felt about that. There was also the question of whether or not I just wanted to do some community stuff, if I wanted to, have a week where we play different games together, or I go back and I play something like Splatoon, or I go back and I play like Animal Crossing. Like, this is what I mean when I say that there's kind of a lot of options right now. But there are options that are really long. If I start playing something like Metroid Prime 4, gameplay wise, that's a 10 or 11 hour game. Stream wise, obviously 10 or 11 hours, you're probably talking about 4 or 5 streams. Whereas if we start a Baldur's Gate stream, and then Final Fantasy 14 could just be one stream, we could just try that out and see where we're doing and decide if we want to do that later. Baldur's Gate is a dedicated stream, right? That is, if we're playing Baldur's Gate, we're playing Baldur's Gate for a while. And the one last aspect of that is, when I do get a job, will I have to drop it? The longer a playthrough is, the more likely there's a chance that I get a job in the middle of it, and then I have to either drop it or suddenly we're playing it once a week. So it's this weird position, and I was kind of curious as to what you guys like to see. Do you want to see me stumble through my Final Fantasy rotation? Or just experience the story? Because realistically, I'm at the end of Stormblood. I'm at the end of Stormblood, so once I get through this, I'm going to start Shadowbringers. So that might be something fun to watch, because I'm very story-focused. I'm very, very story-focused. Yeah, start small and knock out some of your back. Well, my backlog's all, like, long games. So now we're deciding Baldur's Fate. Yeah, see? It's always that first time I hit the button. And please, Shadowbringers is a must for stream. We stream 14, surprisingly. At least doing Shadowbringers would take you like 2 to 3 weeks if we go full. Otherwise, it would take you a week to go through it all. Vote away. Oh, there's a vote up. There's a poll up. All right, so let's see here. Metroid, and then we would have to decide Metroid. That's interesting. Resident Evil Village, yeah, that's the one that I have. Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 14. There's a vote up if you want to, or a poll up. So if you want to go and check the poll out. Wait a minute, which Metroid? Well, Blue, that was part of the question. Was I probably should have designated which Metroid. So even the Metroid question was, do I play Metroid Prime 1? Do I go back and play Metroid Prime 2? or just play 1, or do I go back and start at Metroid 1? Do I do Metroid NES and then Zero Mission just for the hell of it? This is like a genie wish. I'm happy with BG3 or Metroid. I don't want BG3 to get no votes. Prime, yeah, like a Prime Marathon. Like, I feel like there's a lot of choices that we have here, so I'm kind of curious to see what anybody would want to see. I was tempted to welcome chaos and make it repeat votes for 1 point. Oh, make it repeat votes for 1 point. That's interesting. I'd be Lilac. I know that I always said don't do that, but I'm kind of, I wonder what people would do. I mean, some of you guys just have so many points. Dread Speedrun Z. Wait, is that a new anime that I'm unaware of? I was an average. I hate democracy already. Average Game Awards watcher. If you do one Metroid Planets is a good fan remake with the aesthetic of the NES one with updated animations. Interesting. Metroid Planets? All right, let me close you, Steam. Metroid Planets. Is there pictures of it? Images. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, that looks good. Is that the one where they updated her running animation? It's fantastic. Have you watched Planetaze yet? No, wait, what's that? I don't know what that is. Wow, Metroid kind of clobbering everybody. I played a bit of it and it's pretty good. And yeah, I've seen video of like a updated Samus run model, and I guess that's what it was for. Metroid Planets. I'll have to look that up. Wow, Metroid wins that. Interesting. Metroid wins that. So I guess now if Metroid wins and that's what Planetaze is an anime about space garbage men. I love democracy. So then the question is, which Metroid? Do we play Metroid 1? Do we play Metroid Prime? Well, I don't know how to play Prime 2 right now. Or Prime 4? Like, what do we do here? I don't know what we do. What are the choices we got? So we got Metroid 1. If we do like a mini Metroid marathon. Ooh, I like that. Y'all ever seen Terraformers? That is Blue Island. That's a sci-fi movie, right? Like the Sci-Fi Channel. They used to make those fantastic movies. There was another Formers, and it was like, I thought it was Terraform. It's not. No, was it Terraformers? Because I know there was Transmorphers. Oh, it's a manga. Maybe I'm thinking of Transmorphers. I'd say focus on either Planets, Dread, or Prime 4. Save 2. Yeah, save 2 to figure out. Yeah, because I'm going to need to do that. Well, I'll need to figure out the planets anyway, like how to download it. I have Prime Trilogy on the Wii U. I do, but I don't feel like playing Prime with the Wiimote. I don't feel like sitting here on stream doing all of that. Yeah, I think what I'm thinking of was Transmorphers. So Metroid 1, NES. I guess you could say Zero Mission if you wanted to start there. Yeah, how about we start off the early Metroid games and work around to playing Prime 2 in the meantime? You can play Metroid 2 on NSO if you want to suffer. No, I wouldn't. I don't like Metroid 2. I appreciate what it did for the franchise. I appreciate what it does. But in the end, it is a Game Boy game. And I am not the biggest Game Boy game fan. I love it as a piece of hardware. I love it as for the games that have for what it has done to some of the franchises. But realistically, I don't like going back to Game Boy games very often. There's maybe a handful of games. Yeah, we did AM2R on stream before, and I can't do Samus Returns because I don't have the thing set up for that, which I would have to do that too. So I like Metroid 2 and I love Samus Returns. I don't like the Pokemon brick. Pokemon RPGs tend to play a little bit better. I think that as action games, I think that's the issue. When I play a Pokemon game, I can play the Game Boy game because it's a menu-based game. But even then, I would rather play it in a more modern format on a screen or on the last couple of times I ever played it handheld were on the Game Boy Pocket, or I have one of the Pokemon Gen 1 on my DS or my 3DS. What's this? What does it open it there? Oh, is this it here? Sharper movement. What do I need to play it though? Does it just go right into my NES emulator that I don't have? I actually bought some of the Terraformers manga. I've never bought manga for anything before. Oh, interesting. So wait, Terraformers. Hold on. Terraformers humans dump like a million roaches on the moon for half a millennium, and then we come back to find out they evolved. It's an EXE. Oh, it's a browser-based game. Oh, it's a browser-based game. That actually does kind of make it easier. Pizza Tower and Anton Blast. We tried Anton Blast. I'll be honest, General, it's just not my kind of game. It's a very fast, frenetic game, but not in a way that I enjoy. We did the Anton Blast demo, and people said, "Oh, it's basically just Pizza Tower." I'm like, okay, yeah, this probably doesn't seem like something I'd be into. Oh, the browser version is older. The EXE version is current. Uncle hates fun. No. The internet has decades of using the internet has made me afraid of EXE files. I'm worried that it's a fake. So what would I need on this page? On this page that I'm looking at right now, what would I need to get here? Download for Windows. There's a 21 meg and an 88 meg. But you're saying that I shouldn't use the browser version? The EXE is I don't know which one is which here. That's the thing. There's a 127 and a 133. The EXE version is 133. So how would I play it? The 88 meg one is the current one. 88 megs. So that's the current one for planets. Okay. So then what am I looking at? The link that in Side Chat 1, Dragoon linked a page for downloading this file. So I'm trying to figure out how I would get it to play. You unzip it and you double click on the EXE. Okay, so that's okay. So standard format. Hold on, it's gonna come to life and tell you it's God with the Kefka laugh. So, let me close this Lego thing and keep that Batman thing open. All right, so why don't we do this? Why don't we put a poll up for Metroid Planets? Planets, Zero Mission, 4, Prime 4, or I don't know. Dread? Do you want to do that? You think Dread is a third choice? Or fourth choice? So what did I say? Planets, Zero Mission, Prime 4, or yeah, we'll do Dread. Well, Dread. I'm voting Planets because it sounds neat. Is it bad I got burned by Dread? What happened? Actually, hold on, Latimer. Latimer, do me a favor. Hang on to that for a second because I have to run to the restroom. And then I have to see if I have any more coffee left. What's Metroid Planets? Also, I'm back here for a moment. Metroid Planets is apparently some sort of a remake of Metroid 1. So if I'm going to play Metroid 1, it's either that or Zero Mission. What, Troid? Yeah, so there's a poll up right now. Woo, yeah, I'm getting the shivers. There's a poll up right now. Just give me a minute or two so I can run and get some coffee and go to the restroom. And then when I come back, we will start. We'll look into starting whatever it is we're going to start. But yeah, I'll be right back. Don't wake me up, just leave me there, dreaming. All right, so let's see here. Sorry, as you can tell, the reason Baldur's Gate was even a choice is because I kind of have it on the brain again, and I kind of want to. I've been wanting to play it again. I'll do that on my off time though. And put the whole thing on easy. Plans to rebuild of Metroid 1 in the OG style, but improved, or so it seems. Yeah, I mean, multiplayer? I saw you say multiplayer. Hold on. So I need version 133. Do I have to log in for anything? What is this? What is this? Download? No. Hold on. So what do I do here? At the top, I just hit download? Oh, wait. This says I have to log in. Hold on. You don't need to log in. It just asks. So how do I just close? Decline? You gotta say the Daisy in the background. Wait, in the background? This one? How do I download this? But then you're not playing Metroid. If you consider Divinity 2, it goes on sale for $3 on Steam and didn't have a CEO at the time, tanking its reputation. Yeah, on the mic. Yeah, she's great. Little perler Daisy. Press the arrow to decline to log in. I did. So now I'm hitting the download button. Oh, there we go. Okay, I literally just it brought the same screen back up, so I thought it was just going to do the same thing. Oh, and it apparently had already downloaded the first time. Okay. I didn't see the progress bar pop up, so what's this? And people say the Brits don't use spices? What's going on? Hold on. What did I miss? Oh, rate my Asian style salt and pepper belly pork. Oh, that looks good. That looks good, Lilac. Lilac, to be fair, people say the Brits don't use spices. To be fair, you're making food from somewhere else. Drew Roller could have done BG3 crossplay game. No, that was what I was thinking. Well, Dragoon, I can't do the integrated because I have it on PS5. It's not on PC. But I would still have you guys give me choices. I would still ask you guys what you want to do. Probably. Yeah, probably. All right, so hold on. So let me turn my controller on. Are you good? Yeah. It's weird. My controller used to vibrate when I would first turn it on, and now it doesn't. All right, so let's do. So I guess it's planets. Oh, I have to extract. Extract all. Yeah. Make sure you configure controls. Oh, yeah. There we go. So that's it there. Windows protected my PC. Oh, thank God. Thank you, Windows, for protecting me. Running this app might put your PC at risk. All right. I'm going to run anyway. If this ends up being... Oh, God. Hold on. I guess I have to allow. There's Windows security. Do you want to allow public and private networks to access this app? Does that matter? Is that a thing I need to do? Oh, I have to change that. Hold on, I also have to move my windows around a little bit. For multiplayer, yes. Okay. This is all a ploy. Now I have a... Oh! That's funny you say that. So, there was a Discord... Did you guys see this? There was a Discord poll that went around about AI integration into Discord, and then there was something saying that it was some sort of phishing scheme, and that they were trying to when you logged into it, it would get your password, and then there was something saying that was fake, that wasn't true. I wasn't sure, so I changed my password anyway. That's good. That's just good security to have. But I changed my password anyway. But there was just a thing about that, like, oh, they're trying to get your information. I think you can decline that if you're not playing multiplayer. I'm going to allow it because I wouldn't mind trying out multiplayer. Yeah, better safe than sorry. No, not Twitch. Not Twitch integration. You can have other players. Oh, you can have other players join your BG3 game online via crossplay. Interesting. See, I feel like I don't know. I feel like if we were going to play something multiplayer that way, I'd want to do something a little more active. All right, so hold on. So where is this? This is, oh. I always forget this. I don't remember how to. I don't remember how to move the windows over. How do I always forget this? Every single time. I forget how to move the windows when they're full screen. I always forget how to do this. 51 worldwide Clubhouse Games yacht stream. If you just join online crossplay, it's active, especially if your party members want to do their own thing and drag you into them. I'm too much of a control freak, though. I want to play the game. I want to play the game right. I don't want to lose. I think that's my issue. Is because we're streaming. I wouldn't want to lose. I'm going to allow it. Better safe than sorry. Damn it. I don't remember how to move. Wasn't it like Shift Alt Windows key or something? Or arrow key? Damn it. There's one for Twitch 2 which had an affiliate and partners have their payment info get changed and direct payouts to a third-party bank. There was a creator sponsorship called Flow Up Performance Campaigns, which while never proven, funnily appeared right as the issue started and vanished right as Twitch started to look into it. Shift Alt Windows Alt Tab swap. No, Alt Tab swaps the active program. I need to move the full screen game over to a different window. That's what I need to do. Yeah, no, I need to have it because I need to play it on a because so it pops up on my middle window, but my left my middle monitor, but my left monitor is the one that I have plugged up so that you guys can see, so you can see gameplay. So I need the gameplay window to be over on this screen, but I forget how to move it. Move full screen windows. Hold on. Move full screen windows. Win, shift, left and right arrow. That's what I did. This one. Oh, wait, hold on. It's working. There we go. I did that before. I wonder why that didn't work. Go to the option, change full screen. It actually doesn't work. We had problems with that before. Nice desktop. I'm waiting to see the Sega CD logo fly by. Yeah, I forgot that was sort of that screen. I probably do. No, see, I don't. The reason I don't like full screen or windowed screen is because at the top and bottom you'll see the windowed stuff. You'll see the bars and everything. Play online with Kinect. Well, let's try this game out first. So this is. Do I have? Oh, so that one's under repair. Oh, so this is actually already set up. All right, so I'm gonna set this up first. Full screen on. First scale 16:9. Particles. BG volume. Showroom info per world. So let's go here. Cancel face. I hate this because it doesn't. I don't know which ones are which. Shoot. Okay, so. And missiles. Wait, is there not a... I guess it's not a run button? Oh, there's a dedicated missile button, though. Huh. Let's go that? I guess so. We'll try the controls out here. Making it look like it's an AOL ad. Oh, missile style swap. Hold? What does that mean? So wait, what does the missile button mean? The missile button is the swap button? Is that what that is? Okay. And then cancel, shoot, face. Oh, these are both the same thing. Okay. Hold is probably like infusion. Oh, like you hold the button down and then you shoot? So maybe I don't want that to be the case then. So missile... Yeah, I feel like this. I wish this was more clear because it sounds like shoot is one button and shooting missiles is another button. I guess this means. Let's make this the R button, so that's the button to. If we're swapping missiles, let's do it like that. Okay. Oh, and these are different game modes. Explore a completely randomized world. Oh, look at that. Okay. To be fair, yeah, this is Metroid 1. I don't think running wasn't until Super. Yeah, the missile button is how you swap. All right, so I put it on the right bumper. So let's see how that goes. All right, so we're going to give this a try. I've never tried this before. Hang on, let me change stream info and category. We'll just go to retro. And then... try out Metroid Planet. Okay, so we're going to do that. Okay. Hey, Elliot. I got Yahtzee. What's this? I got Yahtzee for us all to play. So a day we get together, we can play it. You mean the actual, like, tabletop game? Or did you buy the actual PC game? We used to play this with 2 whole buttons. Excuse me, sir. The select button also worked. Oh, the actual game. You should have told me. I have the Doctor Who version of the tabletop game. I could have just brought that over. I never even played it, too. It's just sealed up in the box. Or did you buy an actual yacht? IRL SmackDown Sunday. Listen, a camera top down with us playing a tabletop game, I would love to do. How was MagFest, by the way? I hope you had a good time over there. Sorry, I went to get a drink. Oh, so yeah, Dread burnt me. Like, I didn't vibe with it. I didn't get further than the God of War dev. What's this? Than the God of War dev? But the visuals and stealth with the Emmys just didn't do it for me. I think ironically, I think if the game has any weak points, it's probably the Emmy stuff. Yeah, Select. Looks like age has caught up with me. All right, so this is Select. What the heck? Wait, I have to pay $5,000 in order to play that mode? Standard, randomized, set seed, start game. Mainly got to see friends, so I call that the biggest plus. Hold on. Why does it feel like I hear 2 different types of music? Why do I feel like I'm hearing 2 songs? What's going on? I hear too. Oh, for some reason the game was open on 2 windows, or on 2 windows. That other thing you were hearing was also the game. It was on a different window. I don't know why it did that. Why did it do that? All right, so that's the right one. That was weird. Yeah. Oh, I accidentally opened the game twice. I didn't think it would do anything. I normally have it set so that... Hold on. Let me see. Oh, it doesn't do that here. Why are you doing that? Hold on. Every time I click something, it disappears. I normally had it set so that when I would click... Like, let's say I had to change something on stream, like on my stream window. I would... When I clicked it, it would normally pause the game. And now it's not pausing the game. It's just closing the window. Oh, when you had to do I need to log in issue. Okay. All right. So I think we're okay. Oh, the Emmys were praised for being so different. As time went on, they get noticed more, not unfairly. Mainly got to see friends, so I call. I mean, to be honest, Elliot, I was talking to Jason about this a little bit. Like, that's kind of the only reason I want to go to conventions anymore. I'm not really actively collecting or buying anything, so maybe there'd be something, but I really just want to go to conventions to see other people, to hang out and stuff. I feel like that's been the biggest fun, and it wasn't until I kind of stopped collecting and TMG kind of started to go down in quality that I really realized, oh, this is actually what I want to do more. I would rather come here so I can hang out with everybody, which is kind of why I wanted to go to MagFest. I spend a lot on Magic cards. Oh, look at her. She's so great. Yeah, okay, so this is definitely the animation I've seen before. All right. For a game that has built-in speedrunning, it's kind of annoying that the fanfare when you collect something is I'm trying to wall jump. I want to see if it's there. Yeah, you can't wall jump. What happened at TMG? No, TMG's just been kind of, I don't know. It hasn't really been there. There's been a lot of decisions that are being made that a lot of us are not fans of. A big focus on celebrities and the VAs. They're like separating them now. Where the Some Call Me Johnnies would go and hang out. They used to be with the voice actors and stuff, and then now they have their own space. It's just kind of weird. It's I don't want to say that it's becoming corporate or anything, but it does start to feel like, all right, we're kind of, I don't know. It's just, the vibe isn't there like it used to be. TNG feels like it needs to drop the G with the way it's going. No, there's still plenty of games and stuff, and it's still about gaming, but it used to be about more of the fans. Some call me corporate. It used to be more about just fans going there and hanging out, interacting shoulder to shoulder with some of the other people, the celebrities and whatnot. But now, I don't know. It really does have this sort of corporate vibe to it. I keep trying to duck down, and that is not going to work. Okay. Oh, they didn't fix that. They didn't fix the regenerating enemies. Well, I like the animation for the bigger thingies. 200 in a Final Fantasy box for John and I. Also got some Brothers War and Innistrad remastered packs. Also got Final Fantasy 10 deck. So this is. So where's the? Oh, was it up? It was up, I think. Stop doing that. Oh my god, this is like the only way to play Metroid 1, by the way. I can already tell you, Samus is so much smoother. This is definitely a good way to go. Final Fantasy TCG of MTG FF. Okay, that's hurting my brain a little bit. Do you guys have experience with this game? I know that this is like the Adam West Batman of Metroid games. But do you have any experience with this? I mean, I meant or not of. Oh. There's nothing to fix. It's a feature. That's just Zebus's wildlife. I played it once and decided to play Metroid 2 instead. Can't shoot down. Oh, there's also no... She doesn't just shoot. If you hold the button down, she doesn't just shoot. She'll shoot as fast as I can hit the button. Ah! Oh, no! I like the animation for the lava. I've only beaten Zero Mission, Fusion, and Dread. That's about it. I mean, that's not, you know, that's a good Metroid. So wait, Zero Mission, Fusion, and Dread. No Super? No Super. How can you live in a house with John and not have played Super? No Super. Well. Oh, how's the volume for the game, by the way? Do I need to turn this up? I don't want to turn it up too loud, but there we go. A little bit better. Uncle, my feelings so Super. I know. That's why it was funny to bring it up. I've beaten Super, Prime 1, 2, and 4, and Dread. I think I've beaten every Metroid. I don't know if there's an ending for what do you call it? Pinball. I don't know if there's an ending for Pinball, but I'm pretty sure I've beaten every Metroid. Outside of stuff like this, outside of, you know, fan remakes and whatnot. I've beaten Metroid 1 once. I neither liked it nor hated it. I prefer 2. What about Hunter? I've beaten Hunters. I played Hunters a couple of times, and I played a lot of the multiplayer for Hunters. I used to go to McDonald's and use their Wi-Fi. Oh, and I never beat Federation Force. I tried a couple of times. I was playing solo, and that game solo is just not enjoyable for a long period of time. Hunter's a good time, had some pacing issues. The biggest problem with Hunters now, I tried to play it about a month ago. The biggest problem with Hunters now is just control-wise, it's terrible. Other M. Beaten Other M. I've beaten Other M twice. It's not the worst game ever. It's definitely not the worst game ever. Gameplay-wise, it's fine. It's just a video game. As a Metroid game, right? It's all about the characterization of Samus. I wasn't a fan of that. That's an ugly icon for missiles. Okay, that was uncalled for. Beat Zero Mission, Fusion, Dread, and soon Prime 4. I played and beaten 1, 2, Super, Fusion, Dread, Prime 1, 4. So no 2 and 3? No 2 and 3? I blame Nintendo. It's Nintendo's fault for not making those games more accessible. And adding controller support to Prime 3. So I'm going... I can't go that way. Can't go that way. I guess this way, right? I know it's 2 here. Wait, I know it's 2, but it counts. Oh, Samus Returns. I like Samus Returns. I like Samus Returns. I love Dread. I like Samus Returns. It's got some minor problems. Minor. Zero Mission, Samus Returns, Super Fusion, and Dread. Blue Rocks West. I really like Samus Return. No. I really like Samus Return. Love Dread. Love Dread. Samus Returns I liked. I just thought it... I don't know. It didn't age as well as I would want it to. I just don't want to fire up the Wii U. See, my problem has nothing to do with firing up the Wii U. Like, I know that that's obviously a hurdle. My problem is I don't want to play with motion controls. It was why I didn't like the motion controls in the first place. It had nothing to do with whether or not I would actually like using them. It's whether or not I wanted to do that every time I played. And I don't. I don't want to use the motion controls every single time. I wanted to like AM2R, but I feel like the Omega Metroids became more obnoxious. Oh, they definitely did. And you know what's something I've never done with Metroid? I've never really done a lot of the secrets and glitches and stuff. I never really went through these games and said, all right, I'm going to try and do everything. It's just easier to just shoot them. I don't mind motion controls at all in Prime 1. That's how I first played Prime 1. Then I beat it. Then I beat and just didn't get to the other. Oh, okay. Oh, no. I love the motion controls in Prime. I thought they worked. That's what I'll say. I won't say that I love them because I didn't love that they were there at all. I thought that they worked well. I like the people that say that the controls were terrible. I'm not a fan of that. I don't agree that the controls are awful. But I'll agree that I'd rather play with a controller. So then when I would go back to 3, the handful of times that I went back to 3, I just thought, I just don't want to be doing this. I can play Samus Returns, though, no problem. Hunters, I didn't even get on DS and missed it on the Wii U. That's what that's one thing that Hunters was on the Wii U, right? I kind of wish I did that. Like, oh, that audio. Why does that audio sound so scratchy? Nothing here, right? Was Hunters on the Wii U? You can make it. No. You ever try Engage Ridley? No, like I didn't try any of that stuff. The only one I used to use was Icarus fights Medusa Angels and the Justin Bailey code. That's all I would ever use. I never did any of that Engage Ridley or the glitches or anything. I don't even think I really ever do the wall like the door thing, this thing where you kind of hop up. You get stuck in the door and then you hop up. Can you even do that here? I guess you can't do it in this one. The doors don't close on you. Doesn't it break whatever you're playing on? I don't know. I think maybe it just breaks it. I think the grab and twist puzzles in Prime 3 are moody. But Prime Control best with motion. I felt so in control of Samus shooting. I do like twin stick. Yeah, Hunters of Wii U Virtual Console. Like I kind of wish I would have gotten that. How does it work? How well does it work? Does anybody have it? Tons of Metro I've beaten: Super Fusion, Zero Mission, Prime 1, Other M, Hunters. I haven't beaten the other Primes. I actually started with this one. This one or one planets. Now currently slowly going through Prime 4. Slowly, you say, huh? I like the little bounce. I have Hunters on the Wii U. It's neat. You know what I'm having a problem with? It doesn't feel snappy. None of this is feeling snappy. Everything feels floaty. The way those enemies moved around, the way I shot them and they kind of blew up, everything feels a little floaty. Not terrible. Oh, wait. Will it work? Let's see if the thing comes back. Ah, it doesn't work. You started with Fusion? I still have the DS cartridge of Hunters. I still have mine, yeah. Yeah, but everything feels a little bit floaty right now. The way they're moving, the way they float down. Just from a visual standpoint, this is kind of amazing, but... Ah, damn it. Oh, yeah, this was like a weird thing. Yeah, because you can't... I guess you're not... So this was like this on the NES, too. Are you not supposed to come down here until you get high jump boots? Is that what the problem is here? Because I can never make this up there. And this game is programmed for the blocks not to reappear if you're in the middle of them. Like, this is going to be tricky to do. Yeah, it won't appear. Can you just freeze the enemy? Oh, yeah, I guess I could. Where the hell is he? Come here. Because now he's stuck down there. Hold on. So now I have to, like, leave and come back. I was trying to just make the jump. But I guess you can't. I lost the former and a ladder got stolen with the better part of my GBA collection. No! And Prime 4, I'll just wait until the hype and hate dies down. So I don't have any filter or bias in favor or against. I mean, you can play it now and just not talk about it. Fusion was my first Metroid game. I had a 3DS, so I got the Ambassador games. And then I played Metroid 2 GB and Prime 3 because we had a Wii. Then I went, I'll try Super. And that started a many-year cycle. Maybe I'll try Super this time. Maybe now I'll like it. Ow. Oh, she's so bouncy when she got hit. What's this? Whoop. All right, and then I think there's nothing down there, so I think that's like a red herring type area. Okay. Samus Bouncy Aaron. I mean, I'm sure if you type that, you'll get some very different types of artwork. They didn't happen to make it so that the beams stack in this, do they? Or is it still you get the wave beam and you lose the ice beam? Even if you combine them. I feel like even if you combine, or you have to pick one or the other, it'd be nice to just have both. I keep trying to go for the wall jump. I'm not too keen on Super. I guess I'm more into the Prime games. Oh, that's Dragon's the same way. Doesn't like Super as much. He's right, you know. I have some of that artwork. She feels slow. I do kind of wish there is a speed up where everything moves a little faster, because she feels slow to move. Oh wait, hold on. So you can't do the door jump thing, right? Yeah, look, they took that out. In a game that's designed for customizability, it feels weird that they would take this out of the game. That feels so strange. But I can still get. Can I still get the suit early? No? Oh wait, hold on. Ah, damn it. Oh, that might have been good. Oh, no! Ah, you jerk. Hold on. I'm trying to get him up there. No, you missed! You... Okay. Trying to, you got to get him up there so I can get the Various suit early. Uh-oh. Oh, crap. I think it was too early. No! Okay. All right, we're going to reset again. All right. Oh, go, 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 go! Now you... Come on. Yes! Oh, no, no, I can't get up there. Come on! Okay, is that really how this is gonna go? There we go. Uh-oh. No, stop! Come on! Don't blow him up. Get up! Whoo! Damn it! Okay. Oh, I just noticed the little leaves will fly off when she runs by the bushes. Not sure why there'd be bushes here. Is this that Samus bouncy? What we're talking about. I love Super Fan remake like this. Add a bunch of quality of life. Sadly, almost every super mod, as we cranked it up, made it. Yeah, we were talking about this before. Hey, Flip, this is Metroid Planets. It is a sort of overhaul of Metroid 1. Beep, 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 beep. All right, so that was... Oh, wait, isn't there... Anywhere to go here? No. The armor change effect is... I want to make a joke right now, but I don't want to be judged too harshly. I'm kind of curious as to what the joke is now. Oh, that's one change that I like. Each freeze counts as a shot. So instead of everything taking twice as long, it's about the same time to kill things. Was this? I have to unearth it? Make the joke or I'll judge you a coward. Oh, did they change bomb jumping at all? Oh, it does have bomb jumping. 'Cause this wasn't really in the original game. Ow. Prime 1 jingle for the missiles there. Alright, so this is back to... That's the bomb area, so we can just go back up this way. Yeah, visually this is terrific. So now we can go to Norfair. Get him! Oh, what? What was that? Can you... Oh, you can't go down. Okay. So I can already see the answer for sure. Do you still have infinite rooms? Wait, what? Do we still have infinite rooms? What do you mean? Oh. I'm excited to see one of the bosses. I'm excited to see what it looks like when you get to Ridley or something. And I get to see if I remember the path to the bosses. It's interesting also that there's a timer in the upper right, but I also feel like it's judging me. And I don't appreciate the timer making me feel inferior against myself. Stuck on Kraid. Stuck on Kraid. Is that General? Are you saying you're stuck on Kraid, or are you saying that is a 90s style sitcom you'd like to see? Stuck on Kraid. So we go all the way down. You also have the percentage. Oh yeah, their percentage is also there too. But why can't Metroid crawl? Because Metroid rolls into a ball. I do have to wonder how much of this was actually a result of better technology and how much could have been added in the original but wasn't. I mean, my complaint about the original game as far as additions, because you had games that controlled really well and you had games controlled like ass. My biggest complaint was always that there wasn't any kind of a map system built into the game. And again, you know, this is something we've talked about where, oh, but it's a Nintendo game. Sure, but Nintendo games had maps. They were useful to a varying degree, but there were some games that had some sort of a map system. So you could have had something. You didn't. The problem isn't what you added. The problem is you added nothing. That'll always be the issue. Also, Stuck on Kraid would probably have been made by Jim Henson. Jim Henson's Stuck on Kraid. Some early Nintendo games had maps. But there was something you could have done. Okay, so let me see if hold on. I'm trying to remember. So this way leads to some missile expansions, and then I think it locks up. This is the way to go. You don't actually need too many missile expansions in this game, because when you beat either of the bosses, when you beat I always go Ridley first, because he's much easier. When you beat Ridley and then when you beat Kraid, you get 75 missiles. So you're actually better off just getting the missiles as you find them, and then by fighting the bosses, and that gives you a ton of missiles. I like the music, though. That's one thing I haven't talked about. The music's actually pretty decent. Up was stuff, and down here was the high jump? Oh, the music. What the heck did they do? The music is crazy. Was it here? Yeah, I think it was here. Looking for the high jump. Oh, no. What's happening? Yeah, she just moves slow. I do feel like I'm kind of slogging around with her. I put her into the ball and she's moving really slow. Do I even need that? No. Oh, no! That's kind of like the actually valid question. Did Metroid have a map in its manual? I do not believe so. I do not believe so. Some of the things Metroid 1 had is some of the tall rooms loop forever as a way to save dev time. Do they really? I've never seen one that loop forever. Some of them I've been in go to dead ends. You have to buy Nintendo Power to get the map. Yeah, so like that's where my maps came from. All right, so here's the big question, because this is going to be the wave beam here. Is there a save state or something? Because if I get this... Oh, no, this is screw attack. Wave beam... Oh, wave beam was somewhere else. Wait. Oh, this is screw attack. Wait, never mind. Never mind. We won. Game over. You have autosave. Well, no, Stone, I was asking because if we... I'm curious if they made it so that the wave beam stacks with the ice beam, or if you get... Because you always got the wave beam and you lose the ice beam. But you need the ice beam for the end of the game, and the ice beam is just more useful anyway. So I was curious to see, because if I lost the ice beam, I was just going to reset it, like go back a save state, and not get the wave beam. I'm also not... I don't think I'm vibing with that sound of the screw attack. That's the thing. Some were more useful than others. It's like when discussing Zelda 1, the concept of poking with a sword was a point of criticism, even when it came out, since the NES knew the concept of swing. Oh, the NES manual did come with a simplified map, a la Zelda 1. Okay. I love bomb jumping. I was mad that they took it out of Fusion. I'm pretty sure they took bomb jumping out of Fusion, right? I don't like that. I love bomb jumping. I think bomb jumping is like when you figure out how the timing for bomb jumping and you get to go places. I always felt like a wizard when I was playing the games. Is this the one? I like that these all have names. Just got an energy tank on the ceiling near the entrance. They hate sword poking because that's a more realistic way to fight monsters than just slash. Distance is critical for swords, maces, polearms, etc. Oh wait, is this the... No. This might be the wave beam here. No. Not here. Bubble Cache. Oh yeah, this has like this was like 3 or 4 missile tank things. Missile expansions. Yeah, I am really digging the music for this. None of these, but then here. No, okay. This is so interesting. Oh, this was where you could, I don't know if you still can, but you used to be able to lose here. If you fell into the ones in between the really tall ones, there was no way out, and all you had to do was let yourself die to the lava. This, I think, is the wave corridor. Yeah, so this was wave. I knew there was something. Yeah, so do we want to get this and see? Because I don't know if the weapon stacks. Is there like a save? I'm gonna get it just because I'm curious to see how the wavy, even if it doesn't stack, I'm curious to see how it looks. Ugh. Like, just let me switch the weapons. Let me. Oh wait, can you? Oh wait, you can. Oh, you can. Yes. Okay, wait. So you can use the wave beam and then just switch back to the ice beam. Oh, where was that? Where was that on the NES game? Oh, that's perfect. Perfect hack. 10 out of 10. That was the context Nintendo intended for you to play the game and compensated that. My point is, it's the NES, it's late 80s, etc. It doesn't dodge all the criticism. Even back then, improvements were possible. I think bomb jumping was a neat thing for the Metroid devs, but I think Super set an expectation that Metroid needed to design stuff around breaking the game, and I think they began taking stuff like that out to make dev times less stressful instead of focusing on neat tricks. Like how Fusion had sequence breaks that goes, good job finding this, now go back and do it right. I think my yeah, this isn't really a hack, but my problem with Fusion, other than the practice of locking the game out, you know, because Fusion definitely did the that works too. Okay, this is okay. Stop. You know, Fusion did the whole. There was a lot of Fusion that made me feel like, oh, you have to play it our way. You know, the end of the game where if you don't do it right, you end up getting locked out of the rest of the game, so you can't go and explore. The no bomb jumping, you know, kind of does that. It kind of does serve the purpose of we want you to play it a very specific way. And then, okay, so this was the end here, so you couldn't go any further. Okay, so all of this was for the wave beam, and that's it, right? Yeah, because yeah, you have to go that way first. The one thing I will say about this music, it's charming. They don't want you to have too much fun. Yeah, like that was my biggest gripe with Fusion was you kind of, I don't know, you took out this aspect of it that people really like, and now they can't engage in it. Accidentally locking players into places they can't escape just because they could bomb jump into it. What do you mean? You think Super did that? I don't think Super ever felt. I never felt locked up in Super. The only time I ever felt locked when I remember when I was playing it as a kid was where you're supposed to learn how to wall flip, and I couldn't figure out how to wall flip. It didn't occur to me that the animals there were showing me what to do. But I never felt trapped in Super. Oh, you know what just occurred to me? Does this not hurt me? Oh, it does. Wait, does the... Oh, I don't like that noise for taking damage. Limited to the MMC1 mapper, unlike some later games where you had far more advanced mappers. Okay, so yeah, it was a technology issue. It was a technology issue. All right, so we got to go all the way back up. Nothing here? It gets very technical. That's beyond mine. Yeah, I don't know either. I know that I always sort of say like, oh, I wish they would have done this or that, and I know that I don't have the technical know-how to speak on whether or not they could have done that. But I look at it from a fan's perspective and from an average gamer perspective, and the average gamers don't understand that stuff. They just question whether or not some of that stuff could have been done or should have been done. Whoa. The most dangerous perspective, that of a gamer without knowledge of how to do things. Not super per se, but it means anything you design going forward would have to take into account the bomb jump abuse. I think we underestimate how lucky Super was that bomb jumping and stuff didn't cause more issues. I mean, it did cause issues. You kind of could break the game in half, but I don't know. I'd love to talk to a dev, especially a dev of a game like Super Met or like a Metroidvania in general. And I do wonder how much they worry about people breaking the game. You know, I feel like that falls under the category of, do you design a game for the 0.1% of players who are going to play it a certain way? You know, do you design a game for the people that know what bomb jumping is? Or do you design it for the average player? So when you design it for the average player, you can't really look into a lot of that stuff. All right. Oh, come on. I always get caught up in the gumdrop room. If you hit respawn, it sends you back to the elevator. This is just nothing, isn't it? Oh, we're doing multiplayer. I was gonna try it first just to see, because I normally you can beat this game in like half an hour if I kind of remember where I'm going. So I was just gonna see what all of this entails. Ew, why did the energy tank stack that way? Why did it do that? Why isn't it stacked straight across? Alright, so this is not the way to go. We can try it. We can try it later. I just want to see. I want to see what this is like, because I feel like I can beat this relatively quickly. Okay, that was annoying. Kind of forgot the game was originally on the Famicom Disk System. I had to look up as I looked up the mapper. Yeah, and then there's the question, like you said, it is a Famicom Disk System game, so there is kind of a question of what is there because of the Famicom Disk System, what was changed. I'd like to see a speedrun of this game too. I feel like speedrunners probably do like really awesome stuff with this. Oh my god. Is this room always this long? For the game is designed to be almost as complex as a base level as it is as at an advanced level. So let's... Oh, we can go up here. Ah! Damn it. If there's any info, Experiment Kids, John, the transition with disc to cartridge was mostly in its save methods. Oh, okay. All right. Give me a second. Let me run to the restroom, and I will be right back. It's still going to play the music. I can't fight that. I couldn't. I usually the music shuts off when I turn the window off. They probably were a lot. That's probably why sequence breaks are less common in future Metroid games. Plus, I think they've asked Metroid Devs about sequence breaking, and they said it does make their job harder. Or advanced map process. It could be cost. Could be the tech not being there. All right, so let's turn the game back on. Yeah, I thought closing the window would shut the music off. Oh, and Stone, what is the multiplayer? Something just occurred to me. What is the multiplayer in this? Is it a race or something? Or is it like, are we all Samuses? Do we all play Federation characters? How does the multiplayer, like, what is the function of the multiplayer? It's co-op? So we have what? So it's multiple Samuses? Sami? Samuses? Sami? Samus I am? Yes? Samus I Amus. There we go. That's the new Whoville book that I'm gonna write. So it should be down here. Options to share expansions, door unlocks, and stuff. You can basically split into teams and explore faster. Ooh. That does sound kind of cool. I'm back from an appointment. What is overly smooth Metroid? This is Metroid Planets. It is a fan remake of 1 with a lot of smooth animations and some pretty funky music. And an elevator just plummets to the bottom. Oh, we made it to the back rooms. All right, so wait. So this is... the block rooms. I'm sorry. Not the back rooms. The block rooms. Wait. Oh, wait. They added bomb jumping. Like, you can do it consistently. Okay. Which one is it? I think it's not this one. I think it's this one. No! 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 Damn it. Okay. We're going for that energy tank. I don't normally go for it, but I normally make that jump, so. Because this is an up climb? Yeah. Cart size would have been another impediment, come to think of it. More advanced mappers that support larger cart sizes. Also, she's big and tanky. This is like 2D Metroid with Prime Samus. Yeah, I like how each room has a name, and it's kind of interesting that they do that. This is that way. Hold on. This doesn't feel correct. This feels incorrect that we're going this way, but let's see if there's an item or something. Because that room doesn't feel familiar. It's this way. Ominous Hall. This has got to be it. If there's a better name for an area that has a boss in it, it's probably not Ominous Hall. Oh, this is so difficult. Wait. Oh, interesting. If you press it too fast, it's actually slow. Missile capacity increased by 75. Challenging. Oh, I always think that's 15. Griffin, what's going on? First day back at university is hard as always. Glad to enjoy the break with you. I'm glad to have you here. Oh wait, beep. I wonder if this locks you at 6 health containers, 6 E-tanks. The NES game, I think, had 7 E-tanks in the game altogether, but you could only max out at 6. Okay. Whoop. Are these releasing for Fusion specifically for the boss theme? I mean, that makes sense, right? It's Ridley. Even if it's the goofy Ridley. Okay, just everybody get him! I'm in the perfect spot to be getting hit by him, but I can't hit him. The slower fusion mix was a funny choice. Not bad though. What I'm really disappointed in is that they didn't bring back the Zero Mission Screech. Where's that? Everybody knows that's the best part of the game. Yeah, follow the leader, get hit in the process. Wasn't it Zero Mission? Zero Mission, 8-bit Screech when. Oh, you get 8-bit Screech when you play the Saved by the Bell NES game. See? And then you just gotta fight Kraid, which is oddly way more difficult than that. It was Zero Mission, right? Love it. Blew up my speakers. I love it. It's so annoying. It makes you want to win faster. Really made the same noises in Fusion and Zero Mission, though he made a lot more of the screeches in Fusion. Well, they knew they were giving the people what they want. That was it. Everybody said they wanted that, so they just added more. Heroes. That's what I call them. Anybody who gives the people more of what they want. Ow! Every time. Yeah, and this is the way out. Fusion had a lot of loud screeches. Not just Ridley. Saris. Yeah, Saris was a loud thing. That was that snake dragon thing. And you can't forget the loudest monster of all. The loudest creature of all in Fusion was definitely me when the SAX would chase me. Yeah, that was kind of frightening. Jumping out of sequence with reappearing blocks. I mean, yeah, the reappearing blocks thing is... Ugh. That would make a fun alert, the Ridley Screech. Oh, for us? Like for the stream? To do the Ridley Screech? Ooh, what would we even use that for? What do you use the Ridley Screech for on a stream setup? I don't want that to be the new follower. Probably, I guess, a raid, right? I guess the raid announcement? 1,000 bits donation. 5 gift subs. Ooh. I don't know. Well, Stone, why don't I set it up and then and then you guys test it out for me. Yeah, I'm not vibing with this screw attack noise. I don't think I like it. Don't know about stream setup. It'd be a good alarm clock. Oh my god. Set up for your alarm clock. And then that's what you would never snooze faster if that were your alarm clock noise. 5 gift sub alarm would be golden. Oh, wait, and this is the last E-Tank right here. Oh, wait, hold on. I gotta... Okay. No, isn't it one of these? There, it's right there. Get, no! Alright, so this could possibly be the last E-Tank. I'm curious to know if, the game locks you at 6. Burp. Burp. Fusion Ridley Screech alarm would cause a lot of broken alarms. Nintendo Alarmo. Nintendo Alarmo update. I like that it's just called Kraid. See how fast I shoot those missiles? Can you think the Prime games could let me do that? Check the strategy guide Latimer sent you. No. Hold on. Wait. Latimer sent me a strategy guide? Where? Oh, whoa! What the hell? Strategy guide I bought from a dude in a trench coat looking a little fun. I mean, Latimer. I don't know if Latimer's here. How's the info on that in that strategy guide? Am I going to learn a lot? Wow, do I remember this area at all? This is not. This is just an item. You know what's funny? Whenever I play this game, I usually just run through it. So all of this doesn't feel familiar to me at all. None of this feels familiar to me. Normally, I just go down and finish the area. Probably because this all feels like a pointless slog just to move around. Classic Nintendo. Classic retro game. Yeah, what is with all this zigzag back and forth? All of this is to go nowhere and do nothing. Whenever we talk about Nintendo games that just have things for no reason whatsoever, it's this area here. We're talking specifically about here. Yeah, there's nothing here. Found the ice beam. Both of them or just the one? Imagine how cool and cruel it would be if your teacher suddenly started playing the Metroid countdown music during an exam. Oh, like the escape music? It's the music I hear in my head when it was time for school to end. Just the one. I forget where the second one. I think the second one is on your way out of here. On your way towards what's it called? To like the Norfair area. There's a way. There's a jump you can't normally make, right? Right here. I think this is a quicker way to it. Or is it here? I'll tell you what, I'm also kind of worried. I have yet to run into a save room. Depending on the cover, it's mostly a guide to find the ice beam. All right, so it's not here. I think I have to make that bomb jump over the wall. It autosaves. You die, teleport to the area elevator. Hold on. Okay. There we go. That took forever. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah, here. Oh, wait, because there were two of these rooms. Poor guy just... that poor Hopper just gave it all up. Who the hell is Antsy Chamber? I'm Uncle Silver. All right. Yeah, it's over there. Samus, yeah. The Hopper saw Samus and was like, nah, if I'm going to lose, I might as well do it on my own terms. Are Metroid 1 and Zelda 2 built in similar engines? They share a lot of bits. That's a good question, actually. Was there any part of Zelda 2 that had anything to do with Metroid 1? That's a good question. Whoa. I know Metroid 1 and Kid Icarus were. That explains a lot of unfortunate things. Is there a Kid Icarus version of this kind of remake? Because I would like to play here we go. I would play that. East stairwell. Zelda 2 is quite a bit later. The 3DS version, as far as you know. Was Kid Icarus that popular? I wouldn't say it was very popular. I think Kid Icarus is a game that was people played it. I mean, it wasn't early launch day or launch window. Oh, here goes the fake one. I think I think one of the things I experienced with Metroid with Kid Icarus was that I think people wanted it to be good, and then they played it, and it is a flawed NES game. I mean, even for its time, it was way too floaty. It was somehow floaty and stiff. It was a problematic game, which is a shame, because it was a fine game. I played the hell out of Kid Icarus. Yeah, I'd say it was pretty known more than popular. A lot of people tried it, and then there was just a not... people didn't really enjoy it. Okay, what did I do wrong here? Oh, I did. Okay, I know where I gotta go. I went down there, and I don't normally go down there. The 3DS 3D Classics version was a bit better than the OG. So I'm going to go up. I had to go through one of those doors. That's what I did wrong. Yeah, because this just makes me want other games like this. Oh, wait. I shouldn't have killed that. See, and this is what I'm talking about. The wave beam is really good and it's really strong, but there are so many moments where you might need the ice beam. From a functionality standpoint, it's better just to use that all the time. Did I hit something up there? Are you serious? Oh, no! What'd you do that for? She can't undo the spin. You said she was a little sluggish. Do you think it because of more of the... I wondered that. No, it could be. It's this one. It could be, but it does feel like she's just moving slow. And I thought for a second maybe it's because it's a 16:9 game, but the actual game window is still 4:3. I'll tell you what, more here than anywhere else so far, you really see all of the animations. You see all the little stuff coming off of the lava and whatnot. Oh, here we go. This is what I was looking for. One of the worst areas in a game of transition. So you decided to dip your toe in the Metroid 1 into a Metroid 1 adjacent project. Yeah, we were debating what to do, and we did a vote. So Metroid won the vote. So I figured I would try this out. I didn't know this existed until we downloaded it and tried it. All right, hold on. Let's see if my old tactic. This is how I always beat him, which is you just... Or I would bomb him. The music seems oddly low quality for what I'm looking at here. Metroid won the vote. Aha! All right, so hold on. So now... There it is. Oh, look, we got 7 energy tanks. They give us 7 energy tanks. This does not look like a legit copy. It's legit. So you can go up there. Oh, look, you can get there. Okay, so I did go through there and miss a shortcut. If you go up there, do you have to... Damn, I wish I could get up there. We got to go the long way. Hey, Trios. Yeah, Trios, this is Metroid Planets. It's a remake of Metroid 1. And we're almost done. We just have to go and... See, and you see what I mean? We got some upgrades. But we killed 2 bosses, and now we have 185 missiles. What is it? More legit than a Game Shark copy? You bad-mouthing Game Shark now? Just finished my exercises. Whoa. I know I didn't go to the gym this morning. I'll be honest, I only started going back last week, and I think because of that, the Monday and Tuesday workout that I did last week hurt me so bad I couldn't go back for the rest of the week. Ah, damn it. Oh, wait, I can do that. Hold on. Watch this. Whoa! There we go. I remember what I was about to say there. Oh, but I thought about doing Ring Fit. I might go back to Ring Fit to supplement the fact that when I wake up in the morning, it's cold. What workouts did you do that messed you up? So I did chest and triceps, and I think chest was the problem because my arms hurt to an extent, but like if you've ever done chest workout and you're like to the point where it hurts, all of this, you'd be surprised at how much you use all of it, and it's just killing me. Like my chest, my shoulders, every time I would make a move, it was just hurting. Like it still hurts right now. I still feel like if I go to like flex my arms, it hurts a little bit in order for me to do that. And it's been a week since I've been there. It's just because I do. I probably did more than I should have, considering I was going back. But then I wake up and it's 6 in the morning and it's 30 degrees outside, and I don't want to go. So it's definitely easier when the weather is better. So what I might do is I might get back to doing like Ring Fit, just to supplement not going to the gym. So that way I can still get some workouts in. And then I try other things. I'll do some Beat Saber just to keep myself moving. He went back to the Pokemon gym. Because the plan was to go back on Monday and do chest. Tuesday was going to be cardio. Wednesday was a break. Thursday was back. And Friday was more cardio. And that's going to be my workout. And then Saturday, sometimes I'll either go back and do cardio, or I'll go out. I'll go out and walk somewhere. But I couldn't. Just physically, I was like, I can't do my workouts when I feel like this. So I'll get back to doing like Beat Saber or something. Whoa. Ow, ow. All right, now to see what they did with this final area. Let's see if the Metroids are any easier to kill. Thread the needle. There we go. And then when we're done, I want to try the multiplayer. If you guys have this set up and you're ready to go, I want to try the multiplayer and see what that's like. Oh, I just saw that it said spawn point. Oh, no! Retroids? What are those? What are those? Oh my god, why are there so many? The space pirates are winning. I'm out. I'm out. That's one of the weirdest things about this game that I always kind of forgot. You don't actually have to kill all the Metroids. It's not like Super where everything is locked. Why are there red ones? Oh, they don't give me nearly enough health too. See, this is where I get annoyed. Like, there were some things you could fix. What happens if you go through the door with them? It removes them, right? Yeah. The red ones are angry. Oh. Oh, that had a weird movement pattern. Minecraft all the Metroids? Wait. Ah, damn it. The fire rate is kind of what's really, I'm really enjoying it. Oh my God, yeah, I really do enjoy. This is one of my weirdest complaints about Prime 4 was just the Prime in general. I really shouldn't say 4. It was just about the fire rate of the missiles. I like being able to fire them really quickly. Oh, damn it. Get her! Nah, go through! Oh, got her! Yay! Did I just take damage? What the hell just happened? Oh. Ooh, she controls so much better, though. I will give her that. Oh, no! Oh, so she has this is a more modern version of the game, so she should have like baseball cap, t-shirt. You blaze through the game. Yeah, this game is this is why I say that I think there's a lot of you beat a full price game in 1986 in an hour. Like, this is where it's like, oh, you should have this or that. It's like, these games were not really that long. The length came from you not knowing. Root. Oh. Oh, look at that. That's kind of cool. Is there like a speed up? This is actually kind of cool. The NES version is dead to me. I mean, it kind of is. Interesting. Can you go faster? You add another hour to the run if the player is the NES version without the quality. Oh, if you play the NES version without the quality of life feature. No, the NES version is still just this long. Notice I didn't really do anything that quality of life would have changed, except for, like, I wouldn't have gotten the wave beam because I couldn't switch back and forth to the ice beam. No, the NES game is actually not that much longer. I think speed runs of the game are 10 minutes. Oh, Nintendo of America finally uploaded a trailer for Path of Radiance. I wonder why they didn't before. What about playing the NES version, GBA Classic? Well, for that, I would just play it on, what's it called? How is the GBA Classic version? Did they add? Oh, they didn't do, like, the drop shadows and stuff with some of that stuff, right? Bounty earnings. What? Total Suguru? Help me out here. What's that mean? Total Suguru. All right, so. Okay, so what's the multiplayer thing? Connect, host, or join a server for multiplayer features. Let's see what this is. Host server. Server hosting on, I guess? What? Server created. My server code. Password? Points to unlock extras. Oh, so there's like a whole thing for this. Are you winning? I mean, I won. Passive mode reduces CPU and allows clients to change game settings. All right, so I guess we go back. So this is, show server code. This is the Maliz Inker. And then the password is, oh, damn it, hold on. Oh, just show. Suguru apparently, is the currency used in the Galactic Federation? Is it really? Do I need to set up a display name if you already have the code? Does that not matter? How do I back? There we go. There we go. Onk. I never knew that. Suguru is the currency used in the Galactic Federation. I had no idea that was a thing. I guess it never occurred to me to figure out what money they were using. So yeah, so. Oh, show it again. My bad. Hold on. That's it there. So you need, I guess you need the server code and you need the password. Are there any other options? There you go. Everything's on screen. What do you think Samus is paid in ships? What do you think Samus is paid in ships? I mean, maybe. I don't know. They never really, she's a bounty hunter, so she makes currency. She makes money. But I guess they never really say, do they ever call it Suguru in the games? That's my real exposure to Samus in the world of Metroid. Do they ever call it that in the games? Because I don't feel like I ever have seen that. Oh, this is the Path of Radiance trailer? Okay. Yeah, I don't think they ever reference her getting paid. We just kind of assume that she does because we say bounty hunter. But even then, there's been the whole discussion about what bounty hunter means. Because supposedly in Japan, they treat it differently than we do. In the U.S., we assume that she is completely freelance, but then the Galactic Federation hires her for things. And then... But in Japan, it's like she does multiple things, but she works for the there was some sort of discrepancy about how it works. Yeah, I think she's paid in Galactic credits, but apparently the Galactic credits have a name, and it's Suguru. It's not just Galactic credits. Yeah, in Japan, it's more of a non-government contracted agent. Whereas in the U.S., we look at it, we say bounty hunter, and we think completely freelance, but they sometimes hire her. Couldn't connect. Let me try again. They pay in $signs and birdseed. The birdseed's probably more active. And is anybody else on? No one's. Is it not working? Oh, take off server hosting. Oh. But that closes the server. I thought that's what I had to do. I thought server hosting meant I opened up a game for you. Prime 4 has unused dialogue between the Federation troopers talking about owning Siguru. Okay, so in Prime 4 they say it. Yeah, I thought that that's what it was for. Can you not connect? To host an online server, port forwarding is required. So let's try it now. So that's the server code. Need an IP? Reduce the CPU and allows clients to change game settings. I don't think that that's right. Is this also something that you can still do? Or is this some sort of feature that's not active anymore? I hope that's not the case. Confusion multiplayer option. It kind of is. Oh, port forwarding is old school. So this probably doesn't work then. I'm liking that drum there. Metroid Confusion. That was a little loud, but I guess we can't do this then. That's a bummer. All right, so then the question is, what's next? Set a different code. I don't think that'll matter, though. I can't even change it. I can change that. Yeah. Enter to confirm. There we go. See if there's see if there's a server to join. I feel like there won't be. Port 6510, server code that, server IP, password. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it might be a bust. That's okay. It's super loud, too. Maybe the password has to be... I feel like that wouldn't matter. I feel like it would tell me that. Take off the password. So no password. So try that. See if it'll let you... See, can you even find the room? Turn off server hosting and change the port. And what are the other options here? Purple. Yeah, take off password. I did.
What?
Yeah, it's still doing it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, I guess this is a bust then. Oh, so let me turn off server hosting and then change port. Huh? What? Why is this a thing I can do? Oh. Try to connect here. Okay, hold on. Join server. So this is L. Oh wait, can I just L. CZPC. Okay. No password. No any of that. Cannot connect. I wonder if maybe it's just a feature that doesn't work anymore. Maybe it's an old feature. Try joining mine. I'll try yours. I think it might just not work. Maybe this is a feature that never got like updated. The password was door what's that? PIMMGYZN. No password. Yeah, I think this is just a feature that doesn't work anymore. I'm wondering if maybe there were some revisions or something, and now it just doesn't work. Oh, well. That's a shame. We're loosely based on the original expanded map and extra bosses. See, yeah, because this is under repair, so I'm wondering if this is something that was never finished and never made. And then this is the randomized version. All right. So that was good. I thank you for that. I'm happy I was able to finally see that. I can't say finally because I didn't even know it existed until we did it. Yeah, there's just no Uncle Broke It. Nah, I'm wondering if there's just if that's just not available anymore. Oh, we talked about card games and Bushido Road today earlier. Apparently this year marks their biggest game anniversary. Card Fight Vanguard. That sounds familiar. Card Fight Vanguard. Maybe not. Yeah. Okay. It sounded familiar, but I don't think I'm familiar with it. Yeah, that was awesome. Thank you for that. That was I'll have to try one of the other options of the randomizer stuff. And I never did a Metroid 1 randomizer, so that'll be kind of cool. It's just built into it. Your desktop background looks like Mario Kart 8's online lobby. It's part of another picture because I have on the other side, it's space. So I have 3 monitors. This is the left monitor, and then the middle monitor is just stars. I made a big thing of stars to expand all of this, and then the last monitor is the Death Star is here. So there's like a big Death Star looking at Earth. I checked. Apparently, the multiplayer broke in an update and hasn't been fixed yet. Yeah, so it's exactly that. Where is my? What the hell window did I have here? Here we go. This one? No, that one. Yeah, I broke it. I'm sorry. So what's next? Do we want to go to? Do we want to go to another Metroid? Still early. Yeah, it's still early in the day. We're not done yet. We're not done. For anybody that's getting ready to race off here. If you have to, you have to, though. Do you think of the anime Vandret? No. Maybe it's the card fight thing. Maybe I'm thinking of. Was there like wasn't there like card fight tactics or something? Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Have you done Metroid 2? Not the original on stream. I don't like the original game, the Game Boy game. I've done AM2R on stream, and I can't do Samus Returns. What game could we beat in a short time? Yeah, now do it again. No, isn't there a card fight tactics or something? Hold on. The card, it's going to drive me crazy if I don't remember this. No, not card fight. Card fight. Card fight Vanguard. Card fight just sounds familiar. Maybe I am thinking of Team Fight Tactics. Every time I see Earth from this point of view, I think of the prologue to Ristar. Ristar or Ristar? All right. So yeah, I have no idea. So what were our other choices before? Do we just play car fighting? Is just Demolition Derby. Well, I don't know what to do. is it too late in the day to start a Baldur's Gate 3 run? We just start Baldur's Gate 3 run right now. Have I played Mega Man versus Metroid? It's a browser it's a fan game on browser download. I have not done that. Oh, Jav, hold on. Before anything else, I owe you a Gonzada suit. BG3? Hell yeah. Gonzales, ore wa tsuyoi, ore ikara shiruba pointo. Why not? I mean, Baldur's Gate 3 is just a long game. Like I said, that's gonna be the thing that we do if we start playing Baldur's Gate 3. Have I streamed Chrono Trigger? We did last year. I think last year we streamed Chrono Trigger. This is where it's interesting. Like it's difficult because I don't know what. Yeah, BG3 is long. Dread. Start a Dread playthrough. Was it 2 years ago? Was it 25 or was it 24 that we did Chrono Trigger? It might have been 24. It might have actually been 2024 that we did Chrono Trigger. So sounds dreadful. Yeah, I don't know what we want to do. Do I want to just load up 14 and then we run around in 14 and you guys tell me what I'm doing wrong? I think I'm at a dungeon in 14 too. Hold on. MSQ. Something about that poll seems strange. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, why did I say? I said 14 too. I probably meant 14 also. So let me see here. This is what did I say? I was at 4.2. I'm tempting another Gonzada too. Yeah, Jav. Technically you could because that was the one that I owed you from the other day. So you could. I think I have it set now, so it's one per stream. I think I have it set to do one per stream. Technically, ARR was 14 too. Yeah, you're right about that. Was I near a dungeon? Yeah, I'm near. No, wait. What's this? The Doman Enclave. No. Okay, I'm away from. Yeah, I'm not near any dungeons or anything. Thought you would get yelled at to play Path of Radiant. No. I think everybody knows that I won't play not that level of Fire Emblem. I mean, I could try it. I could try Path of Radiance and see how I feel, but I feel like I won't play it. Fire Emblem, I don't know. I worry that Fire Emblem, for the handful of games that I've tried, and I've only ever beaten 2 of them, I do feel like Fire Emblem might be something that when I play it, I'm like, it's okay. Like, yeah, have fun. That's why I could try it out just to see, because that'll be a game that I wouldn't play all the way through. I wouldn't play all the way through. Not on stream anyway. It's less people not wanting to put you through that level of Fire Emblem, and more they remember Three Houses and the Barracks saga. No, not Barracks. Battalions. Just to see if it really was one per stream. So it is. I'll play the other one later, Steven, before you leave. I got it. Grandia. Start an Elden Ring playthrough. No, I've said that an Elden Ring playthrough would be for some sort of charity event. That'll be something, either charity event or fundraising. That'll be, we're going to play Elden Ring, and then the more people donate, the longer I'm going to keep playing the game. It's funny when you consider Path of Radiance is actually on the easier side of Fire Emblem games. Easy, you say. Battalions. All he asked for, but he refused to use. Link to the Past randomizer. We won't finish that today, but I do love me a nice Link to the Past randomizer. Chrono Trigger randomizer. Yeah, easier, but easy. Wait, not what's this? Oh, not easy, but still. If you're so afraid of Fire Emblem, just play Shining Force. No, it's not a fear of Fire Emblem. It's just that gameplay-wise, Fire Emblem isn't a lot of what I want. There are a lot of aspects of those types of games that I felt like Fire Emblem was missing. And Apparently Battalions solved some of that, but I didn't use them, and I don't know. I didn't really vibe with the game the way everybody else did when it came to three houses specifically. I'm talking about. I just didn't vibe with it the way everybody else did. So then I ended up playing on my own. I ended up playing the NES one, the Binding Blade or something, and I didn't finish it. I forgot how far I got. I got far. I got pretty far in the game, but I didn't finish it. I finished Awakenings back in the day, and I think there's another one that I had tried, and I just couldn't finish it. They're so slow. I'm playing Warhammer Battle Sector now, and man, it's slow pace. I can only do one mission before it feels like it's enough. Shadow Dragon and the Blade of Light. Thank you. The one that's on the NSO. I tried playing that one, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not messing with it. You forgot to mention your MVP, Hubert. Ugh. At least Edelgard turned around for me, but yeah, Hubert was disgusting. Oh, Binding Blade was GBA in Japan. So I think I tried that one though. Hold on, no, because I think I played that one too. I tried the NES game and then I played the GBA game. So I think I did try Binding Blade. What's the one that Lynn is from? I tried the GBA game and I did try the NES game. Blazing Blade is the one that actually released in English. It's just called Fire Emblem. Yeah, I think that's the one that I played. StarCraft. I'll be honest, Trios. I never really played an RTS game because that's what they are, right? They're RTS. Lynn is Blazing Blade. It's just called. Okay, that's the one that I tried. I mean, I have my controller is here. I have to move my windows around. Hang on. I'm going to move my windows around. I'm going to turn my switch on. Turn that off. And then hang on. Oh, and is the Tetris Animal Crossing event, is that still going on? All right, so this is... Ooh, that's going to be loud. What server was I on? Me? What server am I on? On 14, you mean? Or... So I tried this one. I played a bunch of this one. Let's see how far I got in this game. Binding Blade was released after Intelligent System particularly mean phase with Thracia 776, and Binding Blade absolutely shows it. Chapter 25. That's how far I got in this game. Like, I got far, and then I just stopped caring about it. I think I lost the battle, and I was like, I don't care. I think I'm in Diabolos. I think you're like you like Engage. See, that's what everybody says. It's a modern FE without the social stuff from Three Houses. If you like to start RTS, then I recommend Command & Conquer, Red Alert, or I watched a buddy of mine play Red Alert, or StarCraft 2, since SC1 is a bit frustrating in some regards. So yeah, so that's the one that I tried. Hold on, so let me check the NES and see what I played there. Engage is fun. And it's funny because the people who really seem to like go crazy for Three Houses, I feel like I heard a lot of them say they only kind of just sort of enjoyed Engage. And I can't help but wonder if that means I'm going to enjoy it or not. How do I sort? Sort by title. There we go. I'll make everybody happy. Where am I? Isn't there a Fire Emblem here? Oh, NES Fire Emblem is its own tab. Oh, that was the problem. Okay, hold on. Did I even re-download it? I'm going to pass it without seeing it, so... Did I pass it already? I probably passed it already. See, I might not have re-downloaded it. There goes Three Houses. There it is. Yeah, I have to. I gotta re-download it first. Can you still buy the NES Fire Emblem? You cannot, right? This was something else. Where did this come from again? Yeah, this is Dragoon donated this code to me. This was like you bought the collector's edition and they gave you the code or something. Oh, I did not play this game. Okay, wait, I didn't play this one. Okay, so I didn't play this one. I played the other one. Yeah, I don't. But I have such a weird sort of energy with it. Like, there's a lot of stuff that I don't really like. That's some supreme. Wait, what are you talking about? What, the games on my list here? At the bottom? Notice these are all the games. Oh, somebody asked me about Skyrim. I never finished Skyrim. I got 100 hours into the game and I've never finished it. Yeah, you got the collector's edition, but already had the game. That's where it was. And I thank you for that. Even though I technically never played it. This is some good quality stuff here. What are you talking about? So yeah, I don't know what we want to do here. Oh, no, that Fire Emblem was a limited time. Oh, it was a limited time purchase? Since that was always the time they had limited. Oh, so that was when all of that stuff was going on. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Yeah, so now I'm stuck. Now I don't know Mario Kart. I'll be honest, Ronan, I haven't played Mario Kart since after the update. So maybe I should try it. Should we try out Mario Kart? I mean, we would be playing that together if everybody wants to play. I hate feeling like this because I know that this is annoyingly indecisive. Nah, I don't think I want to do Live Alive right now. How about the new Shinobi game? I don't have the new Shinobi game. I have just the demo for it, which we did play before. I do want to play it, though. Ryan said that it's very good. Engage is lighter than Three Houses in complexity. Overall, much easier, but you can get lost in the slog of grinding. And where Three Houses are very flexible on character choices, Engage has several lockable ones. What do you mean lockable? Like I'm stuck using them, or they're so good I'm definitely going to use them? Would I like to? Not now. Not now. I'm not hop on Rivals. I'm limited because I did look, and when Ryan was playing it, I think it was on sale. So I was thinking about it. I'm like, no, I'm actively trying not to buy any other games because I have games to play. So I'm actively trying not to buy games. If there's a game I was going to buy, I want it physically. It's Expedition 33. That's the only game that I would like to buy right now. Because I would still like Dragon Quest 1 and 2, and there's other stuff that I want to play, but I have other games. I'm not going to buy anything else except unless I find Expedition 33 at a good price. Engage has some characters. Oh, Engage has some characters that have just have two class paths rather than Three Houses where everyone could be everything. I have not played Silksong. Silksong's another one that I'm avoiding. Just because I want to play everything else. I'm so done with Expedition. So wait, Latimer, are you done with Expedition 33 as in you've played it and you're finished it? Or are you don't want to hear about it anymore? Because I haven't heard anything about it other than it's great. I'd argue Engage is more complex in terms of mechanics and map design. Three Houses is pretty damn simple when you get down to it. Interesting. Three Houses where you can just have an army of flyers F your terrain. You just don't want to hear about it anymore. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's what happens with really good games. We all just kind of get tired of talking about them. Kind of for characters having specific classes, because letting everyone be everything, no one felt special. I mean, my gripe with that, because I do agree with that. My gripe with that at the same time, though, is when the game wants them to be a certain thing, right? That was my biggest issue with that was an issue I had with that in Three Houses, which is I turn, what was her name? Petra, I turn her into the tank. She had move +3, heavy armor, all that stuff. But then whenever the game would talk about her, it would talk about her like she was an archer or something. And then whenever she was in casual clothes for any sort of cutscene that she had, that's how they always talked about it. It's like, yeah, but she doesn't do that when I'm playing the game, and that kind of bothers me. It kind of bothers me that they're still talking about her in her cutscenes like she's an archer, but I made her heavy armor class, which is still one of my favorite choices ever, was to make her a heavy armor character. Even Awakening limited which classes characters could become outside of the avatar. That's where Engage does it better, because if a character is supposed to be a thing, Engage makes that clear. I heard Mario Kart and would definitely like that. Oh, so maybe that's what we... Yeah. I mean, I've been talking for a few days about doing something that is a bit more... that we can all play together, because we haven't done any sort of community day or anything in a little while. Armor class with... Yeah, she had the 3+ movement armor class. She was amazing. She was so... Sometimes I want to load the game up just so I can look at her again, because she was so awesome. Three Houses map design is so terrible that they even flat out reuse maps. Most of them are also wide open maps. See, that's such a bummer. We got, hold on. There's Fire Emblem discourse a brewing. You grind and engage. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do this or if I want to play something else. You guys are supposed to help me out here. What do you think? Yeah, we'll just have to do a tactics run. This was also on my mind. Doing a tactics run, but I don't think so. You must choose, but choose wisely. We're gonna play like a terrible game, like you chose poorly. Oh, Shadow Labyrinth. I thought about this too, but Shadow Labyrinth is a game that I think overstays its welcome at certain points. Oh, that wasn't at you. That was meant for me. Do the AGDQ tactics run where they beat it in 2 hours. Is there an AGD? I'm gonna have to watch that later. I think Engage overall is a more consistent package, while Three Houses experiments heavily, but benefits from some giant highs from that. Yeah, Shadow Labyrinth was incredible, but it definitely overstays its welcome. For me, anyway. I thought that there were a play hentai cart. Wait, we have one of those. There was a tactics run that passed GDQ. It was this past GDQ? All right, I'll have to take a look then. Oh, yeah, I forgot I have Ikaruga. Hey, we could just do another Carrion run. Carrion's always a lot of fun. We got Smash Bros. Ultimate. What about Smash Bros? Do you want to play Smash Bros? We can do that. Yeah, we'll save Splatoon 3 for after this update that's coming in a few weeks. I don't know what it's going to be exactly. I'm not going to lie. Some of these games I kind of forgot I had on here. Let me smash. How about Mario Kart World driving in a straight line? Sounds like fun. How about Excalibur 2 run of Final Fantasy 9? No, thank you. I don't have access to playonline.com so that I can know what to do. I never finished this either. Arzat. Final Fantasies. I still have the Unicorn Overlord demo because it was so good. Final Fantasy 8 remastered as a classic. I kind of wish you could sort it out so just the demos appear. I still have the Daemon X Machina. I think this was the demo for what did they call the original demo? It was like the mechanics demo or something. I have some of these on. I don't know why I don't have them on here, but Messenger was a good game. I'm sorry. I know that this is probably boring, and I'm just sort of like mindlessly looking at all the stuff on here. Oh, I miss you. Final Fantasy 14, it depends. I see the goat. Ori. I never played the second one. I never went back and played the second one. Just play Fire Emblem Warrior. Everyone will be happy by playing the most FE light game ever. So light that it's not even a Fire Emblem game. I don't know. I know that this is stale, but I just don't know what to play. I don't know what to get into, especially since it's we've been 4.5 hours. Maybe you guys will see something that'll pop out at you. Hey, well, let's play YouTube. Let's just play YouTube. Blaster Master. I love a few rounds of Mario Kart World. Oh, here we go. This is the first one, the prototype missions. So I have both demos still on here. And Dragon Quest Builders. And we're at the bottom. I don't mind whatever Greg wants to play, but Greg doesn't know what he wants to play. I saw ActRaiser and got Jams playing in my head immediately. ActRaiser was very good. I kind of wish it was better. You have Mario Kart? Oh, damn it. Let's play Sakuna. You know what's bad, Sims? I went through heck trying to find a copy of that game, and then when I found it, I liked the game very much. I actually didn't like the rice farming stuff. I thought I would really like that. And you know what I think it is, Sims? I don't know if you ever played Sakuna. What I didn't like was that, like, you make the farms to grow the rice, but then you have to harvest the rice and you have to, like, do the thing where you make the rice. And I didn't really find all of that interesting. I thought the farming was fine, but I didn't find the whole harvesting the rice and everything interesting. And it's integrated into the game. And so as a result, I ended up just having these parts of the games that I really didn't like. Whatever you played Suika. I haven't played Suika Planet. I still have to buy Suika Planet. We can play with juicy melons. Probably on story mode because the gameplay is very much not. But yeah, Unicorn Overlord's a game that if you see it and you don't like the gameplay, you're probably not going to like it. I've been on an Octopath Traveler 0 binge. That's on Octopath Traveler 2 is on my stack of games. Yeah, I don't know. Here, we'll do Mario Kart World. That's how long it's been. I haven't updated it. Valkyria Chronicles. I have I think Dragon, were they donations from you? Valkyria Chronicles 1 and 4, because for some reason 2 and 3 I don't think are even on the system. I played far into the first one. I don't even know why I stopped with the first one, because I was enjoying it. Unicorn Overlord's so pretty, and the story is good. That's what I will tell you about Unicorn Overlord, is that story-wise, it's very, very good. Glad other people have different takes. For the longest time, I only heard people hating everything. Yes, and Griffin, that's what I always heard, was that people didn't like it, but it seemed to be Three Houses fans that were really not liking it. Why did it slow down all of a sudden? Why did it come to a dead stop? Maybe, I can't remember. It might have been that might have been a donation from you. But they were dirt cheap. I don't think it was like donating the game. I think it was like here's $5 and then I bought both games. Yeah, why is this all of a sudden taking so long? But holy crap, did they make me feel dumb. Where someone like me vibe more with Engage due to its playing closer to the older games. I like the gameplay of Engage, but the story and characters are such nothing burgers to me. The one for what little I know of Engage, a Fire Emblem Engage, the one thing that I think bothered me more than anything was what felt like the blatant Nintendo Switch main character. The red and blue, right as the Joy-Cons were out, and it was very known that there was a red and blue Joy-Con. So I just remember looking at it, thinking, this is Colgate-kun. This was blatantly a Switch advertisement character. That's just kind of what I saw, even if it wasn't actually the intention. But I feel like that's so on the nose. There's no way it was an accident. Too many new bloods. I agree. Three Houses is very flexible, but Engage is not that hard. It's just a slog. Oh, they actually posted it. Yeah, we saw. Lindsay, we didn't watch it, but it's up on. It's on the follower forum. I'm just surprised that they didn't do that. I'll say I liked it. I liked the design. Not ashamed. Valkyria Chronicles, though, is one of those games. I think I own just about every release of it. Is that what the character's name was? Alear? See, yeah, Colgate-kun, I always kind of thought Pepsi Man. I mean, I would have just said Switch Lady, but... Yeah, why is this going so slow? Default name is Alear. This is weird. Why? I don't know why this is happening. Oh, wrong controller. I'm sitting there moving on the controller. I was moving around the controller and trying to figure out why it wasn't working. It's because I had this one. Hey, Blaze. Yeah, why did that just start going so slow? Well, I guess we'll have to play Final Fantasy 14. I hope my memory card's not broken. Oh wait, I don't have a memory card on this system. Did you buy memory cards for the Switch 2 people? Did you buy memory cards? I didn't actually buy a memory card for mine. The idea was that the hair color would morph depending on their alignment, but it wasn't very. Oh, is that what that's supposed to mean? For Alear, the idea was that there's a Paragon and Renegade thing. You bought the SD Express? Yeah, I didn't buy one. Me and John bought them the second they went on the market. I got a 1 terabyte Switch to micro SD for cheap. No, because now we need the Express cards. It's just the type of writing that makes me not want to finish a game like Engage. Ooh. Oh, Naju, what's going on? And Naju, you asked me something. Hold on. Go back up. If you ever evolved, would you be called Gregory? Random thoughts. Well, Gregory is my full name. That's my full first name. No, it would be. Hold on. It would be like Gregra and Graraga. Is that my evolutions? Gregadora. But they are at least not proprietary. Looking at you, Sony, with your Vita cards. It wasn't just Vita, it was PSP. The PSP used Sony's memory sticks, right? Because what did Vita use? PSP used Sony's memory sticks. And then the other Vita, right? It was like they used the memory stick, and then there was Memory Stick Pro that you needed an adapter for to use the memory sticks. Or to plug them into your computer or something. I love the stone is just the name for Earth Elemental Magic in 16. Talking about silly spell name. I cast stone. Throws rock at him. Or he gets high. How many people have pestered you or SGB guys to play Dispatch? Nobody. I haven't heard anybody ask us about Dispatch. That might not be a bad. You see, that's another one of those, like, it's a popular game, so I wouldn't mind playing it. But I don't want to buy. For the stream, but I don't want to buy anything that like I have a backlog of games. PSP card had adapter for micro SD. PS Vita were purposely and Sony admitted they did this on purpose to allow for small micro SD adapter. See, I have the PSP with it, and it's like memory stick and memory stick duo. I think that's what they were. And I have one that has a little adapter. It's not SD. I don't know if they made an adapter for SD cards, but in my Vita, in my PSP right now is like a different memory card. All right, that worked. Wonder why that took so long. All right. So here's what I'll do. I'm going to go in, and I'm going to open up a room, and then I'll give you a chance to try and get in. Lucky you, it's one of those story games that, let's just say, whenever people stream it, mods get overworked. Oh. Because I know it's a more adult story, right? Online play? Online play. Yeah, because I feel another bathroom break coming. All the coffee and water that I had earlier is really coming through. So what are we going to do? We want to just race? The formats in the PSP and Vita were both formats created by Sony because they wanted to be the ones to bring a new format to the market, so their proprietary format ended up getting used on other things like Sony cameras. So far, the people I've seen stream it, one of which I mod for, has been fine with it. Okay. Hang on. Let's go to normal racing. Yippee! I'm just going to go with all the stuff that I have set up. And then... All right. Oh, wait. Do I need to... Oh, no. Quit. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not doing that. I'm making a room. Multiplayer? Online play. No, hold on. I got to go to the restroom. Give me a second, and I will be right back. Whew, sorry about that. I also seem to be forgetting it's very cold in my house, and that's making me go to the bathroom more. So, hold on. Online play. Am I not making a room? Friends. Create room. Okay. February Direct bingo cards are probably being made as we speak. Base PSP memory cards were Pro Stick Duo, but immediately micro SD adapters came out for PSPs. Sony hated that and made sure no one could do that again, so they designed the Vita's memory card to be purposely so small that no type of storage could be used as an alternative, and they partnered the Vita cards to prevent 3D party cards. You go to the bathroom more when cold. You don't, Blaze, you don't have to pee a lot more. Sorry to be gross. You don't have to, patented. You don't have to pee a lot more when you're cold. I do. If it's like summer, I'm fine. And then when it's winter, I like every opportunity I get, I have to go to the bathroom. I looked at a glass of water. Now I have to go to the bathroom. All right. So hold on. Oh, you need room info. There we go. There's the room info. What is everyone else's preferred climate to use the bathroom in? I'd rather it not be cold. If we're talking number one, I'd rather it not be cold. But when it's really cold and you go to the and you number one, you're like, it feels so good. Warm for twos because I don't like to freeze my cheeks off. That's why we never got cheap alternative for the actual PSP Vita memory stick. Just micro SD adapters for the game slot that require you to jailbreak your Vita. CHV X96. All right. Do we have anybody else? Who do we got? Start. Here. Let's go like this. Versus race. What do we want to do? Knockout tour? But the feeling of warm toilet seat is not pleasant. It is for me because the only reason it's warm is because I'm here. Here, we'll go normal. When you're in a public space, nah, I don't want that. Everyone versus race? Knockout tour? Everyone? This is interesting. Here, let's do this, I guess. Oh, wait for me. What's the room code? Hold on. View room info. Warm toilet seat from a bidet is so nice. My bidet is cold water only. Blaze, it'll wake you up in the morning. That'll definitely wake you up in the morning. Oh, so hold on, let me change this. And some MK. I'm changing a category. Mario Kart World. All I know is I'm not a fan of the cold, so I can understand. Yeah, I just don't want to freeze my cheeks off doing anything. Did you get in? Wish I could race with you guys. Where I'm from, warm toilet seat equals equals someone else's butt warmth. That's why I say, Trios, for me, I live by myself, so if the seat's warm, it's because I was just on it. It woke me the hell up when I used the bathroom at your house. Oh, wait, did you use the bathroom? Oh, you did use the bathroom here. That's right. I forgot all about that, Blaze. Wait, did you sign the ledger? I thought you were, you have to sign the ledger so that I know I had a guest in my bathroom. Butt warmth should be a scientific term. A few more? Here, why don't we do this? Let's CHV X96. That is a future version of Logan. So why don't we do this? We'll get into a race, and then you guys can get yourself set up to come in. Take room members and join other online players. What? Is that a thing we can do? Let's see what this is like. So wait, this will take the 4 of us and put us in the other online matches? So I remember how to play this game. Okay, wait, so we got a little something going on here. Are we all in, by the way? You're in? All right, so let's see if you made it in time or if it makes you do something else. Guy being alone, so you leave a guy being alone, so you leave the toilet seat up all day. One of them I do. The other one I don't. I have one of those bidet attachments. So that's the one that I use mostly. That vehicle probably has some butt warm. I could do something really gross and cringy, and I'm going to not do that right now. Bidets sound scary. It's really not. It's just an odd feeling, but you feel clean afterwards. That's what's important. Have you seen some of these new Mario Kart worlds? Speed text with the wall jump, because those get crazy. I mean, when we first played it, Dragoon, we all said the same thing. Like once they really figure out all of these wall tech stuff, it's going to be impossible to play against people who know how to do that stuff. You want a bidet? Drac, they make an adapter that you can go to Target and you can buy the adapter. Oh wait, what was that? Hold on. Where did I jump from? Up here? Hold on, because I saw one of those blocks. Oh, there's some coins. There's some coins we don't need. I need to get back up there. Whoa! Stop! Hey, Executor. Aren't we supposed to be getting into a race or something? Like, we're going to play the game, right? Instead of just drive around the open world. There we go. What the heck? Oh, we're waiting for their race to finish. Oh, they were doing little quippy things talking to each other, so I thought it was already over. It takes a lot. Stuff people were like, why is that even there? It makes sense when you see people hop up and shoot, hop up the walls and shoot over entire parts of the track. Which I mean, then you're gonna ask yourself, oh God, mirror. Then you got to ask yourself, is that do the developers mind, or do they not like these unintentional texts? Am I in the room? Only shows me on the map. Are you under Draketh or Lord Draketh? I'm not seeing you here. Maybe you got in late. After this, we'll back out and we'll start again. Okay. Oh, what? Uh-oh. Ah, stay on. Let's see how long it takes for me to get pissed off. What do you think? How many races do you think I get through before I am just angry? Okay. All right. 2? You think 2? I mean, that's good. That's good. Haha. Maybe this one. I mean, it does feel like everybody's getting better items than me. Whoa! Driving around at the speed of a cart. That's what you get. Shooting me with fireballs, you jerk. Okay. No. Everything is all twisty-turvy. The vicious cycle of Mario Kart. Is that one of the things we can ride? The vicious cycle? Whoa. Get! No, get on! Don't go up! It is, and it's a ride you can never get off. That's not bad. 12 we finished in... Oh, wait, we're dead center, aren't we? Because there were only 23 people. So why don't we back out, and we'll make sure everybody's in. Gonna be unable to join. You're going to the gym? Pokemon? So here, let's quit. We're going to quit. We're going to pull everybody out. If you have to quit on your own, just quit on your own, and then we'll start the room again. Oh, wait. It just closes up the whole thing. Great. That's awesome. Hang on. I'm going to make a new room. See, in this game case, they plan for a lot of those tricks with devs commenting. Yeah, guys found that bit. Time to start your weight journey. Just to be clear, it's supposed to be weight loss journey. Vicious Cycle is the Castlevania map. All right, so let me give you 2Y8. Hang on. 2Y8 QJF. QJF. All right. So the room code's in chat. Just hit it when you're ready and hop in. Where are you going to? Planet Fitness? Is that what you got near you? That's what I go to. Everybody kind of trashes Planet Fitness, but I like Planet Fitness. They're hella affordable, that's for sure. Hey! 2Y8 Quijibo. Let's play. Thank you so much in the hunt with dropping the 5 gifted sub. Not in the hunt. Dropping the 5 gifted sub. I very, very much appreciate that. Oh, and it triggered a hype train. So if you got some bits or something, feel free to donate those. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate that. To be fair, when you joined the other guy's room, you did close yours. Otherwise the game would be running multiple rooms at the same time. Oh, that's why it does that. Okay. Yeah, thank you so much. Let's play. I very much appreciate that. You know, I definitely do. All right, so we good? I think we have the 5 people that we were going to have. So let's go. Everyone race. Only up to. No. I don't want to do the joining thing. Oh, that's what this means. Okay, room only. Room only. Yeah. So we're gonna do this. No teams. Normal items. Normal comm. 3 races. 3 races. How many can you do? Oh my god. Okay, well let's not do that. But I kind of like 4 races. I'm kind of used to that. Intermission. Let's go. I hate that it's 10 seconds, 1 minute, or 30 seconds. Can we do 30 seconds? And we did normal items for now, and then we'll switch over to something else. I hope this is okay. I know that Mario Kart's not everybody's cup of tea, and multiplayer stuff isn't everybody's cup of tea. But I don't know. I just really didn't know what to do today. I didn't know if I wanted to start something new, or if we wanted to start something long, or just have fun like this. Part of me was going to play Splatoon today. I didn't know about the update until later, but there was a part of me that wanted to play Splatoon because we haven't done that in so long. $32 races when you drop 100 gifted. Oh my god! Can you imagine? Oh wait, I have to remember how to. Oh, do I have? I don't have Sonic Cross World. And somebody asked me if I had Air Riders, Kirby's Air Riders. I don't have that either. I think 30 seconds isn't an option because you have a weaker connection. It might late. You might load in too late. Meaningful. Maybe. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Who is that? General. It sounded like a new voice line. Sorry, Daisy. Baby Daisy. Whoa! Oh, no! Oh, damn it. I didn't realize I was first until it was too late from seeing the blue shell. One of the best changes in the game, rolling forward when you hit. Oh, thank God that came right back up. Damn, what the hell did I hit? Oh, she was carrying a bomb, I guess. Oh my God. Wait, the CPU does those tricks? Did you see that? Did you see the CPU wall hop off of that post in the middle? Oh, wait. Holy. Whoa! Oh, no! Such a rotten thing to do. Forward rolling when you hit is why you don't lose all your momentum when you get hit now. Let's play. Thank you for dropping the gift sub to Flip. Flip, thank him. Now. Thank Let's Play now. Thank them. I have to play bad so they don't rubber band me. They've always took shortcuts. I mean, but that shortcut is like a tech shortcut. It's one thing to hop off of the edge of a cliff and end up a little bit further ahead, but that's a tech shortcut that they made where they hop off the crane thing. You distracted Greg long enough to get him third place. I like that. Oh, apparently, according to Twitch, I've collected all of the level 1 emotes. I legitimately didn't think that was a thing. Hold on, Dragon. Kia, that's the code there. When you jump in, it should just put you into the room, but I'm not sure. I like Shipyard just because I like the way it looks. Steel on the edge of the race isn't as annoying as a shell on the edge. I should pin the code. Yeah, hold on. Let me pin it for now. The course has been selected. I pinned it. I put a pin in it for you. So what is everybody up to this week? Does anybody have any plans this the upcoming week? Is there anybody got a cool trip showing up or anything? I have to live vicariously through everybody now. Whoa. Haha. Awesome. Oh, no. Emerald Rush event? Okay. I think I have my personal transformations turned off because I hated picking my Daisy outfit, and then I keep losing it when I get one of those lunch bags. Okay, why is that not working? Ow! Aha! Oh, wow. Kind of just... Oh! Woo! Just wasted all of Gaming Chuck's red shells there. It's me and you, Chuck. Whoa. Oh, what a shot. All right. We're good. We're in a good spot. Oh, what happened there? No. Oh! Drops out of first place. The greatest timing ever. Drops out of first place just to avoid the blue shell. Intentional. That wasn't an accident at all. That wasn't a coincidence at all. Oh my God, that was actually really good. Got another date tomorrow. Other not much besides art and gaming. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you. Look at you daters. With your social lives, throwing it in my face. The sand is off-road. I got 5 books for my sister, and I'm gonna ask to borrow 3 of them when she's done. What's this? I kind of glad I'm not getting an online sub for this game. It looks miserable. You don't like it? Greg pulling first places in Mario Kart? I know. In this one specifically. Probably going to play Path of Radiance. Yeah. Going on a family trip the 15th, coming back the 22nd. No. Oh, no. This is probably the weakest Mario Kart. Ooh, to be honest, this is probably the weakest Mario Kart in a while. Interesting. I mean, you know what's funny, Stone? I don't know that I agree or disagree. What I will say, though, is that seems pretty common. It seems pretty common to not really be vibing with this game. And that's so interesting that it doesn't feel like it's this offensive game. It doesn't feel like it does anything terrible. And yet, I think most people don't like this more than 8. Gameplay-wise. I think some people like some of the options and stuff that you can do. But actual gameplay-wise, I feel like a lot of people don't like this one as much as 8. 8 Deluxe, especially. Daters. I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to make new friends. I'm happy with a small group of friends. Whoa, what the heck was that? Why did I pressed the down arrow? I do think part of it is that with 24 players, falling back and moving up feels more hectic. It definitely feels more hectic. The trick stuff is fun, but I think they're forcing the intermission stuff. It was great in terms of skill ceiling, but the world aspect is boring. Yeah, like all of that stuff is uninteresting. And the funny thing is, we knew that. We knew before when we saw the game and we said, oh, you're going to be able to drive around and do this and that. And everybody kind of said the same thing. Yeah, that's going to be fun for the first 10 minutes. And then there's not going to be anything to do, or you're not really going to care. Hey, D. I do like this. Oh, I love this Rainbow Road. Visually, it's awesome. There are some of these areas. The reason I picked the Wario Shipyard is because visually, I think that place looks amazing. And this right here, especially when you get towards the end, it looks unbelievable. But gameplay is the biggest part of these games. And I don't know. I feel like it does kind of feel lacking in some way. Oh no! I think this game, it's fun, but it's not as fun. That's the thing. Be sure to understand. I'm not saying people think it's a bad game. I don't think that there's a lot of people that think it's actually a bad game. But when you're coming off of 8 Deluxe, I think there are a lot of people that say they thought 8 Deluxe was more fun. And I do wonder. You mentioned the 24 players sort of changing the dynamic, and not to mention, I do think there's a balancing thing. You know, like Dragon, you were saying, oh, you fall forward, it means that getting hit has less of an impact. But it should have some of an impact, and there are definitely moments where it doesn't feel like hitting anybody does anything. Like, that worked very well. Whoa! See, I like this stuff. Oh, look, it's the gold saucer. Oh, I keep getting kicked from online, so I can't join? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that a CPU player up front? We can't have that. Oh, oh my God. How? Oh, no! No, no, no! Go, 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 go! Like, this is just great looking right here. It's visually very busy, but it still looks amazing. Go, go, go. Red shells. No, I don't need these. Can somebody send a blue shell up there? Oh, I meant to drop that bomb. No, no! 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 No way! Oh, come on! Oh, that's disrespectful. No! Why? Ah, that's disrespectful. It lacks a lot. What's this? I feel about this game the way I feel about Mortal Kombat 1 or Mario Kart 1. It lacks a lot. It left a lot to be desired. 24 players. And how mistakes compound drastically in Mario Kart, you can't really have the individual hits be as punishing. That's true. What's really funny to me is Mario Kart 8 at launch was well received and successful, pretty for visuals. It was also criticized for not being very contentful or imaginative compared to the other game. But as time went on, and when it came to Switch, it was fully realized. Gonna take a little more than more tracks added, like a story mode or something. I ruled that race. Mechanically, I like World better than 8. The grinding and wall riding is fantastic, and I like the open world. I hate the intermissions because it kind of forces you to only play one lap of the actual track. Oh, you mean like the online mode? Still hate how red shells float like that. Oh, that was me that hit you with the red shell. Don't apologize. It is what it is. Mortal Kombat 1. Okay. D. I couldn't tell if it was Mario Kart 1, Mortal Kombat 1, or if you were talking about your first Michael Kors bag. Yeah, the online mode. I know people didn't like that. I know that there was a lot of complaining about that. Didn't they modify that though? Motor car bat. I kind of dig that. So while it's fair to compare them, it's important to remember how base 8 released and then what it became. It's definitely there. As somebody, mind you, you're talking to somebody who bought a Wii U because of Mario Kart 8. Like, I didn't really care about the Wii U too much until Mario Kart 8 came out, and then I said I absolutely want to play that. I enjoyed it for what it was. I didn't really think that it was feature light or anything. I was kind of happy with what I had. You know, I wonder, I do wonder this, and let me know if people have ever said that this is an issue. Is part of the problem that people are comparing base world to very much feature heavy and content heavy deluxe? Right? Like, it doesn't feel like people are comparing base world to base 8. It feels like they're comparing base world to the how many courses? What? How many courses were in 8 Deluxe by the end? Like, yes, they are, and many admit it. Ow. Oh. Might as well just get rid of that one. Ow. That didn't hit anybody. Come on. Whoa! And to be fair to everybody, it is kind of tough to not compare them. Not to mention the fact that one of the reasons it seems okay to compare those things together is because that's what you're going to. When you're putting down, and you don't have to put down the game completely, but when you're putting down Mario Kart 8 to pick up Mario Kart World, you are talking about a vast difference in content. So I do understand that as an idea. Maybe Mario Kart World is one of those games that people will admit when there's more content, they'll be more interested in it. But I think there's just so much to do in the game now. How much more do you really need to do in a Mario Kart game, though? As long as I can race in Mario Kart, I feel like that's all I really need to do. Whoa! Oh my God! Where the hell? The thing is, 8 got fully updated by the time World was new, so it's just a tough act to follow. Yeah, I'll probably take 2, maybe 3 Mario Karts over this. It's not a controversial take since they cannot compare it to the Wii U version. Since a lot of folks, but yeah, and you're right. A lot of folks are comparing it to, even if they don't compare it to the final version of Deluxe, they're still comparing it to the first time they played Deluxe, which was on the Switch, and it was already Deluxe. Hey, we finished in second. I think the game experimented, and while not all of it paid off, I'd rather have a franchise willing to experiment and have some issues than just be the same because it's afraid to change. I don't think it's the trash fire that... Yeah, that's what I will absolutely say, is that, yeah, see, Base Deluxe had more tracks, but Base Deluxe was an already enhanced version of regular 8. So even on that note, it's not really fair to compare them. But, we can just jump right into the room. Or right into the race. Oh, no, wait, we came back out. All right, so let's see. So we're going to do 4 races. No teams. Do we want to do custom items? It's an $80 game that lacked in the open world part. Yeah, which is why I can say it's a tough act to follow. Let's go custom items, and we'll pick some items here. Let's remove the lightning. Let's go ahead and remove the lightning. I hate this thing. I'll leave the transformations open in case you guys need them. What are we thinking? Here, let's turn off all the singles. Let's turn that off. The bomb is stupid. I can't stand the bomb. And I'm going to turn that off too. Okay. So we'll do this. Pure Base Deluxe is the sentence in the sentence shows the problem. Yeah, the fact that there's multiple versions of it. Base MK8 is most likely better in terms of content compared to World. Put World up against 8, Wii U 8, which is better in terms of content. So you mentioned $80 for a feature light world mode, like the overworld mode. The overworld mode indeed doesn't have a lot of stuff to do, and I kind of don't care because I kind of never needed it in the first place. You know, it's the world feature is an aspect of the game that I agree could be better, but I didn't want it in the first place. And I don't feel like it adds anything to my Mario Kart experience. They're driving around in the world, I don't think really adds much to my experience. Yeah, like it's kind of fun driving around, but it's not so fun to me that, oh, thank God they added the ability for me to drive around. I just don't do it anymore. I did it because there was stuff to earn. Ow, ow. Yeah, I did it because there was stuff to earn, and I wanted to earn the stuff. That's all. If I want to cruise around in a big open world, I have Tears of the Kingdom for that. I can. Oh, damn it! I can build my car and drive around in Tears of the Kingdom. I just don't feel like it adds anything. What, the Peach coins and okay, whatever. Damn. Yeah. Whoa. Go Zoomified temples. I mean, I say it. I was gonna say Breath of the Wild, but in Breath of the Wild, you're riding a horse. In Tears of the Kingdom, you can build a car. Ow. Ow. Finally killed Kraid. Oh! Who was that? Who was that just got hit with that? No, God. See my 5-head strats? Where I avoid first place just enough. That's the second time I did that too. Okay, really? Oh, why am I doing so bad? I'm not paying attention. 5, but I only have 1. No, I have 4. I have 4 head. Actually, no, I do have 5. I do have 5 head. There's a big one that counts for 4, and then there's a little one. Oh, I did it again! I did it again! I was out of first place just enough to not get hit with the blue shell. Who was that? That was Road. Oh, no! That was great. I know Mario Kart doesn't sound too good on paper unless they added like a story or some platforming maybe. Like missions you could do, drive around and you get stuff. Like I feel like there was a lot more that you could have done. Which you just threw me bad juju because like, oh, you got disconnected. No. The game has issues, but I love the ambition that shines through even with some issues. It makes me excited for the future. I like that you can roam around while waiting. Oh, that was you for both blue shells? Oh, Percy, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Percy. It makes me excited. I can roam around while waiting for races, rather than just sitting on a screen until the race starts. I'm gonna get you all. Sonic Racing Crossword played it safe, while Mario Kart was the experimental one. It's usually the other way around. But because of that, since Sonic's more traditional, It can be more what you wanted, what you want to play instead of engaging with the experimentation. The one thing I will say that is with Mario Kart World, as far as like the open world and stuff, is we saw from Deluxe, we saw from 8, I should say, that there could potentially be, let's go. I'm gonna go random. Mario Kart, and I think everybody admits this. Mario Kart World is going to be the game. It's going to be the Mario Kart game for now and for the foreseeable future. This is the Mario Kart game. So there's nothing that says they can't add stuff to it later. Rather than suddenly deciding, oh, we want to make an open world. There is an open world. So now later on down the line, you could have a big World 2, World 2.0, and they'll just add all the DLC stuff. They'll add a ton of DLC stuff to do in the open world. You think there'll be another? See, I don't think there'll be another one. I think that they'll just add everything to Mario Kart World. Yeah, I don't think there's any reason for them to make a whole new game when they have this entire new system. They just have to add stuff to it, which is what I think they did with 8 Deluxe. Although 8 Deluxe is, there is a little bit of the, it was on the Wii U. A lot of people probably didn't play it. They figure we've got something that was really good. Let's just extend it to the new crop of players, which, I mean, it worked well. Oh my God, just as I fired one of those. 8 Deluxe also got the DLC pass. I mean, it got 2 of them. It got 2 DLCs because 8 Deluxe is the addition of 8 with the stuff that was added on the Wii U, right? And then it got the booster course, which added more stuff. Actually, question: why has Nintendo never made Mario Kart games? Wait, when has Nintendo ever made 2 Mario Kart games for the same system? I think only the GBA had one. Was it the GBA that had 2 of them? I know there was one system that had 2 Mario Karts. GBA had 1. Wasn't there one system that had 2 Mario Karts? Or am I just thinking of the DS and the 3DS? Ow! Take me off of this ugly character. Oh, no! Yeah, I think I'm thinking of DS and 3DS. Just Super Circuit. Okay. DS had Mario Kart and 3DS had Mario Kart 7. Yeah, so that's probably what I'm thinking of. So yeah, I think this is going to be... Oh, another question, AGM, since because you brought that up, and that is a good point. What is the earliest into the life of a console that a Mario Kart game ever released? Obviously, it's going to be World because this was a launch title game. Has there ever been a system where the Mario Kart game for the system launched soon? Yeah, other than World. Not a disc crossword. I really like that game. Remember all the it's gonna crush and show Mario. I mean, they've said that about a couple different games, I think, but yeah, they always do that. The idea that Sonic is gonna beat Mario is always hilarious to me, just in general. Sonic experimented by being so basic rather than being crazy. It slowed down Mario Kart World though, not 8. 64 was year 2. World was a launch title. I think Wii and Double Dash would be the close second. See, was Double Dash that close? I don't remember Double Dash being that close in the GameCube's life. Yeah, remember the Smash Killer Nicktoons? I don't think anything will ever slow Mario Kart 8 down. It's kind of difficult at this point. And it was, and the one of the things that I like about Mario Kart 8's popularity is it's a good game. I think I'm always annoyed when good games are, where bad games are the ones. They're the ones that for whatever reason, it's like, oh man, this game is great, but we don't like this feature or something. Like, it's a great game. Yeah, 8 is loved for all the right reasons, I think. This game is going to crush that game, bro. It's two cakes. GameCube was 2001. Double Dash was 2003. Whoa! Oh no! Woo! Oh wait, I'm on. Oh wait, I'm on one. Hold on. Woo! Okay, this is what I'm getting. 1 coin and coin block. Ow! See, we get to do laps. This is why you play online with friends. You get to do laps. Oh my God, did I hit you all the way up there? Oh, my red shell just changed its mind. Like those stupid dum-dum bullets in Who Framed Roger Rabbit. Can I not with this coin block thing? That's what you get. Oh my God. Oh, what the heck? The green shell scared the hell out of me. Oh, come on. Whoa. Blue shell, come on. Oh, it was terrible. Sonic only ever competed with Mario early on when they were neck and neck. Now Sonic's niche, while Mario is still big. I mean, it didn't have to be that way. I noticed with the 2025 games, Digimon and Sonic Crossworlds come to mind. I like they got support, but like I said, it. The best thing people got to say is it's better than Mario Kart. It's better than Pokemon. Like even when Disney, we still keep them living based on other IPs. Part of that popularity comes from it being cool to hate on Nintendo. That's definitely true. Same thing that happened with the Metroidvania indie scene of 2010. They were able to shine and thrive, but the second Metroid came back, people immediately jumped ship. I don't know. I as far as jumping ship from Metroidvanias, I would need to know what games they jumped from, because I feel like the games that were popular for being Metroidvanias, I think are still pretty popular. I think if there's any game, Metroidvania, that seemed like it was really popular, and I don't know how popular it was, I feel like if there's any game that seemed like it was really popular and then fell off quickly, was probably Axiom Verge. Axiom Verge, I think, was a game that people said, oh my God, it's very much like Metroid, aesthetically speaking, behavior-wise, it felt like a Metroid game. And then Axiom Verge 2 came out, and it was such a surprise. People were talking about it, and then I remember one day they said, oh, Axiom Verge 2 is available now. And I thought, okay, huh? And then no one ever talked about it. Sonic Cross was experimented with being so basic rather than being crazy. Yeah, it's necessary to make competition. Ultimately, even at its best with Genesis, Sonic still lost. It never won competing. So yeah, that's because Axiom Verge 2 wasn't as good. It definitely wasn't as good. It definitely was not as good. Sonic being better than Mario back in the day on the Genesis. Let's say Genesis and NES. I think they were kind of neck and neck. I think I definitely preferred Mario. When you talk about Sonic 2 and Sonic 3 especially, I think that was where they were more even. Do you think that, this is back when Sonic kept up. Do you think that part of the problem with Sonic in that era had to do with the hardware itself, that people just didn't like the Genesis as much, or that the Super Nintendo had more games, so they chose Mario because it was the system they had? Like, there are a lot of great Genesis games, but from a hardware standpoint, I think that the Super Nintendo had a bigger library and it was a better piece of hardware. So I wonder if that's what people were like, I'm just gonna, like Super Nintendo had a better library. Mega Drive was the more popular one. Ooh. It was more popular than Super Nintendo, or it was just more popular than it was here? Oh, I forgot that the horn. Okay. Whoa. Oh, I missed you on every one of those, huh? There we go. Oh my God, there's coins everywhere. Okay, you jerk. Genesis was like the Jackson 5 with Sonic and the others. It was more popular than Nintendo. Sega was just a more popular brand. Interesting. Meow. I know that was true in a few regions. The one I always think of is South America, Brazil specifically. That's the one that I always think of when I think of how Sega was more popular than Nintendo. We're one of the few countries where the Saturn was successful. Oh my God. I think the Saturn not being successful will always bum me out. I always thought that the Saturn should have been more successful than it was. Blue shell, someone. No, no. Oh, that was kind of sick with the fireballs raining down. Brazil and Portugal. This is music from the best Mario game, by the way. Yeah, Super Nintendo had a better library. It wasn't as good, and again, the whole point of Axiom Verge was, hey, remember Metroid? I'm playing Dread. Yeah, like, but the reason I brought up Axiom Verge was that that's a game where once Metroid started to come back, people just kind of forgot about everything. But Hollow Knight, Silk Song, I think a lot of those are still popular. Castlevania, whenever Castlevania comes out, Bloodstained was popular, so I feel like there's still popular ones that stayed popular. Did I win that? DKC was groundbreaking visually at the time. Sega tried to outdo that with Sonic 3D Blast, Echo the Dolphin, and Vector Man. Which is a shame because from a visual standpoint, 3D Blast was kind of cool. It played like ass. Echo was fine, but Echo made me sick. And Vector Man. They got Mega Drive like 5 years ago. Okay. Development-wise, Genesis seemed relatively easy to dev for, but I think the SNES was more flexible. Cool for games like Crossworld. I don't count mods towards the game's quality. Yeah, I wouldn't count that. I was just saying why I like it better. Yeah. I wasn't saying mods affect overall. Well, Mercy. Mercy, you probably weren't saying it, but there are a lot of people that will say, oh, I can mod the game so I like it better, or that it's easier to do it, and it's okay, but it's not really a thing. There are some people that do that. That's why I try to keep the comparisons as close as I possibly can. That's why I don't think it's really fair to say Mario Kart World has less content than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe with all of the DLC that you bought, right? 6 waves of booster courses. It's and already on top of a content addition to what was on the base 8. So I don't really think that that's fair, but some people will do that kind of stuff. Finally beaten Metroid Planets, 82%, missed the wave beam and the pink suit. You didn't get, what, the Varia suit? Hey, speaking of game music and VG, rating with a party of 8. Welcome. What's going on? I hope you guys are doing okay. Thank you for stopping in and hanging out with us. We're just playing a little, so no teams. Just a little Mario Kart World. That Daisy is awesome. Daisy, they like you. They like you, Daisy. I legit get disgusted when I think about how much my country loves Sega's consoles, to the point the company that made the consoles here tried to get Sega to make a Game Boy type portable. I mean, there was one, you know. We'll do custom items. Oh, we were also playing Mario Kart World. Okay. Well, hold on. If you want, this is the code. We're not. Is this still posted? I don't remember if it was still posted or not. You guys are more than welcome to hop in. I don't know if you can hop in the middle. The Game Gear did exist, yes. I mean, Game Gear. You know, Game Gear was an ambitious, easily broken thing. Yeah, I've never owned a Game Gear. Well, okay, hold on. That's not true. I bought a Game Gear one year at a convention. It was too many games, and I don't remember which one. But it ended up being messed up. Needed the capacitors replaced, so the screen wouldn't work. So I took it back the next day. So technically, there's about a 24-hour window where I owned a Game Gear. But I never went back and bought one. Game Gear is something that I kind of stayed off the radar. Oh, I put the code up. So for anybody that's just in from the raid, if you're still here and you want to keep playing, feel free to do so. Game Gear had a couple good Sonic games and nothing else. It killed 6 batteries in 2 hours. The times that I played a Game Gear, I just plugged it in. You were never going to get me to put batteries in that thing. All right, let's turn this stupid thing off. I'm gonna turn off coins too. I'll turn that off. And then we'll leave everything else. I have a Game Gear, but the capacitors are broken, and fixing them is a pain. Yeah. My Turbo Express portable needs new capacitors. I wonder how much it'll cost. I think there was a store that used to fix stuff, and it probably would have been about $100. But I wouldn't mind doing that. I wouldn't mind getting my Turbo Express fixed. Tails gets potentially killed in one of the Game Gear Sonic games. Oh my god. Oh, wait. Oh, damn it. I wanted to do the whistle stop place. Yeah, Game Gear is such a battery hog. If I'm going to play a Sega handheld... Well, okay. Well, that's just bullying. If I'm going to play a Sega handheld, we all know what the best Sega handheld is. I was just about to bring that up, too. When we say portable. So... portable to me is anything that can be played on the go. Hold on. Portable to me is anything that can be played on the go. So I count the Game Gear and I count the Nomad. Are they convenient to be portable? No. They are really not. The Steam Deck. It's a portable system. It's a handheld system, but it's huge. But it still can be taken on the go. Ow! Ow! My biggest distinction with it is all handhelds are portable. Not all portables are handheld. Whoop. Oh, no. Because I think there's... Remember the GameCube or the PS1 where you can get the screen and all of that? You get the screen and the battery pack and you can play everything on the go. That, to me, is a portable system, but it's not a handheld. You're not gonna handhold the GameCube, but you could take it anywhere, set it up anywhere, and play it anywhere. You know, you could be on the bus, as long as you got all the stuff, as long as you got the screen and everything. You could be on the bus and decide, oh, I'm going to play GameCube. Oh. Whoa. Okay, I got one thing. What happened there? Percy Fable, I'm sorry. I don't know why that kept hitting you specifically. Oh! Oh, but you got me back! Oh, Percy, you got me back on that one. Problem is unironically like the hill, so I hated course. That's why I bought the Einthor instead of a Steam Deck portability. Yes, portability. I wouldn't call it Steam Deck handheld. You can hold it, but it's going to sit in your lap because your hands are going to hurt. It's why the Switch 2 still impresses me, because I can hold it in my hand and not need to set it down to help my poor hands. Yeah, when I say handheld, I mean you can play it that way. For instance, my Switch, when I would take my Switch to work, my Switch was not a handheld because I didn't take the Joy-Cons because my Joy-Cons were all messed up and drifty. So I would take my Switch with my adapter, my plug, and my Pro Controller. So that, to me, was a portable system. I was able to take it somewhere and play it, but I didn't play it handheld. I think the CEO of the company went to Sega and was like, the Game Gear isn't doing well like the Game Boy. So here's an idea. Make one in black and white and just like the Game Boy. I think I could have gotten away, Drakith, even with the absurd battery life. I think they could have gotten away with just a smaller system. I think that, to me, is the big... When I think about the battery life of the Game Gear versus the battery life of the Game Boy, the reality is I didn't want to spend money on AA batteries anyway, so I always had the plug to plug it in. I always had the plug to plug it in. So the few times that I had access to a Game Gear and I was allowed to take it, I would do like I'd lend my friend something and they'd lend me theirs. I would plug it in. So I never had to worry about batteries. Do we consider the CDX portable-ish? No. Because, hey, Onifox. Onifox rating with a party of 3. Welcome. It was portable in the sense you could take it somewhere, but there was no way to play it on its own. That's the thing, is that if you put in the AA batteries, I think, I don't remember if it ran the whole system with that or if it just ran the CD player part, and you needed a screen and everything to plug it in. Yeah, it's a CD player, but you can't, as a video game system, you can't play it portably because you still need to have a TV that you hook it up to. Now, if they made a screen that hooks up to it, that'd be different. Ow! Yeah, the batteries were just for the CD player. So as a video game system, no, it was not a handheld. It was not a portable player. Technically, every console is portable. Yeah, that's why I say the difference for me is portable means I can play it on the go, not just that I can take it out of my house. Because if that's the case, the PS5 is a portable system in the sense that it's not screwed into my floor at home. But you're always going to need a screen to play it. Like the CDX, you did. You needed a screen to play it. I can't believe they never made a screen, but I guess that wasn't the era for that. Oh, yeah. Woo! There we go. That's a heck of a shortcut. Oh, no! No! Go to Game & Chuck! Game & Chuck's up there! No! Yeah, like the game. So is the GameCube portable? They did. Yeah. That's why I say the GameCube is a regular system, but when you bought the screen, because they made the screen and the battery adapter that you could take with you. When you had all of that, the GameCube was a portable system. You could take the game, and we had a friend that he did that when we were at work. We worked at a video game store at the game during the GameCube era, and that's what he did. He bought the screen, and he bought a battery adapter that went on the bottom. Remember how the Game Boy player went on the bottom? It was a battery adapter that did that. And so he had that with the screen, and then he would bring it, and he would like sit in his car and play GameCube. I love that. I never got one of those screens either for the GameCube. I wanted to buy one years later, and they started being very expensive. Oh my God, did that boomerang that I threw just hit 3 different people? Ow! Whoa! Oh, no! Whoa. Go! Get him, get him, get him! Oh, no! No, 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 no! Oh! I think that was close. I love how I'll never bring my gaming laptop anywhere that's staying hooked up in my TV unless I'm traveling. Then I can hook it up in a hotel room. I just got out of a job interview for a supervisor position. I think it went well. Congratulations, Mark. Well, good luck, Marcos, is what I'll say. Congratulations on thinking it went well. Good luck on the outcome. I bought 2 of the screens for GameCube. Trouble is, old LCDs do not hold up in quality or brightness. I have one for my PS1, and I'll agree that it doesn't look anywhere near as sharp as it did back in the day, but it also wasn't the most sharp back then either. Console peripherals tend to go up in price no matter the quality after a few years. It's just another instance of people collecting them. Yeah, people collecting them and not using them. Ooh, you know what's a peripheral? Hold on, I'm going to look right now. Now that you say that, there's a peripheral that I'm curious to know if it ever went up, if it's high up in price or not, considering I don't think you can use it anymore. Express. Let's see here. Let's see what they sold for. Hold on, I'll tell you in a second. The Turbo Express, which was the TurboGrafx handheld, and I think the Game Gear had this too, had a TV tuner adapter, but it works off analog television signal. Connie, thank you so much for the bits. Thank you so much. I'll leave it at that. I'll do this and I'll leave it at that because that's what all the kids are doing. Yeah, there was a TV tuner, but it uses analog television signal because obviously back in the day. There's one in here that's sold with the box for $400 and another one that's sold for $300. I don't know about the GameCube one. My original point was that the company that caused Sega to be so popular. Because Brazil is stupid when it comes to Sega. I mean, are they stupid when it comes to Sega, or did they just not have a video game market the way a lot of other places had?
Monster Combo.
Whoa. Oh, if only. Whoa, whoa. Who neglects their IP more than Sega? Capcom. Oh, why? Oh, because he was big. I didn't realize he was gigantic. Oh, Konami. Yeah, Konami. I don't really think there is a better answer. You're kind of right about that. Oh, no. Yeah, I don't know that there is a better answer than Konami right there. Ubisoft? I don't know. I feel like Ubisoft does things. I think the problem with Ubisoft is when Ubisoft does things, no one cares because it's Ubisoft doing it. Right? They were using Rayman for a while and everybody hated them. Okay, what in the world? Right, like Ubisoft would have to cure cancer. I think Ubisoft would have to cure cancer for anybody to be happy with them. And even if they did, everybody would just wait for a price drop. Hell no, those Rayman games were great. Because we're getting a new Mega Man game, so I wouldn't count Capcom too much. Oh. That Sands of Time remake, I'd be shocked if it releases this year like they said it would. I mean, the other one released and the other one people thought was okay. And even then Ubisoft will have a chip to trigger cancer. Oh, wait, they'll give it back unless you subscribe for Ubisoft Plus. When was the last Kid Icarus game? Game Boy? 3DS. 3DS was the last one. Here's the thing, though, Ronan. What other Nintendo franchises can you say that Nintendo is neglecting? Star Fox, Kid Icarus, F-Zero. And even F-Zero got something technically. Even if it's not the F-Zero that everybody wants, it's still got something. Yeah, Punch-Out. I guess the problem is I'm not really remembering them. Punch-Out. Wario Land? Wario Land got something. Well, it got like a re-release, right? Star Fox got a last-gen game? Are we counting Star Fox 2? Is that what we're saying? Hey, where's Captain Rainbow? Yeah. Wario Land hasn't gotten anything in decades. I'd say Earthbound, but that's the creator saying he's done. Yeah, I don't think that's a Nintendo problem. Star Fox Zero. Okay, they said last gen, and that's not technically Switch 2. That's not Wii U. That's Switch 1. Yeah, so you got Star Fox Zero. Last Punch-Out game we got was 17 years ago. Okay, I mean, that one's kind of bad. Super Adventure Island. That's not Nintendo, though. That's why. Nintendo IP. Punch-Out, Star Fox, and Kid Icarus. Whoops. And Star Fox got Star Fox 2, which you can kind of say, but Star Fox 2 was also made 20-something years ago, so it's not really it's a newly released game, but not a newly made game. I always think Super Adventure Island is. Yeah, Super Adventure Island is, you know what, Executor? Was Super Adventure Island the first time you played Adventure Island? Because that was 4. And I think a lot of people just maybe didn't play the ones before. Ooh, Pilot Wings. Pilot Wings hasn't gotten a new game. I wonder if Pilot Wings will ever get a new game. Because anything like that, they're probably just going to roll into some sort of bundle. Like Wii Sports and stuff. Yeah, Pilot Wings got wrapped up into Wii Sports. So I wonder if they would even do that anymore. If we're even going to get another Pilot Wings game. Which I wasn't like the Pilot Wings guy or anything, but I have 2 horns. Why do I have 2 of these horns? Woo! There hasn't been a new Wario Land since 2008. Oh, you know what? You said Wario Land, and I thought I was thinking like the WarioWare and all of that stuff. I thought you just meant Wario in general has been ignored. Yeah, you're right. There hasn't been a Wario Land in forever. For Pilot Wings, how would you sell that in 2020? How would you sell Pilot Wings in 2026 if you? Oh, how would I sell Pilot Wings in 2026? A flight game. A flight game. It has to have flying. It has to have all the stuff, right? Yeah, it would be a flight sim. And then maybe you could fly vehicles and do things over Nintendo themed lands with a gun. You know, you could fly around Delfino Island. You could fly the open world stuff in Mario Kart World. Just you're flying. And then there's things that you can do. There's achievements that you can get. There are challenges that you can do all around there. And it is a big open world flying game that you can throw a bunch of stuff in. And then you can have flights that go to new areas. So you have the big Mario Kart open world where you can fly around in. But then you can fly over to Delfino Island. Or you can fly into lands from other games. You can fly into an Animal Crossing themed world where you can do Animal Crossing themed stuff. Or you just have Animal Crossing themed islands. You just have, how about that? Pilot Wings, Nintendo Islands, or Nintendo Isles. And every island is different Nintendo themes, right? So there's the Mario ones that are Mario Kart World. There's the Delfino Island ones. But then there are ones that are themed after Zelda. You have a sort of Hyrule world that you can fly through. You can do a Metroid one, but Metroid's not very overworldy. You have an Animal Crossing area. You have a Kid Icarus area, and they're basically just themes around, but then each of them has challenges that you can do. Jumping through rings, of course, everybody's favorite when it comes to flying games. But there's targets you can hit, and you do all of that stuff, and you throw it all in there. And yeah, Pilot Wings is Nintendo's next RPG. What if you just have levels that you build up, and then as you build up more levels, you can get further. You can go to further places. All right, let's go. Depends actual intention or potential. All right, so let's do. Hold on. So let's turn these all on. What if we do random? I kind of like this. Look at this, Sean Wolf. What's going on? Speaking of RPGs, when was the last Mother Golden Sun? Golden Sun's another one that they don't really do anything with anymore. How long does the series have to be? How long does the series have to be gone to be neglected? How long does the series have to be gone to be neglected? No, AGM, DS. There was a Golden Sun on the DS. Dark Dawn. How long does the series have to be gone to be neglected? You're saying 10, 15? I would say how many console generations for that company got skipped without a mainline game on the system? Right, F-Zero, for instance, we can say that F-Zero got some attention for F-Zero 99. But there was no mainline F-Zero game. So it's hard to count F-Zero. It's hard to look at F-Zero and say, no, they're not neglecting it. It just got a new game. It got a quirky game that uses the F-Zero skin as a base. But I would not call that a modern F-Zero game. So I think that's what's bigger. I think it's more important to say, is it skipping the console generations with a new entry? Yeah, new is still new. New is still new, Dragoon. But if the only Pokemon game on the Switch was Legends, would you say that they have abandoned Pokemon? Or would you say Legends was a side game, but why is there no mainline entry in on the Switch? Do we not count Mega Man 9 because it was a retro callback? No, it was 9. It was 9. It was called 9. It was treated like 9. That was 9. But I would, if the only Mega Man game was the ZX, I would say that they're not making mainline Mega Man games. Ow. Bubsy was neglected, but then he came back. Yeah. Wait, is that a helicopter? Oh, that's the thing that you turn into the helicopter. I'd say DK wasn't neglected in the Switch era. DK still got a lot of stuff, just not a new game. Yeah, so that's a good example actually. Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong got some Switch releases, but they were all re-releases. So would you say that Donkey Kong is getting a proper amount of attention, or would you say that Donkey Kong in a way was kind of neglected? Go. Meow. Only problem with this is that there's nothing to hit somebody further up. So if once they get ahead, you're screwed. Oh my god, that almost really did me in. Oh no! I'm gonna lose. Oh, wait, what happened? What did I do? Third? Klonoa's neglected. Legit, my favorite moment from you is the Ellen Noir. Oh no, my idol. The fallen idol. Case closed. Hey, Sonic. And now with Bonanza, it's people who neglected him. Keep my 10, 15 years. That's like a modern dev cycle. So like one game is neglected amount of time now. Knights is dead, right? Knights is dead. Yeah, that's a good question. I think a lot of it has to do with how much attention it gets on the console. You know, Metroid. Everybody was worried about Metroid because when we got through N64, for instance, it was just gone. That said, that new still needs to be what it's supposed to, because on the logic of new is new, Konami hasn't neglected any IP. They're just on Pachinko. Oh yeah, Konami hasn't neglected Castlevania. There's plenty of Pachinko machines, and you got the Castlevania, the collections, the 2 collections, the Dominus collection, and all of that stuff. Does that count as Konami's paying attention to Castlevania, or are they just re-releases? 99 is a bit different, right? F-Zero 99 is a bit different because that is a new thing. You know, we joked about Star Fox 2, but Star Fox 2 is kind of weird. But 99 is a new game. But when you look at the Castlevania stuff, we say that Konami is neglecting Castlevania. But we've had the Dominus collection. We've had the GBA collection. There was like the Requiem collection. So the question becomes, does that count as they're paying attention? You know, we got a new Contra. We got a Contra last year. It's like one game is gonna be, I got that. Also feels weird to consider it neglected if it never left. Oh, so you asked how is the video game console landscape in here when Sega was dominating. I can't actually answer that, but the reason that Sega was so ahead in here because they had a company here making the consoles, which is cheaper than anything else. The Saturn was initially a success here, and Pokemon Legends is mainline, not a spin-off. Interesting. That goes back to that whole argument. Zero is a retro callback, harkening with new online features. I call that new by most definition. So let's not look at F-Zero. Let's look at Castlevania. Let's look at do you think Konami is neglecting Castlevania considering the Dominus collection came out last year? What about Nintendo's treatment of Donkey Kong throughout the course of the Switch 1? We got new funky mode, but does that count as attention, or does that count as a re-release of something they haven't released in a long time? It's an interesting distinction. It's an interesting way that you have to look at that. You see like a tattoo on the Talking Money. I did. What's this? Hold on. Hold on. I didn't get that. Move it, Bowser. Whoa. Oh no! Oh, Dracus! I was gonna be nice to you and not hit you with this red shell that I have. But now all bets are off. Actually, I was gonna leave Dracus up there because if someone throws a blue shell. Did I turn off blue shells? I didn't. Oh my god! Wait, did I turn off blue shells? I probably should have left blue shells on. Oh! Damn. Oh my god, I bonked you. Oh no, this water counts as rough water. So now I'm going slower for some reason. Oh my god. Whoa. Alright, I don't know what the hell happened there. Visually, my whole eyesight was like, I don't know what I was looking at. Oh! The most attention DK got in the Switch era was side mode, DLC, and Mario Plus Rabbids. I'd say no, because it's still getting releases. I think neglected or not continued are different things. Because if something never leaves or not neglected, it just isn't changing or growing. All right, that's interesting. I can accept that. I'll count it as attention since they still chose to release it. Something that even Zelda didn't get, as Wind Waker and TP are still shelved on the Wii U. Yeah, neglected in my mind is it's abandoned and left to die. Yeah, you know what, Sonic. I don't know why we're having this discussion about Capcom or Konami or Nintendo, because Sega has more things that they don't use than they do. Comic Zone, Vector Man, ToeJam and Earl I thought got a release a few years ago. Ristar, Kid Chameleon. People don't even realize Kid Chameleon exists. Alex Kidd, Altered Beast, Panzer Dragoon, Astal, Decap Attack, Space Channel 5, Golden Axe, Skies of Arcadia. Yeah, Sega is built on dead bodies. Yeah, Sega's definitely the winner of that question there. Sega is trying to bring back their series. Shinobi didn't sell. Did Shinobi not sell very well? I wonder why. I wonder what it is that causes Shinobi not to sell well, because I heard it was a good game. Unless it's just maybe it's just not the kind of game people wanted. You know, we talked earlier about the popularity of Metroidvanias and whether they're still revered is probably more of an extensive word than it needs to be, but they're still held in high regard. The Metroidvanias are still held in high regard. But something like Shinobi doesn't feel like a Metroidvania. Something like Shinobi feels like a classic action platformer. You know, even if it has certain RPG elements, your character can level up or something. That's funny. I picked random and I still got that course. I do wonder if the lack of interest in Shinobi. How about this? Actually, Ronan, I was about to ask that. Did Ninja Gaiden Ragebound sell better? Was that a more effective in its sales? And how about the Messenger? Did the Messenger do well? Because the Messenger was basically Ninja Gaiden. Talking about my game of the year, Shinobi. Beep, beep. Ah, damn it. I thought I was just far enough back. Oh, of course that ended right at the wrong possible time. Oh! Gamer check! Bastard! Right in front of me. Retro Revivals have it hard because they also got to compete with everything new. And I do wonder if there's a... Even if it's not true, when you hear these retro revivals like Ninja Gaiden, Ragebound, and stuff, I wonder if there is, from the consumer standpoint, I wonder if there's a lack of interest just because they weren't around when these things were popular. Like, you know, us old men, we like a new Ninja Gaiden game because we remember the old Ninja Gaiden. But the modern era doesn't remember that stuff. They have no reference for Ninja Gaiden, especially not 2D Ninja Gaiden. Shinobi's going to be the same problem. It's Unk Slop. Hawk, I am stealing that for retro revivals for franchises that have been dormant for longer than like 20 years. It's Unk Slop. They're selling it just so that Unk remembers when he used to like video games. Oh, that's good. Damn. I always crack up when I shoot the red shell and it just goes off on its own. You stole that from Twitter? Good, I'm stealing that from you. Yeah, I'm stealing it from Twitter. I'm gonna say that I stole it from Twitter too. Actually, no, I'm gonna say I stole it from you, Hawk, because I don't want anything that Twitter has. Considering what their main export is now, which I won't get into. How? It's okay. Twitter probably stole it first. No, Dragoon. No, because now Twitter's making it. Yeah, it's a short word, starts with C, ends in P. Yeah, now Twitter makes it. How? And they made it with stolen assets. Boo. Camping videos? Wonder what the circumstances for that led to Street. Yeah, so like you got Streets of Rage that did well. I wonder why. True point. Sometimes franchises aren't neglected; they're just over or complete, and the devs have moved on. They may return if some feels like it, but they're just a complete experience to the devs. Yeah, that's an interesting way to look at it. Is that some of them just didn't need more entries. Shinobi competed with Silksong was also a problem for Shinobi. Shinobi pulled the Horizon and released the same week as Hollow Knight Silksong. Do you think that plays a part? Callbacks? Yeah, callbacks need to appeal to more than just the OG audience. They need to appeal to a modern audience. And the bottom line is the longer you the longer it takes for you to make a game in a franchise, the less likely the people that are there that are buying games are going to even care. So what were the sales numbers for Ninja Gaiden Ragebound? Since the Sonic games have taken the route of every game as canon, and now that means canonically Ichiban from Yakuza got sucked into the Sega multiverse to kart race with a bunch of 3-foot something animals. And Mercy, the best part is the 3-foot tall animals aren't the weirdest thing he has seen today. Shinobi released in the same month as Silksong, yeah. Have I tried Crossworld? I think we tried the demo, but that was actually I don't even remember if I did the demo. Streets of Rage didn't release at the same time as Silksong, but it was an older franchise that suddenly made a comeback. So I'm curious as to what in the formula made Streets of Rage work. Ragebound sold 140K. That's not bad for a game like that. I don't think that that's too bad. Oh, we did the open beta. That's what we did. Wait, hold on. Stone says 140 and General says 55. I have the Ninja, but not of the Ninja, not of what kind of game it is. Streets of Rage is for because beat 'em ups are in a research. Yeah, you're right. Because that's another good point there. Does the genre matter? Does it matter that? Oh, well, kind of like I said, where I said Metroidvanias were really popular, but 2D action platformers, just as platformers, may not be as popular right now. Beat 'em ups had gone through a huge resurgence, especially retro style beat 'em ups. You had Ninja Turtles that came out. You got the Marvel one, which I haven't even played, which is kind of wild that I haven't even touched that game. Because we didn't do that for SGB, did we? I wouldn't say so because Ragebound did well. Yeah, so like that's what's interesting about Ragebound is that Ragebound did well. But then, yeah, you did have this retro beat 'em up resurgence. The Power Rangers one, that was the other one I was thinking of. Also, Metroidvanias are kind of oversaturated. See, and that's what we were saying earlier, General. Like, there's a lot of it, or there's like a fatigue for it. But Silksong's also a different case, though. But Silksong sold very well. So I feel like there's not really much of a. I don't think that I would say that there's a Metroidvania fatigue. I think that maybe there's just a lot of them. You know, one of the things about Metroidvanias, especially when you look at Super, let's look at Super Metroid. One of the things about those games is that they're not the longest experiences, unless you're talking about Hollow Knight, because Hollow Knight was hella long. But people play them for a while. They play them for a long time. This way? Yeah, Shinobi isn't a Metroidvania. Well, that's why I said that I don't really. It's a different kind of game. That's what I was saying about Shinobi, was that Shinobi's it's not a Metroidvania. It's a 2D action platformer, and 2D action platformers, I don't know how really popular they are. You know, Ninja Gaiden is probably the best example of one that sold really well. But give me another one that sold well that doesn't have a Metroidvania map with Metroidvania elements and RPG elements. Because that's what Shinobi is, right? Shinobi's not a Metroidvania. Whoa. Like Shadow Labyrinth. You don't want a super... Yeah, Shadow Labyrinth. The Shadow Labyrinth, I keep saying, is that game... Oh, my God. Oh, how the hell did I fall off the map there? Shadow Labyrinth is a game that very much overstays its welcome. And as a result, it's not pleasant for me to come back to. Whereas with Dread... I can play Dread well enough, beat it in 6-7 hours, better if I'm quicker, and I'm better at the game, and I'm more familiar with it. And then I could just start another playthrough. We should play Shadow Labyrinth on stream, though. Even if we don't beat it, we should try it on stream. Okay, I kind of fell in the third. It has elements associated with Metroidvania, but it's still a stage-based game. Yeah, which I don't think that they're as popular. I think there's fatigue, but much like the fighting game bubble, we're afraid to say it out loud. It will finally pop, and then everything will break. I don't think it'll break. I just think that when there's fatigue, we just don't want to engage in it. So I guess maybe it is kind of like that. Shinobi shares a considerable amount of DNA with Ragebound. I really think the issue, what Team Cherry said, Silk Song next month. Yeah. Same issue as Horizon getting its sales targeted because it released at the same time as Tears of the Kingdom. It's a good game, but it released next to a Juggernaut. Yeah, you weren't going to compete with Silk Song. The legend of Silk Song was just too much. All right, let's do one more. We'll do one more cycle, one more set of 4 races if you want to do that, and then that'll be it for today. Custom items. All right. I know this isn't everybody's favorite, but I'm going to put it on Frantic Items because I love Frantic Items. It's so stupid. It's 2 of my personal favorite indie Metroidvanias are Gato Roboto and Gal Guardian. I haven't played Gal Guardians. I do have Gato Roboto. That is a really good game. Later Trios, if you're headed out now, have a good one. We're gonna wrap up here in a second. I just want to do a few more races. Silk Song also Dread. It's like 10 million, which is it's the Metroid issue. Oh, we only have 3 people. If you guys want to stop, we can just stop now. Yeah, I mean it's the Metroid problem where we talk about how we love Metroid and we Metroid is more revered than it's enjoyed. Metroid has a reputation and its reputation is appreciated, but people don't buy the games. They don't buy them in that way. I mean, Silk Song's also a cheaper game. If Dread was $20, I think people would have scooped it up. So I do think there is a price problem. But, as far as Metroid, ironically, as far as Metroidvanias go, Metroid is not as popular. Whoa. Yeah, $40 stage platformer. Yeah, Shinobi was wait, Shinobi's a $40 game? I thought Shinobi was $20. Is Shinobi $40? Oh my god. Oh my god. Silk Song's also on a lot more systems. Oh, Silk Song's also on a lot more systems. Yeah, I feel like there's reasons for it. Shinobi's 40. That's high. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Republican. Yeah, because it's only on Nintendo. I also wonder. There's a weird thing that kind of happens, and I do kind of want. Oh, come on! They took the mushrooms just as I went off road. Oh my god. There is this thing where it's not like a failing from success or anything. However, I just blew up like that. I'm sorry. I wonder if some people avoided. I thought Silk Song was 20. I wonder if some people avoided Metroid Dread because it's a Metroid game. And not because they think Metroid games suck, but because Metroid is already kind of a tried and true formula. So I feel like people have already decided whether or not they like Metroid games. Whereas a game like Silk Song, maybe there's people, and I know Silk Song was the second one, so that might not be the entire case, but maybe there is this idea that, like, I don't know about Silk Song, so I'm going to try it. I know I don't like Metroids, so I'm not going to try it. And I wonder if that's a thing that happens. Sorry. Whoa. I remember that super dry spell from Samus Returns and Dread. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the other issue with Metroid. Okay, really? All right, I'm concerned. Oh, God! Oh, ow! That was hurtful. Whoa! Oh, enjoy my feather. Okay, that was cool to ride the rail, but I really wish I got an item there. There definitely was. Plus, everyone hyping it up like the second coming of Jesus, and you learn about why you shouldn't listen to hype. I think it's the other way around, where people got interested in what the big hype around Metroid, if they ever tried it until then. If they never tried it until then. I do think reputation plays a part. Again, Uncle, a general noise about Metroid isn't single games. It's the franchise reputation of it has highs and lows. The genre of Metroidvania has outgrown both Metroid and Castlevania. That I will absolutely agree with. I don't know. I know I don't like Dark Souls, so I stayed away from Elden Ring. Does the average consumer know about Metroid though? Most people buying games aren't as informed about this as we are. I think Metroid probably exists on this sort of second tier knowledge where even if you're not a big gamer, you know Metroid, you probably know Zelda, you might have heard of Halo. There might be some franchises that you're more aware of. I think being slightly into gaming, you probably have heard Metroid, especially if you're into Metroidvanias. Obviously, you would have questioned the term Metroidvania and you would have learned that way. But in the Metroidvania community, Super Metroid, right? It's like the quintessential game. So a lot of, whether or not you like it, you've heard of it. So I do think that it is cemented in a way in gaming where people have probably heard of it in some way. I thought you could grind. Oh wait, I thought you could grind in the game. I don't really buy any sort of fatigue because when a genre is experiencing some sort of drought and people say there's some sort of fatigue, something comes out from those games that completely takes over. Marvel Rivals is the big example because Concord came out before that. Metro goes against the typical Nintendo standard. It's more realistic compared to Nintendo's cartoonish and anime aesthetics. It's funny thing, last week since we had the whole Metroid is dead and Prime Force somehow killed it now. Yet we're saying how Metroid was in the know. But again, let's take Prime 4 when Prime 4 was coming out. You know, other than the fact that there's some sort of legacy, I don't think a lot of people said, oh my God, Metroid Prime 4, there was a 1 through 3. You know, we do that with franchises where we make that joke. I don't think anybody does that with Metroid. I think they know that Metroid exists and they understand what it is, even if they didn't engage it. Yeah. That was your fault. That was your fault. I didn't hit you. Oh, God. You know, in the overworld, I can just swim down there or drive on it. There's a Metroid game I played Fusion when I was a kid. I mean, that's a good game. To an earlier Batman point, Metroid is known but not popular. Yeah, it's not. And as a Metroid fan, it's hard for me to say that. And it sucks to have to say that. But that is true. You know, Dread is the most popular game with 3 million sales. Damn, was that a lap 1 blue shell? These items are frantic. Whoops. No. What? There we go. Oh, no, wait. Oh, wait, I hit you. Oh, thank God. I didn't want to waste that. That big dinosaur always reminds me of the Lost World Jurassic Park arcade game, where you sit down in the booth and it was the light gun game. Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, no! No, stop hitting me! No, stop hitting me! No! Donkey Kong Country Returns outsold the entire Prime trilogy. That's hurtful. Most people know about Samus either because she's too important in gaming history as a whole or because certain websites. I think the second tier comment is onto something. I was shocked to learn my brother-in-law played a Final Fantasy on his GBA, but absolutely doesn't know anything about the new ones. But he knows it's a thing. That's why there's a sort of like there's like adjacent gaming knowledge, right? And then you go down to ones that are a little bit more obscure and a little bit more obscure until you get to the ones that only hardcore gamers know what that is. You know, and there are plenty of those games. And I don't even mean the games that just disappeared. I mean, if you say you're a hardcore fighting game fan and you love fighting games all, you love them all, every era of fighting games, there's probably some deep down in the bottom that you still never played, whether they're imports or whether they just weren't popular. Someone shouldn't have used that mega horn. I know. I only ever played Super Metroid, never touched the rest of the series. But you know that the series exists. That's what I mean. When I talk about that, what I mean is when they say there's a new Metroid game, you don't go, what the hell is Metroid? You know Metroid is a thing. You know it exists. So you understand that. Whereas if someone were to say, and I'm trying to think of like, here's a second Sekiro game. Sekiro might be the type of game that people who are not in the extreme know would say, what the hell is Sekiro? Helldivers. When Helldivers 2, when they showed off Helldivers 2, what was the first thing that we said? There was a Helldivers 1? That is something that you probably only were really hardcore into unless you were really into multiplayer games. Yo, Sekiro 2? Fighting games, you mean like Urban Champion? I mean, you could say Urban Champion. You could say Joy Mech Fight before it, became a little bit more known. My example for that, Marcos, is always, there was a game. Wait, are we in the same level? There was a game for the Saturn. For Japanese Saturn, only came out in Japanese Saturn, and it was called Astra Superstars. Fighting game. Awesome fighting game. But even hardcore fighting game fans have no idea what I'm talking about when I say it. I've been to booths that sell hundreds of Sega games, hundreds of Saturn games, and don't know what I'm talking about when I say it. These are games that you almost have to be lucky that you ran into that game. I keep doing that, thinking I'll get 2 items. Hey, I put it on frantic items. You know what item I haven't seen lately? I haven't seen the lightning at all. Oh, thank God. I really thought the lightning was just going to hit right there. I wish Unreal Tournament was a template for multiplayer FPS. Shaq Fu. That's a beat 'em up though, right? No, but then I put it on frantic items. Atomic. I put it on frantic items, which turns on everything basically. And then you have a higher rate to get wackier items. Oh my God, I hit the button for the horn as I saw them, but it was too late. Okay, well there goes the lightning. Shut me up. What is this? Is this? Oh, I didn't mean to hit that. Is this Koopa Beach or Peach Beach or something? This level is. Which one? Which level is this one? Damn. that was the most boring level. I think it was on Friday Night Fisticuffs. Metroid is Pikmin tier. It's not the highest seller, but sells enough to keep getting games. And I think it's got a good reputation. Koopa Troopa Beach. Koopa Troopa Beach. Okay. Technically, we're going by sales. Metroid NES is the most popular. It's sold more than Dread. I got one more, I think. 2 laps on Koopa Troopa Beach. Now do that for every other track. Oh, hang on. What's this? We're not doing this. We're not doing this sales nonsense again. I don't think anyone has asked for Helldivers 1 fans if they. Anyone has asked Helldivers 1 fans if they like 2. Are there Helldivers 1 fans? We know that Helldivers 2 took the same route as 1. It'd still be a niche game, and not the 2-time best ongoing game nominee it is right now. You're right. You're right. Because I have one. I have Helldivers 1. And it, because of the type of game that it is, it's just not as fun. It's just not as fun. And I'll admit, I only tried it with like solo, and then I played the game like that. But I also played Helldivers 2 solo, and I have a blast playing that. Literally, because I drop a 500 kiloton bomb on it, or whatever the hell it is. Pikmin 4 is like or hate. People dislike it for being easier than 2. You want FG Nerd Game? FG Nerd Game? There's a Fist of the North Star game where there's basketball combos. The Fist of the North Star game was that PS2? Wasn't Helldivers 1 of your games you got from the? No. I went and I found Helldivers 1. I found a copy of it, and I wanted to try it out and see what it was. It's funny because I should play it on stream one day. It's a similar type of game, as in, you know, you're fighting the bugs, and it's got all of the propaganda stuff, right? The sort of pseudo propaganda what do they call it? Managed democracy and all of that. It's definitely turned up to 10 on Helldivers 2, but the gameplay it's more like top down, and that notoriously doesn't sell very well. I think I've never seen people go crazy for a top-down game other than something like League of Legends. Yeah, radically different gameplay style. Like, all of that was very different. And it's just not as good. I just don't think it's as interesting. Oh, I messed that up. Whoa! Oh my God! Was that Mighty? StarCraft. Okay, so the RTS stuff, when we look at that, StarCraft, because you're right, StarCraft was gigantic. I'm not familiar with the PC side of things. That's the thing, is that you can tell me that that Command & Conquer and StarCraft were the greatest selling games ever, and I just didn't really experience them. When I said that I had a buddy that I worked with, when I worked at the video game store, that he would play it, it was on PlayStation. You know, he was playing the PS1 version of the game. So I didn't really have access to, like, PC games might have been the greatest selling games ever, but without a PC, it just wasn't a market that I paid attention to, and it still kind of is now. Like, I pay attention now because the whole gaming market is different. Okay, but yeah, it's not something that I ever really noticed as far as sales go. You can get the whole Command & Conquer collection on Steam if you want to try them. I don't know that I have an interest in trying them. I think StarCraft would definitely be more up my alley. But even then, I'm like, I don't know. I'd probably enjoy the heck out of it if I played it. Oh, why oh my God. How am I doing so bad here? Oh, no. No. StarCraft mac and cheese. StarCraft also benefited by being loved competitively. True. You didn't play StarCraft 64? I did not. I did not play StarCraft 64. I also didn't play Ogre Battle 64. Is that the last one? Or is there one more? Command & Conquer was my first ever RTS, so I've got a soft spot for them. You should at least watch the live action cutscenes for Command & Conquer 3 Red Alert. Is that the Tim Curry stuff? Space! Is that? All right, so that'll be the end of that. Quit. Zerg-shaped mac and cheese would be great. But, Griffin, they only sell it in like a 2-pound box because there's so many of them. They have to sell you just a lot of mac and cheese all at once. Okay. If you're into Star Wars, Steam has Empire at War RTS games, and they're pretty fun. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need a Star Wars coat of paint on it. Sadly, Metroid had it in it. If Metro had it in it, I think we'd already have seen it, and that hurts me as a casual fan to say. Oh, and also George Takei as the Emperor of Japan. That actually sounds really cool. Buzz sometimes says, not today, Zerg, because he didn't feel like having the food. Hold on. All right. So, I think that's going to do it for today. I'm waiting for Total War, Warhammer 40K. What was the game that came out for PS5? I think the one that recently came out. It came out like last year. The Warhammer. It was an action game. It wasn't an RTS game. Just gonna call it. Looking it up, but by little, but still, Dread sold 2.9 million units, while OG sold 2.7. Oh, so it's up there. So it passed the OG game technically, but it still didn't even technically hit 3 million. I'm also at the hobby shop. So many Gunpla. You know what's funny? I haven't gotten back into finishing my Gunpla. I actually still have on my desk for the last few months, the half-built Armored Core 6. The main one from Armored Core 6, this one. The Orbiter. I still haven't finished it. It's like half done sitting on my desk. And then I have underneath it, I have 4 more kits that I haven't done. And I just haven't finished them. Dark Tide, Bolt Gun, or Space Marines. I guess maybe it was Space Marines too. It was the action one, Ronin. It wasn't an RTS game or anything like that. Winter Ratman doesn't feel like mac and cheese. That stuff is great every day. We're not doing this. We're not doing it. I got a little Gunpla for Christmas, and I have 2 left to build. Yeah, Oh, they are all action? Were they all PS5, PS4, and PS5? I think it was PS5. It came out last year. All 3 of those games came out last year. Did they make that many Warhammer games? I think it was 2, I think it was Space Marines 2. I think I remember it being part 2 specifically. Oh, the OG sold 3.1 million, but also looking that technically with eShop sales. Did the treadmill, lift a little weights, motion exercises, burn at least 150 calories. Always good. Oh, yeah, I saw you said that earlier, Flip. I'm glad you're home. Yeah, I have to go and I have to finish mine. I have the Gundam G Self-Perfect Pack. It's got everything with it. It looks awesome. Gundam Seed. Hold on. Gundam Seed X20A Striker. I think it says Striker on it. It's got like a sticker over part of it, so I can't tell. And then I have the YF-22, the YF-19, YF-19 from Macross Plus, and the Gundam G-Quax, the main one from G-Quax, or however you pronounce it. Like, they're all just sitting there. waiting to go. I have a whole space. I have an entire desk over here that is for arts and crafts to do like build Gunplas and stuff, and I just haven't done it. To be fair, the last year has been kind of a mess, and there's a lot of trying to motivate myself to do certain things. Yeah, the newer seed kits are pretty good. I was actually at the store buying a different one, and while I was there buying, I think it was when I bought the G-Quacks one, the guy was going through the boxes and he pulled this out. And I was just like, oh, brother, give it here. So it's like, yeah, this is awesome. Here, let me get a good shot of it for you. So that's what it'll look like. Like, what a great looking one. And I couldn't find the Ariel, Gundam Ariel, which I saw Lilac just finished. And I couldn't find it anywhere. I couldn't find it online, so I just thought, okay, I'll eventually get it. I figure I'll go into a deeper hunt for it when I finish some of these. So it's just a matter of going and doing them, or sitting here and doing them. Oh, and then I have this old Mobile Suit figure. This is an actual, like, one of these actual figures, so this is pretty cool. I like this. I've had this for a while, I think. They go in and out of print. Oh, that's the problem. Okay. If it happens, I'll go a month or two without getting a Gunpla, and then just sit up and be like, I need a dozen. There's a Gundam Ariel. When was this in the Little Mermaid lore, dude? Little Mermaid, but they're Gundams. Okay, wait. If you check our Gunpla, they actually have monthly threads about what's getting reprinted when. See, I'm definitely not there. But there were a few Gunplas that I wanted. I want to get a bigger Sazabi, the red one. I have the little red one, and so I wouldn't mind getting like a larger one, and then I wouldn't mind getting if I could get a Sazabi perfect grade. But I'm not there yet. I'm not at like perfect grade level. That's another thing that we can do one day. I should turn a second camera on, and then we build a Gundam or something. We should get like a little rinky-dink Gundam. Just a little small thing to build, and then we build it on stream. Okay, so I'm going to close this. Sazabi, yeah. I have the little one. Yeah, the real grade Sazabi is super good. And then there's two real grades. The store that I went to, there was two real grades, and one of them was shiny. I forget what it called them different, like how it called them differently, but they were the same size, but one of them was $20 more, and it was shiny. It almost looked like chrome. I kind of wanted it. I have perfect grade Gundam Mark II. It was expensive. It's huge. I adore it. I don't think there's a perfect grade, but there's a massive master grade Sazabi. I saw that one. I saw the store had a really big giant box one. Strike Freedom Gold Edition. Sazabi Gold. We're gonna wrap up in a second. Later, Kia. Have a good one. Thank you for stopping in. All the pictures I'm looking at they say custom paint, so I don't know if that's it or not. Bandai Sazabi metallic coating. Maybe that's it. I'll have to go back to that store someday. They do special coatings every now and then, so maybe for all I know, it's still sitting there. I can't decide what Gunpla to get. Do they have that's what I wanted. I knew there was a Gunpla that I really wanted. I don't know if they have it anymore available, if it's possible to buy it anymore. There was a Voltron. There was the Five Lions Voltron Gunpla kit somewhere out there, and that I would like. That I would really like. All right, but that is going to do it. Give me 1 second here. I'll see if there's somebody to send you to. Linky said he was going to start streaming a little bit more, and no Linky, so all right. So I don't have anybody to send you to, so I'll just let you go. They have new Master Grade EXS Gundam. It's 140, but it's stunning. Can't decide what Gunpla to get. Guess I'll get another RX. Do you guys have that for the Gunpla builders out there? Do you have like a go-to where you're like, I want to build something, but I don't want any of these. I'm just going to get another. Like, are you going to get another RX? Sazabis are probably going to end up being mine, where I'm just like, I'm just going to grab another Sazabi. Why not? They look super cool, and they're all red. There's a line of updated design for classic robots called Infinitism. That's super cool. No combiners yet, though. Yeah, see, that's what I want, man. My goal is to get every version of the Gundam Mark II. I'm missing an MG version. Oh, and I would at some point, because I actually really did like the show more than I thought I was going to. Unicorn. I would like a nice Gundam Unicorn. I just got Wing Zero left to build, but I'm gonna grab another Zaku, Geese, and a few others to make custom Gunpla. Oh, you're gonna what is it called? Lilac kit bashing? Is that what it's called? I have a spreadsheet of what I want, so I just look for what's on there. You know what, Noth? I do that with games, and I realized that I was adding games faster than I was buying them. The version Kai, use this. Unicorn is infamous for shoulder part failure. Oh, that's a shame. I don't like that. I want I think Lilac, and I think that's the problem. The reason I never got a Unicorn so far is because I want the perfect grade one. Like, the perfect grade one it just looks too good. It just looks way too good. Real grade Unicorns, if you know the extra work to do to prevent the arms and shoulders from breaking, are super good. Oh, so there is a fix for it. There is a way to fix. I wonder why. You know what I wonder, Noth and Dragoon? I wonder if somebody sells a better 3D printed version of that part. If it's a specific part that breaks, I wonder if there's a replacement part that you can buy for it. There is also a games spreadsheet. All right. So that's going to do it for today. I don't have anybody to send you to as far as rating goes, so I'm just going to let you go. Partly because the Unicorn's sliding parts lead to extra pressure. Oh, is the broken part in the frame? Is it in the frame of it? MGEX Unicorn. It has LEDs. Yes, I've seen that. Noth. Yeah, that looks good. This Unicorn one is so cool looking, though. I've seen it. Or at least I've seen the kit where it lights up. I don't know if that's the same one you're talking about. There are metal parts for the RG Unicorn you can get super easily on eBay. See, that's probably what I would do. If you tell me that it looks great, but it's notorious for failing, then I would probably try and get a replacement part. It's usually the joint, because the slide parts you need to grapple and pull the arms. All right, yeah, that's unfortunate. All right. But, yes, that's going to do it for today. So thank you. Thank you, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. Very, very much appreciated. We'll be live tomorrow between 10 a.m. and noon. I'm shooting for 10 a.m., but it'll probably end up being a little bit closer to 11, depending on what I have to do. Today was actually supposed to be 10, but then I wasn't feeling bad, but like I had to go to the bathroom and I had to eat something, so it ended up being 11. But that's going to be tomorrow, so hopefully everybody will be here for that. As far as, check out the One Piece live action trailer. Oh, is there a new Executor? I didn't know you should say that. Is there a new trailer for One Piece Season 2? Another 1,100 episodes? No, for the live action. Brand new. Okay, yes, I am going to watch that then. Might also get the Gundam Ferract 2 because it looks so good. Hold on, let me look at that one. You can watch it right now. I mean, I can watch it right now. Do you want to watch it right now? Do you want to watch the new? Hold on. Maybe we're not done yet. Everybody ran off. Maybe we're not done yet. Movie's going to be 80 by the time he reaches the grand line. Let's put. Okay, put that there. There we go, and then we'll put that here. Instead of Gundam, I can get a Gal Geiger. The place that I go to, they had a big Gal Geiger. They had a big Gal Geiger. You know what else they had? That I almost bought one day. They had a big Mazinger. Was it Zero? I think it was Mazinger Zero. They had a really big one. All right, so let me see something here. So that's hooked up there. So where is this at? Where is the new? Hang on. Keep seeing Latimer's Samus. Hold on. Tempted to get the Ferract right now. Hold on. Hold on, because I want to see that first. Ferract. Oh, this thing. Yeah, that does look sick. Sick. All right, so hold on. One Piece. We're gonna wrap up with this. One Piece trailer. Mazinger Z. It had something else on it though. What was the Mazinger at the end of the show? What was the really big one? It was Mazinger Z, but at the end of Mazinger Z, there's like the final Mazinger for the series. And it's kind of weird. If you look up the history of Mazinger in the US, Tranzor Z, they kind of threw in some different things, but there's a redesign that happened, and I forget if he was like final Mazinger or something, but that's what they had the model of. One Piece trailer, season 2. 8 hours ago. Here we go. Ah, God. This is so loud. All right, so this is the last thing we're going to do. Did it have a big red circular thing on its back? No, it had the wings like I'm used to. It had the wing. Well, I'll take a look and see if I can find it. If I find it soon, I'll put it in Discord. I'll put it in side chat 1 or 2. Okay. Okay, so hold on. Stop. So this is the new One Piece season 2 trailer. I thought they were talking about. No, we were making a joke about season 2 of the anime, but this is for the live action, which was awesome, by the way. If anybody not watched the live action Netflix show, I thought this was fantastic. It might have been Great Mazinger. I'll take a look. All right, but this is a trailer for the second season of One Piece, and the first season was very, very good. So I'm excited to see what's here, and I'm caught up enough on One Piece that I should probably know most of this. Oh, there goes number 3 guy.
Whisper.
Oh, she looks great.
They are Baroque.
There she is.
They're an organization of assassins.
It's the absence of hope. You will never find the One Piece.
My friends.
Her, I don't remember.
Together. There's nothing we can't take on.
So you're a captain of the Straw Hat Pirates? Monkey D. Luffy. You might think you're unstoppable, but your friends aren't made of rubber.
You've got to be.
These guys are unstoppable! Now's my turn.
Good luck.
March 10th. All right, that's when I have to get Netflix again. Oh, wait, is there anything else? No, okay. Not bad. That's not bad. I kind of liked it. I'll have to go back and look at some of the characters because there's some of the characters I remember and some of them I just don't remember. So I'm not sure if some of them are from stuff later and I just don't know. Like, because if I've relied on just the show, there's a few things that I'd be missing right now, or as opposed to the live action. But yeah, that looked really good. All right, so hold on. Great Mazinger Gunpla. Really, technically, it's not Gunpla. That's it. Yeah, that was it. Great. It was a Great Mazinger. That's the one. So I recommend Gundam Breaker 4 if you can get it on sale, even better. It's a great game, near 1,000 parts, fully Gundam customization, and you can even use it to test out and build your own mashup kits. Okay. Robin with an accent. Yeah, I like Robin. The only casting choice that I don't like so far for the new One Piece stuff is Smoker. I like Smoker. I like the guy that they picked for Smoker, but Joe Manganiello is going to be Crocodile, and I kind of wish he was Smoker. I like him more, and I think that he would have been a better Smoker. Season 3 should also be this year, too. They already confirmed it was being filmed alongside Season 2. Yeah, but they might, Lilac, they might film everything at the same time, but then all of the post-production goes up front to Season 2. So post-production on 3 probably hasn't even started yet. Baroque work looks really good, and I can see it capping off with Crocodile appearing. Someone who's not super into One Piece, it looked delightfully insane. And no, that's One Piece. I'm good with the anime. Not to say it doesn't look good, but something about it doesn't do it for me. The one thing I will say, Draketh, that the show doesn't do, the live action doesn't do as well as the animation, are a lot of the facial expressions and stuff. I noticed that Zoro, who is my favorite character, he's way more toned down in the live action, because in the anime he's when Zoro yells at Luffy, I just think it's the funniest stuff in the world. And then his face gets all pissed off, and he's got like the big sharp teeth and stuff. And they don't do any of that. They don't emote in that way in the live action. And the show works well, but it's definitely something that I miss, especially with Zoro, who is my favorite. That's why. So it doesn't feel like it's visually, it doesn't feel like it's as wacky sometimes, but the show actually did. I would actually say to just watch like the first 2 episodes of the live action and see how you feel about it. I think the first episode was enough to sell me. I watched the first episode and I said, "Oh, this is awesome. I want to watch more of this." And bear in mind, I watched the live action before I watched the anime, because the anime was something I always stayed away from because it's so long. But now I'm watching it in arcs. I'm going back and forth. I'm probably going to jump back into Skypiea soon. But then, because after Skypiea, I think it's Water 7. And then Water 7 is really what I want to get to. So I want to get to there. But yeah, I ended up actually really enjoying the live action. Great Mazinger's lore is that it was built in secret to deal with an underground empire that the Mazinger Z cast didn't know about, so it's stronger until Z gets upgraded and gets back in the fight. In the U.S., so we didn't have Mazinger, we had Tranzor Z. They basically renamed it, and it's just Mazinger. And it was a little bit cut up. They did the same thing with Macross. We had Macross here as Robotech, but the last couple, I think it might have been the last episode of Tranzor Z. They just used footage from Great Mazinger, so at the end of the show, for no explanation like you said that they were building in a secret, they didn't even explain it. It just, Tranzor Z just looked different, and no one really understood it. And I didn't find that out until probably last year. I watched a whole retrospective on like the history of Mazinger and Tranzor Z, and they explained that that's what happened. I plan to restart soon. I'm at Water 7. You know who's watching it? Beth is watching it. She messaged me the other day, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm at like," she's at like 370 or something. I'm like, okay, I stopped at 162. But I was doing other things. I watched all of the Harley Quinn show, which was excellent for the first 3 seasons. I was trying to play some stuff. Now I got Final Fantasy 14 I got to deal with. Yeah, she's way past that. She's way past that. And even she said Water 7 she thought was the best she had watched so far. The last couple episodes of Tranzor Mazinger lead directly into Great Mazinger, but there's no actual I'm pretty sure I thought they said that there was no actual explanation for all of it. It's just Mazinger looked different. Tranzor Z just looked different. Water 7. See, I have to be careful about what you guys are saying because some of this might be spoilers. All right. But for reals this time, that's going to be it. So thank you, everybody. I want to thank everybody for coming and hanging out with us, talking, donation, bits, subs, and just everything. Just time. Time is always the thing that I am more appreciative of anything that you share with us here. So thank you for that. Tomorrow we'll be back. We'll find something else to do, or maybe we'll I'm gonna think about it some more, and then tomorrow I will consider dedicating us to starting something else, whether it is like Baldur's Gate or Metroid Prime. We'll figure something out. And then I'm gonna look to see some other stuff. I'm also gonna try and look up Prime Hack. I'm gonna take a few minutes and try and look up Prime Hack and see if I can figure that out. Because if I can get Prime Hack working, I'll probably just jump right into Metroid Prime 2. Since it's been so long since I played it, it might as well be a brand new playthrough. That's how they end the show, which is wild to me. In the original Mazinger, the new guys actually on screen wreck Mazinger Z, and Great shows up out of nowhere to trash them in turn. Is that for the end of Mazinger or Tranzor Z? Oh, let me know if you need help with Prime Hack. Okay, I will do that. But I don't have anybody to send you to, so that's going to be it for today. So thank you, everybody, for stopping in and for hanging out. Don't forget to drink your mask, wear your water, social distance whenever possible. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other. And I will see you all tomorrow.